mana nggak ada, mangkruk anu burungnya nggak ada, satu nggak ada. Terus mangkruknya ini besar semakin banyak semakin banyak.
Meluapnya sungai
Pemirsa, kondisi banjir rob yang
Kawasan
terjadi di
permukiman di
pesisir
Desa
pantai Demak,
Singgulan,
Jawa
Demak,
Tengah,
Jawa Tengah
menyebabkan
hingga tadi
kerugian
siang
warga.
masih terendam banjir.
Jawa Tengah terendam banjir.
Di pesisir utara Jawa, air laut semakin sering datang tanpa permisi. Rob bukan lagi tamu musiman, ia telah menjadi penghuni tetap. Di Demak, ratusan hektar sawah dan tambak kini hilang ditelan ombak. Tapi, di tengah ancaman itu, ada satu perempuan yang menolak pergi.
Ini Mak Je, umurnya 53 tahun. Kabupaten
Hari ini Amartha dengan inisiatif Grow for Good melakukan penanaman 5.000 bibit mangrove di Pantai Baros, Kabupaten Bantul, Yogyakarta. Inisiatif ini merupakan salah satu komitmen Amartha untuk dapat menyeimbangkan usaha pelestarian lingkungan guna meningkatkan resiliensi atau daya tahan lingkungan dan juga masyarakat di pesisir Pantai Baros terhadap ancaman perubahan iklim. Risiko perubahan iklim ini merupakan salah satu ancaman yang semakin besar belakangan ini. Oleh karena itu kami merasa perlu bahwa risiko terkait dengan climate juga merupakan bagian dari business risk, di mana Amartha dalam rangka atau visi besarnya adalah menyejahterakan masyarakat, terutama UMKM.
Kegiatan ini tentu nantinya sangat akan memiliki dampak terhadap ekosistem yang ada di sini. Apalagi ekosistem di Pantai Baros ini sudah dapat ditemui banyak sekali jenis-jenis mangrove, terutama dari zoopora, ekosistem yang bisa terlihat dengan baik. Apalagi ditambah dengan di sini sudah sangat banyak sekali fauna-fauna yang mencari makan di area Pantai Baros ini, dan itu mengindikasikan bahwa ekosistem mangrove di sini sudah sangat baik sekali secara ekologi.
Kesannya happy sih bisa ikut berkontribusi langsung nanam daripada cuman memberi lewat dana, tapi di sini saya bisa ikut memberi dampak, memberi aksi mangrove, karena memang karbon yang dimakan oleh mangrove itu salah satu yang paling besar dan paling berguna untuk Indonesia.
Dulu saya usaha belum punya warung, alhamdulillah sekarang udah bisa punya warung, buka warung sendiri.
Alhamdulillah bisa ngebantu saya gitu buat usaha berkat Amartha.
Dulu belum, mesinnya baru 5 ya, sekarang udah kenal Amartha, nambah lagi, alhamdulillah.
Dulu mah saya jualannya keliling, sekarang udah punya pangkalan.
Terus anak saya ya bisa lanjut sekolah sampai SMK. Tadinya kan mau SMP doang.
Dan saya bisa berkembang seperti ini karena bantuan Amartha.
Merasa terbantu dengan adanya pinjaman modal ini, warung saya jadi lebih berkembang, lebih mudah mendapatkan modal.
Dan harganya juga cukup lumayan murah, jadi pendapatan saya juga, keuntungan saya juga cukup besar.
Kombinasi gaji yang layak, teman kerja yang kerja pada sportif, dan pengembangan diri yang jadi lebih baik.
Saya suka bangga kalau misalkan datang ke majelis ya, ke kumpulan, ada Ibu Mitra yang suka bilang, "Teh makasih ya udah bantu buat pencairan saya, usaha saya jadi maju sekarang."
Terus di Amartha juga punya jenjang karir. Di Amartha juga banyak sih bonus-bonusnya, Mbak.
Mungkin salah satunya bisa mengedukasi mitra tentang caranya menggunakan teknologi.
Senang juga apabila Ibu Mitra merasa puas dan terbantu atas pinjaman atau modal dan pelayanan kita terhadap Ibu Mitra.
Kita itu bisa membantu Ibu Mitra dalam mengembangkan usahanya.
Bisa sedikit banyaknya membantu banyak mitra.
Halo, aku Dea dari BCA Digital. Bagi kami, kolaborasi dengan Amartha bukan sekedar kerjasama, tapi tentang membuka peluang. Melalui ekosistem Amartha, kita bisa menjangkau individu dan komunitas secara lebih tepat segmen, khususnya buat segmen underserved yang sebelumnya belum tersentuh layanan keuangan formal.
Selain dari sisi imbal hasilnya ya, saya tertarik invest di Amartha itu karena ada impact sosialnya sih, karena kan ngebantu mitra-mitra UMKM terutama di daerah terpencil gitu ya, buat memperbaiki taraf kehidupan mereka.
hari ini Amartha menyelenggarakan Road to Asia Grassroots Forum Series yang terbagi menjadi 2 sesi, satu di pagi hari dan sesi kedua di siang hari. Pada sesi pertama, kami mengundang pemerintah, regulator, startups, companies, dan juga NGO, serta akademia dan para pelaku UMKM untuk bersama-sama mendiskusikan dan berkolaborasi untuk bagaimana saling memperkuat ekosistem dengan berdiskusi dan mengeluarkan rekomendasi strategis sebagai bagian dari pembentukan Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health yang diinisiasi oleh Amartha. Amartha bekerjasama dengan key stakeholders di ekosistem seperti Action Center for Financial Inclusion, Women's World Banking, kemudian Mastercard, bersama-sama menginisiasi Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health. Dan kami mengundang para stakeholders, para pemangku kepentingan yang berkepentingan untuk mendorong kesehatan keuangan di Indonesia untuk bergabung dengan koalisi ini yang akan diluncurkan pada sesi utama Asia Grassroots Forum pada tanggal 4 Juni 2026. Di sesi yang kedua, Amartha mengundang para founders dan pelaku startups di Indonesia untuk bergabung dalam sesi Game Changers dan juga Startup Matchmaking Sessions yang akan menjadi salah satu sesi pendamping dari Asia Grassroots Forum di mana Amartha mengundang lebih dari 40 venture capitals dan para investors dari seluruh dunia untuk bisa bertemu dan berkenalan dengan startup ekosistem di Indonesia. Dengan harapan forum ini bisa memfasilitasi pertumbuhan dan juga perkembangan startup players di Indonesia untuk bisa lebih berkontribusi terhadap kesehatan keuangan bagi para fintech dan juga kesejahteraan secara luas bagi startups yang bergerak di bidang yang lainnya.
Nah ini nggak ditanami mangrove itu nanti udah jadi laut semua. Mana nggak ada mangrove burungnya nggak ada satu nggak ada. Terus mangrove ini besar semakin banyak nanti.
Meluapnya sungai
kondisi banjir rob
kawasan permukiman di desa Pibulan Demak, Jawa Tengah hingga tadi siang masih terendam banjir.
Jawa Tengah terendam banjir.
Di pesisir utara Jawa, air laut semakin sering datang tanpa permisi. Rob bukan lagi tamu musiman, ia telah menjadi penghuni tetap. Di Demak, ratusan hektar sawah dan tambak kini hilang ditelan ombak. Tapi, di tengah ancaman itu, ada satu perempuan yang menolak pergi.
Ini Mak Je, umurnya 53 tahun. Kabupaten Demak, Kecamatan Sayung, Kelurahan Bedono, Dukuhe Rejo Sari Seni. Awal-awal banjir ya saking dikit-dikit tahun 2000 nu mulai dikit-dikit. Aslinya di sini ya tani semua.
Mak Jah, ibu 4 anak ini bertahan hidup di tengah gempuran ombak pantai utara Jawa. Sejak tahun 2000, ia melihat desanya berubah. Dari sawah yang hijau menjadi tambak, lalu perlahan menjadi laut.
Banjirnya mulai tenggelam itu tahun 2000 ada dikit-dikit sampai seperti terus semakin naik semakin besar semakin parah. Sabine terus dados digawe tambak sawah tambak, badan tambak terus niki laut. Tani ya nanam padi, nanam lombok ya sekolah wija lah seadane. Ya 11 itu. Iya, terus jadi ketambak. Terus tambak. Berbuat tambak terus niki habis jadi laut.
Dulu di sini tumbuh mangga, kelapa, dan palawija. Kini yang tersisa hanyalah ombak dan tiang-tiang rumah yang separuh terendam. Mak Jah tahu laut tak pernah berhenti, tapi ia juga takkan berhenti. Di tepi desanya yang kini kian tenggelam, ia menanam mangrove seperti menanam janji. Janji bahwa ombak tak akan merampas segalanya dan kehidupan harus terus berjalan.
Nah, saya ndak pindah, punya usaha menanam mangrove itu sulam-sulam. Dan nanti kalau nak pindah, dan nanti siapa sing bangun desane? Nah, ini nak ndak ditanami mangrove itu nanti udah jadi laut semua. Ini kan cara ada manfaatnya lah untuk nanam mangrove, mertahan ombak, ngasih rumah burungnya sak banyaknya. Nah, ndak ada mangrove kan burungnya ndak ada manfaatnya. Nggih rumah ikan-ikan wi kepiting, udang. Mbak gede di rumah aja, ndak keluar. Ini umpat ombaknya. Rumahnya itu hurek. Saya ndak tidur nak malam. Ini aslinya dulu tuh pintu. Lah pintu ini berhubung terak ombak, mohon itu terus ditinggike.
Tanpa listrik permanen, ia bergantung pada genset pinjaman. Air bersih harus diambil dari desa sebelah dengan perahu.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha in collaboration with IFC, Axion, and Women's World Banking. We kindly invite you to enter the ballroom and please take your seats as the event will begin shortly. Thank you. Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha in collaboration with IFC, Axion, and Women's World Banking. We kindly invite you to enter the ballroom and please take your seats as the event will begin shortly.
Ia adalah benteng terakhir, rumah bagi ribuan makhluk, dan harapan untuk anak cucu.
Perasaannya ya tak niati lah, saya nggak apa-apa. Wis penting awake niku waras sehat, panjang umur, nyambut gawe sak tetahe.
Di tengah laut yang terus mendekat, Mak Jah memilih bertahan. Bukan karena tak punya pilihan, tapi karena ia percaya satu pohon yang ia tanam hari ini bisa menyelamatkan desanya esok. Perjuangan Mak Jah tidak berjalan sendiri. Dukungan hadir salah satunya melalui Amartha yang percaya bahwa menjaga lingkungan adalah menjaga kehidupan. Penghargaan yang ia terima bukan hanya untuk dirinya, tapi juga simbol harapan bagi kita semua. Bahwa sekecil apapun usaha, jika dilakukan dengan hati, mampu membawa perubahan besar.
Gentlemen, welcome to the dinner reception of the 2025 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha.
Honored to welcome all of you tonight, our partners, friends who have traveled from far to this reception dinner of the Asia Grassroots Forum. So at amartha.org, we believe that creating change at the grassroots level is not just possible, it's essential.
Talent and opportunity is not only found in big cities, but it's also found in everywhere, from the coast of Maluku to the forest of Kalimantan and to the mountains of Papua.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha.
You to challenge assumptions, stay curious, open your hearts, feel the urgency, see the possibility, and believe in the shared and hope that brought us all here. Thank you for being part of this journey. Let's make this forum matters, not just for us in this room, but for the millions of lives we have the power to uplift. I'm Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, founder and CEO of Amartha. Welcome to the 2025 Asia Grassroots.
And we need actually good quality jobs. And the jobs that is being provided 97% now by micro, small, medium enterprise needs to come down.
This incredible day, I just want to say thank you, and thank you.
Karya inovasi kita memanfaatkan sampah plastik, terutama tutup botol.
We started the day with a visit to a plastic recycling company who they make really beautiful items, from chairs to bar stools to hats, many creative products that they make from recycled plastic. So it was really impressive to see.
I'm Callum, I'm the co-founder and managing director of Eunice Thailand, and we've had a fantastic day. Saw the sea turtles and actually got to put a baby sea turtle back into the wild as well, which was really fantastic.
Udah berbulan-bulan panennya nggak bagus, Bu.
Percaya saja, apa yang kita tanam hari ini pasti akan membuahkan hasil. Kamu tenang aja. Ibu baik-baik kok di sini. Kalau nggak mudah, masih cukup untuk sehari-hari. Tiap ada kesulitan, semua saling bantu satu sama lain.
Toko juga akan berkembang, Bu. Bukan cuma bertahan.
Coba kamu ada di sini, Nak.
Putri.
Sudah kekirim ya, Bu, buat Putri?
Hari ini Amartha dengan inisiatif Grow for Good melakukan penanaman 5.000 bibit mangrove di Pantai Baros, Kabupaten Bantul, Yogyakarta. Inisiatif ini merupakan salah satu komitmen Amartha untuk dapat menyeimbangkan usaha pelestarian lingkungan guna meningkatkan resiliensi atau daya tahan lingkungan dan juga masyarakat di pesisir Pantai Baros terhadap ancaman perubahan iklim. Risiko perubahan iklim ini merupakan salah satu ancaman yang semakin besar belakangan ini. Oleh karena itu kami merasa perlu bahwa risiko terkait dengan climate juga merupakan bagian dari business risk, di mana Amartha dalam rangka atau visi besarnya adalah menyejahterakan masyarakat, terutama UMKM.
Kegiatan ini tentu nantinya sangat akan memiliki dampak terhadap ekosistem yang ada di sini. Apalagi ekosistem di Pantai Baros ini sudah dapat ditemui banyak sekali jenis-jenis mangrove, terutama dari zoopora, ekosistem yang bisa terlihat dengan baik. Apalagi ditambah dengan di sini sudah sangat banyak sekali fauna-fauna yang mencari makan di area Pantai Baros ini, dan itu mengindikasikan bahwa ekosistem mangrove di sini sudah sangat baik sekali secara ekologi.
Kesannya happy sih bisa ikut berkontribusi langsung nanam daripada cuman memberi lewat dana, tapi di sini saya bisa ikut memberi dampak, memberi aksi mangrove karena memang karbon yang dimakan oleh mangrove itu salah satu yang paling besar dan paling berguna untuk Indonesia.
Dulu saya usaha belum punya warung, alhamdulillah sekarang udah bisa punya warung, buka warung sendiri.
Alhamdulillah bisa ngebantu saya gitu buat usaha berkat Amartha.
Dulu belum, mesinnya baru 5 ya, sekarang udah kenal Amartha, nambah lagi, alhamdulillah.
Dulu mah saya jualannya keliling, sekarang udah punya pangkalan.
Terus anak saya ya bisa lanjut sekolah sampai SMK. Tadinya kan mau SMP doang.
Dan saya bisa berkembang seperti ini karena bantuan Amartha.
Merasa terbantu dengan adanya pinjaman modal ini, warung saya jadi lebih berkembang, lebih mudah mendapatkan modal.
Dan harganya juga cukup lumayan murah, jadi pendapatan saya juga, keuntungan saya juga cukup besar.
Kombinasi gaji yang layak, teman kerja yang kerja pada sportif, dan pengembangan diri yang jadi lebih baik.
Saya suka bangga kalau misalkan datang ke majelis ya, ke kumpulan, ada Ibu Mitra yang suka bilang, "Teh makasih ya udah bantu buat pencairan saya, usaha saya jadi maju sekarang."
Terus di Amartha juga punya jenjang karir. Di Amartha juga banyak sih bonus-bonusnya, Mbak.
Mungkin salah satunya bisa mengedukasi mitra tentang caranya menggunakan teknologi.
Senang juga apabila Ibu Mitra merasa puas dan terbantu atas pinjaman atau modal dan pelayanan kita terhadap Ibu Mitra.
Kita itu bisa membantu Ibu Mitra dalam mengembangkan usahanya.
Bisa sedikit banyaknya membantu banyak mitra.
Halo, aku Dea dari BCA Digital. Bagi kami, kolaborasi dengan Amartha bukan sekedar kerjasama, tapi tentang membuka peluang. Melalui ekosistem Amartha, kita bisa menjangkau individu dan komunitas secara lebih tepat segmen, khususnya buat segmen underserved yang sebelumnya belum tersentuh layanan keuangan formal.
Selain dari sisi imbal hasilnya ya, saya tertarik invest di Amartha itu karena ada impact sosialnya sih, karena kan ngebantu mitra-mitra UMKM terutama di daerah terpencil gitu ya, buat memperbaiki taraf kehidupan mereka.
Ladies and gentlemen, would like to invite everyone to please be seated and fill in the seats in the front rows or the middle rows as we'll begin our program very shortly.
Untuk bersama-sama mendiskusikan dan berkolaborasi untuk bagaimana saling memperkuat ekosistem dengan berdiskusi dan mengeluarkan rekomendasi strategis sebagai bagian dari pembentukan.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning and welcome to the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha in collaboration with IFC, Axion, and Women's World Banking. We kindly invite you to enter the ballroom and please take your seats at the middle rows or the front rows as we'll begin our event very shortly. Once again, would like to invite everyone to please be seated and fill in the front row seats or the middle seats as we'll begin our forum very shortly. Thank you.
Diluncurkan pada sesi utama Asia Grassroots Forum pada tanggal 4 Juni 2026. Di sesi yang kedua, Amartha mengundang para founders dan pelaku startups di Indonesia untuk bergabung dalam sesi Game Changers dan juga Startup Matchmaking Sessions yang akan menjadi salah satu sesi pendamping dari Asia Grassroots Forum, di mana Amartha mengundang lebih dari 40 venture capitals dan para investors dari seluruh dunia untuk bisa bertemu dan berkenalan dengan startup ekosistem di Indonesia. Dengan harapan forum ini bisa memfasilitasi pertumbuhan dan juga perkembangan startup players di Indonesia untuk bisa lebih berkontribusi terhadap kesehatan keuangan bagi para fintech dan juga kesejahteraan secara luas bagi startups yang bergerak di bidang yang lainnya.
Nah ini ndak ditanami mangrove itu nanti udah jadi laut semua. Mau-maunya nggak ada, mangrove burungnya nggak ada, satu nggak ada. Terus mangrove ini besar, semakin banyak.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you need translation devices, you are able to collect them at the right corner of the ballroom. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, mohon untuk dapat memasuki area ballroom karena acara pada pagi hari ini segera kita mulai. Dan apabila Anda membutuhkan translation devices atau alat translasi, Anda dapat mengambilnya di meja yang terdapat di kanan belakang area ballroom ini. Terima kasih.
Di Demak, ratusan hektar sawah dan tambak ini hilang ditelan ombak. Tapi di tengah ancaman itu, ada satu perempuan yang menolak pergi.
Ini Mak Je, umurnya 53 tahun. Kabupaten Demak, Kecamatan Sayung, Kelurahan Bedono, Dukuhe Rejo Sari Seni. Awal-awal banjir ya saking dikit-dikit tahun 2000 nu mulai dikit-dikit. Aslinya di sini ya tani semua.
Makjah, ibu 4 anak ini bertahan hidup di tengah gempuran ombak pantai utara Jawa. Sejak tahun 2000, ia melihat desanya berubah. Dari sawah yang hijau menjadi tambak, lalu perlahan menjadi laut.
Banjirnya mulai tenggelam itu tahun 2000 ada dikit-dikit sampai seperti terus semakin naik semakin besar semakin parah. Sabine terus dados digawe tambak sawah tambak, badan tambak terus niki laut. Tani ya nanam padi, nanam lombok ya sekolah wija lah seadane. Ya 11 itu. Iya, terus jadi ketambak. Terus di batanu tambak. Berbuat tambak terus niki habis jadi laut.
Dulu di sini tumbuh mangga, kelapa, dan palawija. Kini yang tersisa hanyalah ombak dan tiang-tiang rumah yang separuh terendam. Makjah tahu laut tak pernah berhenti, tapi ia juga takkan berhenti. Di tepi desanya yang kini kian tenggelam, ia menanam mangrove seperti menanam janji. Janji bahwa ombak tak akan merampas segalanya dan kehidupan harus terus berjalan.
Nah, saya ndak pindah, punya usaha menanam mangrove. Itu sulam-sulam, lah nanti kalau nak pindah, lah nanti siapa sing bangun desa ini? Nah ini ndak ditanami mangrove itu nanti udah jadi laut semua. Ini kan cara ada manfaatnya lah untuk nanam mangrove, mertahan ombak, ngasihi rumah burungnya sak banyaknya. Nah, ndak ada mangrove kan burungnya ndak ada manfaatnya. Nggih rumah ikan-ikan wi kepiting, udang. Mbak gede di rumah aja, ndak keluar. Ini anu lompat ombaknya. Rumahnya itu horeg nek. Saya ndak tidur nak malam. Ini aslinya dulu tuh pintu. Lah pintu ini berhubung terak ombak, mau niru terus ditinggikke.
Tanpa listrik permanen, ia bergantung pada genset pinjaman. Air bersih harus diambil dari desa sebelah dengan perahu.
Ya ditawari, saya nggak mau. Saya punya usaha menanam mangrove itu.
Oh, kalau pindah nggak ada yang terus menanam?
Ya, nak saya pindah nggak ada yang nanam. Iya, nggak ada yang terus nanam. Lah saya keluar ya habis tau dah. Mau-maunya nggak ada, mangrove burungnya nggak ada, satu nggak ada. Nah ini saya kasih mangrove itu besar. Aslinya kecil belum ada. Terus mangrove ini besar semakin banyak nih. Ikan piting, rajungan, udang, ikan belana, sembilang, kedoan, segala apalah ada.
Bagi Mak Jah, mangrove bukan sekedar pohon. Ia adalah benteng terakhir, rumah bagi ribuan makhluk, dan harapan untuk anak cucu.
Perasaannya ya tak niati lah, saya nggak apa-apa. Wis penting awake niku waras sehat, panjang umur nyambut gawe sak tetahe.
Di tengah laut yang terus mendekat, Mak Jah memilih bertahan. Bukan karena tak punya pilihan, tapi karena ia percaya satu pohon yang ia tanam hari ini bisa menyelamatkan desanya esok. Perjuangan Mak Jah tidak berjalan sendiri. Dukungan hadir salah satunya melalui Amartha yang percaya bahwa menjaga lingkungan adalah menjaga kehidupan. Penghargaan yang ia terima bukan hanya untuk dirinya, tapi juga simbol harapan bagi kita semua. Bahwa sekecil apapun usaha, jika dilakukan dengan hati, mampu membawa perubahan besar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dinner reception of the 2025 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha.
Honored to welcome all of you tonight, our partners, friends who have traveled from far to this reception dinner of the Asia Grassroots Forum. At Amartha.org, we believe that creating change at the grassroots level is not just possible, it's essential.
Talent and opportunity is not only found in big cities, but it's also found in everywhere, from the coast of Maluku to the forest of Kalimantan and to the mountains of Papua.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a safety briefing video from Shangri-La Hotel, Jakarta.
Welcome
Nah ini ndak ditanami mangrove itu nanti udah jadi laut semua. Mau-maunya nggak ada, mangrove burungnya nggak ada, satu nggak ada. Terus mangrove ini besar, semakin banyak.
Meluapnya sungai
pemirsa, kondisi banjir rob yang
kawasan
terjadi
permukiman di desa Pibulan Demak, Jawa Tengah hingga tadi siang masih terendam banjir.
Jawa Tengah terendam banjir.
Di pesisir utara Jawa, air laut semakin sering datang tanpa permisi. Rob bukan lagi tamu musiman, ia telah menjadi penghuni tetap. Di Demak, ratusan hektar sawah dan tambak kini hilang ditelan ombak. Tapi, di tengah ancaman itu, ada satu perempuan yang menolak pergi.
Ini Mak Je, umurnya 53 tahun. Kabupaten Demak, Kecamatan Sayung, Kelurahan Bedono, Dukuhe Rejo Sari Seni. Awal-awal banjir ya saking dikit-dikit tahun 2000 nu mulai dikit-dikit. Aslinya di sini ya tani semua.
Mak Jah, ibu 4 anak ini bertahan hidup di tengah gempuran ombak pantai utara Jawa. Sejak tahun 2000, ia melihat desanya berubah. Dari sawah yang hijau menjadi tambak, lalu perlahan menjadi laut.
Banjirnya mulai tenggelam itu tahun 2000 ada dikit-dikit sampai seberki, terus semakin naik, semakin besar, semakin parah. Sabine terus dados digawe tambak sawah.
Udah masuk ya?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Please be seated.
Dreams are where transformation begins. A belief that prosperity should not belong to only a few, but to everyone. Across every village, every island, every heart lives the same hope, a better life. Dreams are the beginning. Shared prosperity is the destination. Together, we make it real. Dreams move when we give them form. When dreams are no longer just wishes. We choose to take the first step. We do not simply hope for a better future. We start building it today. Because at Amartha, we believe growth is not only meant to be seen, but to be felt. Together, we grow forward. Not every strength begins with power. Sometimes it begins with a voice. A voice that carries hope, courage, identity, and humanity from different islands, cultures, and stories. Indonesia rises not as separated voice, but as one shared movement. This is the moment where dreams and growth become collective resonance. Because true growth happens when every voice has the opportunity to rise together.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha in collaboration with IFC Action Women's World Banking. Can Let's we give have a big round round of of applause? That's it. We love that energy and allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Rahma Alia.
And I am Kai Surya, and we have to convey that it's truly an honor to be a part of this momentous and unique occasion where, to be very honest, it is a unique occasion because it's rare to have two female master of ceremonies sharing the same stage.
That is true. Not very often, right? So we are indeed very happy to be here. And as you mentioned, Kai, this occasion is all about celebrating the growing role of women throughout the grassroots economy. Well, every day now we see countless women building businesses, supporting communities, and driving positive change. Today gives us the opportunity to recognize those efforts, share inspiring stories, and highlight why greater inclusion is so important for the future of our economies as well as these societies.
And us being women as well, who wear multiple hats on a daily basis, truly what an honor to be given the opportunity to support ongoing and future initiatives that elevate the presence of women in Indonesia and across Asia. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, please allow us to extend our warmest welcome to our guest of honor, His Excellency Bapak Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, the 6th President of the Republic of Indonesia. Terima kasih banyak Bapak sudah meluangkan waktu dan hadir bersama kami hari ini.
Ya, senang sekali ada Pak SBY di sini. And also would like to welcome Teguh Rifki Harsha, Minister of Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Selamat pagi.
Also, Professor Mari Elka Pangestu, Presidential Special Envoy for International Trade and Multilateral Cooperation and Vice Chairwoman of Indonesia's National Economic Council. Selamat pagi, Ibu.
Next, would like to welcome Nita Anastuti, Head of Financial Inclusion and Green Economy Department.
Also, very good morning. We also have Gita Sabarwal, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Indonesia.
Sandiaga Uno, former Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia.
Rudiantara, former Minister of Communication and Information Technology of the Republic of Indonesia.
Also welcome Ewan Marshall, IFC Country Manager for Indonesia.
Our host for today, Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, founder and CEO of Amartha Financial.
And Siti Ruby Alia Rajasa, welcome and selamat pagi. So ladies and gentlemen, over the past years, the Asia Grassroots Forum has brought together more than 1,000 stakeholders from diverse sectors and geographies, all united by a belief in the transformative power of the grassroots economy. Today, we gather not only to share ideas and experiences, but also to forge stronger partnerships, inspire bold thinking, catalyze actions that will benefit communities across the region and around the globe.
Now, interestingly, Alia, nearly 4 billion people participate in grassroots economy, yet many still face income instability, limited access to financial services, debt stress, and increasing economic and climate change related challenges.
So meaningful discussions that we're going to have today, fresh perspectives as well, and most importantly the ultimate goal is to build genuine relationships and strengthen partnerships that continue long after today's event. So let us use this opportunity as a meeting ground for all stakeholders to turn shared aspirations into meaningful actions.
And most importantly, would like to note and thank all the guests who have come from corners around the world to be here with us today, to take the time. Would like to welcome you to Jakarta.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, and before starting off officially, the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum, let us take a moment to appreciate the story that brought us all together here today.
Dulu saya usaha belum punya warung, alhamdulillah sekarang udah bisa punya warung, buka warung sendiri.
Dulu mah saya jualannya keliling, sekarang udah punya pangkalan.
Terus anak saya ya bisa lanjut sekolah sampai SMK. Tadinya kan mau SMP doang.
Merasa terbantu dengan adanya pinjaman modal ini, warung saya jadi lebih berkembang, lebih mudah mendapatkan modal.
Cuur kay ibu ko oyong udah ramu teh. Kan ibu na bahasa nama kakirangan. Nah, namun ke Amartha jantunnya biasa nyanakan daripada
sebelum pakai aplikasi nggak pernah saya catat, tinggal masukin aja gitu.
lebih rapi, terus jadi tahu pengeluarannya tuh berapa, pemasukan berapa, pengeluaran berapa itu jadi tahu gitu.
The grassroots economy is one of the most powerful engines of growth. In Indonesia, for example, small businesses employ more than 90% of the labor force. Yet, many are still one climate shock, one bad harvest, or one economic disruption away from instability. That's why financial health matters. And when we say financial health, we're really talking about resilience. It's about giving people the financial tools to save, adapt, recover, and invest in their present days as well as their future. And today, inclusive digital finance has the potential to do this at scale and in a way that's commercially viable.
Financial health is critical for grassroots communities because it helps families not only manage day-to-day challenges, but also pursue their aspirations with greater confidence. When people have the right financial tools and protections, they are better able to withstand shocks, grow their assets, save for their children's education, and build a stable home. All of these means creating a more secure and prosperous future for themselves and also for the next generation.
While access matters, we also need to ensure that people and small businesses can actually manage uncertainty, recover from shocks, and build a more secure future. That's really why financial health is so important for grassroots economies, because when people and small businesses are financially healthier, they're not just surviving, they are better positioned to grow, adapt, and thrive. But this cannot be done alone. It takes trust, collaboration, and real commitment across the ecosystem.
Once again, let's give big hands for 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum. It's great to see women, especially in the undeserved area. They're now not only surviving, but they are thriving.
Yes, and interestingly, the mention is financial health, that now that financial tools are readily available, it also requires the knowledge to be able to complete an ecosystem, and also the power that, you know, the empowerment comes from knowledge, how to use these tools smartly as well.
Truly, I agree with you, Kai. Now, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, every meaningful gathering begins with a vision. Today, we are privileged to hear from the individual whose vision gave rise to both Amartha and this important forum. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to the founder and CEO of Amartha Financial, Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, as he delivers the welcoming remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Your Excellencies, the six Presidents of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, Ibu Maria Elka Pangestu, Vice Chairwoman of National Economic Council, Bapak Teguh Rifki Harsha, Minister of Creative Economy, distinguished partners, policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, delegates, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing my deepest gratitude for the privilege of welcoming you to the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum. Today is a particularly meaningful moment for me. I never imagined one day I would host a forum attended by president, minister, investors, and global leaders. Back then, I was just trying to convince people that lending to women was a good idea, lending to women entrepreneurs. Many people thought I was either too idealistic or slightly crazy. Looking back, perhaps both were true. My father was born and raised in a small village in Bone, Sulawesi Selatan. His father, my grandfather, was a school teacher. They live a simple life, but my grandfather carried an extraordinary belief that education could change the future of his family. Through hard work and perseverance, my father became the first in his family to earn a degree in electrical engineering. He left his hometown and moved to Jakarta, a city that represented opportunity for millions of Indonesians seeking for better life. There, he met my mother. She came from Bukit Tinggi, West Sumatra. Her father had also migrated in search of opportunity for the future for his family. My parents come from different corners of Indonesia, but they shared a common dream. They believe deeply in the possibilities of these nations. They believe through the educations, hard work, opportunity, each generation could build a better future than the one before. That belief was reflected even in the name they gave me, Garuda Putra, son of the nation. My father passed away several years ago, but I often think about the dreams that he and my mother had to me. And today, as a father myself, I find myself carrying those same dreams for my own children. When I reflect my family history, I realize it's not unique. It's story of millions of families across Indonesia, across Asia, a story about parents sacrificing for their children, story about one generation creating opportunities for the next, a story about hope. And that is why we gather today. Because at its core, this forum is about the promise of future generations. A few weeks ago, I met one of our borrowers, Amartha, we called Ibu Mitra, in Alor Island, in eastern part of Indonesia. She ran a small weaving business from her home. In fact, the woven fabric she made is the one that I'm wearing today. By conventional standards, there's nothing extraordinary about her business. No technology, no venture capital, no headlines, just a mother trying to build a better future for her family. Her optimism is a reminder of why our work matters here. The world today gives us many reasons to worry. Economic uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, climate risks. We are very privileged to gather in this room and discuss these large and complex issues. But as I sat with her that week, she was not talking about uncertainty. She was talking about how she could save more for her children, futures, how she could create a better future, better life than she is inherited. And I remember thinking, perhaps those who face the greatest challenges are often the ones who hold strongest belief in a better tomorrow. Over the last 16 years, I have privileged meeting millions of grassroots entrepreneurs across Indonesia, in every remote part of this nation. And through the conversations, I've learned something important. Grassroots entrepreneurs see the world differently. While others see uncertainty, they see possibility. While others see obstacles, they see solutions. While others wait for change, they build it. That's the genuine power of resilience. The spirit is not unique to Indonesia. And across Asia, millions of entrepreneurs wake up every morning with the same determinations to support their families, to contribute to their communities, to create opportunities to build a better future. Yet, we also know that this is not an easy moment for Asia, and millions of small businesses also continue to struggle during this period of time. But history teaches us something important. Every period of uncertainty creates opportunity for those who are willing to build. But history teaches us something important. Every period of uncertainty creates new opportunity for those who are willing to build. That's why I remain optimistic. Not because of the challenge ahead, but because I have seen firsthand the resilience, the creativity, the determinations of the entrepreneurs across region. I believe entrepreneurship remains one of the most powerful forces for progress. I believe innovations remain one of the most effective tools for solving society's problems. And I believe communities remain one of the greatest source of our strengths. This is why we are here together today. This forum was created that meaningful progress happen when builders come together. Entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers, academics, community leaders, innovators, different background, different perspective, which means today we will probably have at least 10 different definitions of impact. But it's okay. Today, we will discuss about entrepreneurships, innovations, AI, financial health, capital, futures of Asia's economy. But I think more important, we will discuss how to continue building despite uncertainty, how to help more entrepreneurs thriving, how to ensure innovations benefit for the many, and how to create a stronger pathways for the next generations of builders. People like the mother I met in Alor, She may never attend a forum like this. She may never stand on this stage, but the conversations we have, the partnership we build, and the action we take will shape the opportunity for people like her. And that is our responsibility. Because at the end of the day, the true measure of progress is not how fast the top of the pyramid grows, but how far the base of the pyramid rises. And that is why I'm proud to share an important milestone also today. Together with our partners, we are launching the Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health, a platform that brings together private sector leaders, development partners, policymakers, researchers, ecosystem builders that share the missions, improving financial health of Indonesian family and small businesses. We hope this coalition become a platform for collective actions, helping turn economic growth into stronger families, more resilient communities, and greater opportunities for future generations. Thank you for believing in the power of entrepreneurships, innovations, and community. Thank you for being part of this journey. I wish you all a meaningful and inspiring dialogue. My name is Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, founder and CEO of Amartha. Welcome to the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum.
Thank you very much, Pak Taufan, for this opening remark. Very inspiring.
Yes, indeed.
I would like to note one quote that I took away is, in times of uncertainty, it is an opportunity for those who are willing to build.
Yes. And also there's a very sticking in my mind already, that analogy. When you build a pyramid, it's not about how far or how fast the top is going to grow up, but how strong the foundations are going to be built.
Yes, and we look forward to be able to share so much wisdom, knowledge gained from experts who have flown to Jakarta from all across the globe. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, just in time for us to continue this agenda, it is now time to our very first special session of the day.
Yes.
Salah satu sesi yang sudah ditunggu-tunggu tentunya. Please join me, ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming our guests of honor to the stage today to deliver his special remarks. Join me in welcoming warmly to the stage His Excellency Bapak Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, 6th President of the Republic of Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bung Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, founder and CEO of Amartha, and also Bapak Rudiantara, President Commissioner of Amartha, and also former Minister for Communication and Information Technology. Honorable Bapak Tuku Rifki Harsha, Minister of Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Honorable Ian Marshall, IFC Country Manager Indonesia and Timor-Leste. Honorable Gita Sabarwal, UN Resident Coordinator, Indonesia. And last but not least, my good friend, Professor Dr. Mari Elka Pangestu, Vice Chairwoman of the National Economic Council, and also former Minister for Trade and Minister for Tourism and Creative Economy. I also recognize the presence of many members of the Indonesian Parliament, many former ministers, and other friends and colleagues. Distinguished leaders, policymakers, entrepreneurs, innovators, investors, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to join the Asia Grassroots Forum today. This forum discusses an issue that is becoming increasingly important, not only for Asia, but for the future of the global economy itself. How we build resilient, inclusive, and sustainable growth in a world that is becoming more uncertain and fragmented. The world today is entering a new era of uncertainty. For many decades after the Cold War, the world experienced an era of expanding globalizations. Trade increased rapidly, economic integration deepened, technology accelerated growth, international cooperation, despite its imperfection, generally moved forward. Many countries in Asia benefited enormously from that period. The good times for all of us. But today, the global environment is changing profoundly. Geopolitical rivalry is intensifying. War and conflicts continue in different parts of the world. Economic fragmentation is becoming more visible. Protectionism is returning. Supply chains are being reorganized. Climate disruptions is accelerating. At the same time, technological transformation, especially artificial intelligence and digitalization, is moving faster than many societies and institutions can fully absorb. In many ways, uncertainty is no longer temporary. It is becoming order of the day. And this uncertainty affects not only governments and financial markets, it affects ordinary people, workers, farmers, young people, entrepreneurs, and communities trying to navigate a rapidly changing world. This is why leadership matters more than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, for emerging economies, especially in Asia, the real question today is no longer simply how to grow fast. The real question is this: how do we build growth that remains resilient, inclusive, and sustainable in a fragmented world? Because growth alone is no longer enough. A country may achieve impressive economic numbers, yet still experiencing widening inequality, declining trust, and social fragmentation. Therefore, the challenge before us is not merely economic expansion. The challenge is building resilient societies in an era of disruption. And here, I believe that Asia possesses an important advantage. Across Southeast Asia, despite our differences in political system, economic structures, and national histories, many of our societies share similar grassroots realities. From Indonesia to Vietnam, from the Philippines to Thailand, millions of micro, small, and medium enterprises form the backbone of our economies. They are the food vendors, family-owned shops, small manufacturers, farmers, fishermen, logistic operators, digital entrepreneurs, and local businesses that sustain daily economic life across our region. Too often, however, these grassroots economies are viewed merely as informal sectors or recipients of assistance. I believe this perspective is incomplete because in times of uncertainty, the resilience of nation is ultimately built from below. When global shocks occur, large systems may weaken, capital may become cautious, international market may fluctuate, but grassroots communities continue to adapt, to survive, and to rebuild. This is why empowering micro, small, and medium enterprises is not merely a social agenda. It is strategic economic agenda. Countries that strengthen grassroots entrepreneurship will possess stronger resilience, broader economic participation, and greater social stability. Ladies and gentlemen, during my time as a president of Indonesia, I witnessed firsthand how resilient at the grassroots level became critically important during period of crisis. Indonesia faced many difficult moments. We managed the aftermath of the Asia-Pacific Asian financial crisis, 1997-1998. We confronted terrorism. We experienced devastating natural disaster, including the tsunami in Aceh in 2004. Later, we navigated the global financial crisis of 2008. Those were not easy years. But one important lesson emerged repeatedly. In times of crisis, nations become stronger when ordinary people remain economically active, socially connected, and hopeful about the future. That is why during my presidency, we work not only to maintain macroeconomic stability, but also to expand economic participation, strengthen democratic institutions, reduce poverty, and widen opportunity. And Indonesia learned another important lesson. Inclusion is not only a moral objective. Inclusion is also an economic strategy. Today, technology gives emerging Asia a historic opportunity to accelerate inclusion. Digital finance, mobile banking, e-commerce, and digital platform can help millions of small entrepreneurs to access market, financing, education, and opportunity in ways that were unimaginable. A small entrepreneur in a village can now reach customers across the nation through a smartphone. A young innovator can build a business without massive capital. A farmer can gain direct access to market information. A woman entrepreneur can participate more fully in the formal economy. Technology can become a powerful equalizer, but only if inclusion remains at the center of our strategy. Because technology can also deepen inequality if access remains concentrated only among the privileged. Therefore, the future we build must not only be digitally advanced, it must also be socially balanced. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the next growth model for emerging Asia. The future cannot rely forever on low-cost labor, commodity dependence, and consumption-driven growth alone. The next chapter of Asia development must be driven by productivity, entrepreneurship, innovation, digitalization, and stronger human capital. In the future, competitiveness will no longer depend only on who produces cheaply. It will depend on who adapts quickly, who innovates continuously, who invests in people, and who builds trust and resilience amid uncertainty. This transformation requires leadership with long-term visions. Allow me now to share several reflections about leadership in times of uncertainty. Having served as a president during period of crisis and transition, I learned that strong leadership is not only about managing crisis. Strong leadership is about preserving trust, once again trust, and creating opportunity amid disruptions. First, leadership must remain calm during uncertainty. Fear spreads quickly in difficult time. Panic weakens institutions. A leader must remain composed, honest, and clear about direction. Second, leadership must combine pragmatism with principles. In a complex world, nations must remain adaptive and realistic, but pragmatism without values can easily become opportunism. Leaders must continue to uphold peace, justice, humanity, and responsibility. Third, leadership must think long-term. One of the greatest dangers in modern politics is short-termism. Sustainable progress requires patience, human capital development, institutional reform, climate resilience, and innovation ecosystem cannot be built overnight. True leadership requires the courage to think beyond immediate political cycles. And fourth, leadership must remain inclusive. Growth that benefits only a narrow segment of society will eventually produce instability. Sustainable societies are societies where people feel included in progress and connected to opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also why Indonesia and ASEAN have an increasingly important role in today's world. At a time when major powers are becoming more polarized, Southeast Asia must continue to serve as a region of balance, dialogue, and cooperation. Indonesia has long embraced an independent and active foreign policy. We believe in engagement, not confrontation. We believe in bridge building, not zero-sum rivalry. And ASEAN, despite all its diversity, continues to demonstrate that different nations, cultures, political systems, and economic models can still cooperate peacefully. This is not always easy, but it is deeply valuable. In a fragmented world, ASEAN's relevance is growing. Not because ASEAN is the strongest military bloc, we are not military bloc, but because ASEAN represents moderation, stability, and strategic balance. And perhaps that is one of Asia's most important contributions to the world today. I remain optimistic about Asia's future, about Indonesia's future. Not because the challenges before us are small, they are enormous. But Asia possesses extraordinary strength, a young population, dynamic entrepreneurs, expanding digital ecosystem, resilient societies, and tremendous human energy. And this energy exists not only in large cities or major corporations. It exists in villages, in local communities, in small businesses, in young innovators, and in millions of ordinary people who continue to build, work, and hope despite uncertainty. The future of Asia will not be determined only by government or global corporation. It will also be shaped by millions of entrepreneurs, innovators, and communities across our region. And if Asia can combine inclusion, innovation, resilience, and wise leadership, I believe our region can become one of the world's most important engines of sustainable growth and global stability in the decades ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to conclude with this final thought. History teaches us that periods of uncertainty can either divide societies or strengthening them. The outcome depends on leadership. If we choose narrow rivalry, fragmentation will deepen. But if we choose cooperation over confrontation, inclusion over exclusion, and long-term vision over short-term reaction, then uncertainty can become an opportunity for renewal. And I believe Asia has the wisdom, resilience, and human capacity to help shape a more balanced, peaceful, and sustainable future. A future built not only from the top, but also from the grassroots. I thank you.
His Excellency Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, thank you very much for a very inspiring words. Kindly remain on the stage. And on behalf of everyone present, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to His Excellency Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono for your thoughtful, inspiring address, and thank you for sharing your wisdom, experience, and vision with us, and for setting a meaningful tone for today's gathering.
Yes, and to extend our heartfelt gratitude for your presence here with us today, we'd like to invite Bapak Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, founder and CEO of Amartha Financial, to give a token of appreciation to our guest of honor. Then, of course, naturally proceed to commemorate this moment with a photo op. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, His Excellency, who is the 6th President of the Republic of Indonesia.
And just to recap what His Excellency Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono just told us now, in the middle of this fragmented world, uncertainty has become the rule of the game. And the real question is, how can we create an economic ecosystem and societies that are resilient and inclusive? In the time of the shocks, grassroots societies are needed to adapt and withstand those turbulences. Expand economic participation, thus reduce poverty. And the actors that can do this elevation are actually women as the heart of societies. Women who are empowered to be productive and their entrepreneurship also elevated. And this transformative action needs committed leaders.
Yes, and speaking of leadership, His Excellency also mentioned that we are at a point of transformation that requires leaders to reevaluate their perception of change and the culture in the way they lead through to make this change happen. Growth. Now, frameworks that would survive the test of uncertainty and protect the most vulnerable, of course, more than that, but give them the space to thrive, which hopefully would prompt to points of further discussion, the factors required to achieve this, and the implementing a strategy that is a vision that caters to elevate entrepreneurship, especially in communities. Now, as I would like to quote His Excellency, inclusion is no longer a moral responsibility, but it becomes a strategic vision that will evolve the grassroots economy, and people are still the center of the strategy. We hope, ladies and gentlemen, all participants, that today's forum that has been designed to cater to talk about these prompts through knowledge exchange and would resolve through cooperation over confrontation. Yes.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, today marks more than the launch of an initiative. It marks the beginning of a shared journey toward empowering communities and advancing financial health for all. Before we officially launch the Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health, let us direct our attention to the screen for a short video that sets a stage for this important milestone.
More than 80% of adults worldwide now have access to at least a financial account. However, financial access is a means, not an end goal, of economic well-being for everyone. The question remains, how can we move forward from access to empowerment, from inclusion to financial health and well-being? To answer this, we must first understand what financial health truly means. A financial health approach focuses on enhancing outcomes by delivering customer-centered solutions, fostering a more inclusive and sustainable financial ecosystem that supports financial stability, resilience, and long-term prosperity for everyone. As the United Nations Secretary General's Special Advocate for Financial Health, Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands focuses on transforming the financial system to support financial health. The UN SGSA and partners envision a financial system that helps all people meet their daily needs, strengthen resilience, invest in their futures, and build long-term prosperity and confidence. During the UN SGSA's official country visit to Indonesia in November 2025, she visited Amartha clients in Central Java to hear about how Amartha's products and services have improved their financial health and helped foster the growth of their MSMEs. She also spoke with Amartha leadership about the importance of gathering partners to scale financial health initiatives across Indonesia and the region, particularly in underserved communities. Following the leadership of the UNSGSA, Amartha collaborates with global stakeholders, including development finance institutions, banks, academic communities, NGOs, and non-bank financial service providers to serve millions of Indonesians and advance their journey toward greater financial well-being. This shared commitment is a core foundation of the Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, in Indonesia, we have a saying, tak kenal maka tak sayang. There is no closeness without the knowing. And here to share about the Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health. Distinguished guests, please welcome to the stage Bapak Arya Widianto, Head of the Secretariat of ICFH.
Thank you. The Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health brings together government, private sectors, civil society organizations, and global partners to advance a more inclusive, resilient, and equitable financial system, one that contributes meaningfully to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Guided by the vision of the United Nations Secretary General Special Advocate for Financial Health, the UNSGSA, Amartha is committed to championing bold policy and market innovations that place financial health at the center of financial services, national collaborations, and regulatory dialogue. The coalition seeks to empower underserved communities, including women entrepreneurs, micro and small business owners, and smallholder farmers to build long-term financial resilience, stability, and prosperity. And to achieve this vision, the coalition will focus on 3 pillars of collective actions. First, research and evidence generation, building a robust Indonesia-led knowledge platform that produces actionable, gender-intentional, and grassroots-grounded insights to inform policies, innovations, and practice in advancing financial health. Secondly, the Financial Health Innovation Hub, creating a living laboratory for inclusive finance and technology, where the public and private sectors can co-create, test, and scale innovative solutions that deliver measurable improvements in financial health outcomes. And the third, the convening platform, leveraging the Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha as a flagship platform to bring together policymakers, financial institutions, fintech companies, investors, development partners, grassroots leaders around a shared agenda for financial health. And today marks more than the launch of a coalition. It marks the beginning of a movement, one that seeks to ensure that every individual, every family, and every entrepreneur has the opportunity not only to access financial services, but to achieve true financial health and lasting prosperity. With this shared vision and commitment, the Secretariat of the Coalition is honored to recognize and welcome distinguished group of multi-stakeholder leaders and institutions as the founding members of the Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health, whose collective leadership will help shape a future where financial well-being is accessible for all. They are Amartha as the initiator and the chairman of the coalition, UNSGSA, Women's World Banking, Center for Financial Inclusion by Axion, Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth, Cherish SPTF, Kumpul Impact, SME Finance Forum by AFC, and BNext. So we'd like to invite representative of these institutions to inaugurate the launch.
Yes, right. To march the launch of the Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health, we invite the representatives of the founding members of the coalition to the stage and joined by distinguished representatives from the government and supporting organizations.
All right. Now we will have Bapak Andi Taufan, who founder and CEO of Amartha Financial.
And also let's welcome Ibu Nancy Wijaya, Policy Advisor, UNSGSA.
Ms. Angelique Timman, Regional Head for Southeast Asia, Women's World Banking.
Jayashree Venkatasan, Vice President of Consumer Protection and Strategic Industry Engagement, Center for Financial Inclusion at Axion.
Subhasini Chandran, Senior Vice President, Social Impact, APEMEA, Mastercard Center for Inclusive Growth.
Nitin Madan, Director of the Responsible Inclusive Finance Facility, Southeast Asia, Ceres plus SPTF.
Faye Wongso, Founder and Chairperson of Kumpul Impact.
Vito Rahdianto, Executive Director, Koalisi Ekonomi Membumi.
Dirk van Kwakebeke, Managing Partner of BNext. And now that we've kindly invited all members of the coalition to stand before us in front of their respective pedestals and hold the golden coin that has been prepared. Please raise the coin that you are holding so we all can see them. Yes?
Right.
And now on our count, right, Alia? All the members of the coalition are invited to place the golden coin into the chicken money box as a symbol of our launch. Hold on.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I know everyone is very excited.
Yeah, we want to invite everyone to do the countdown together. Are you ready?
You ready?
All right.
All right.
In
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, a well-deserved round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health.
And we would like to invite all the members to come to center stage with their chicken money boxes. Don't forget the chicken money boxes
Yes.
to come center stage for a photo op to commemorate
the shared collaboration.
this shared collaboration, this historic shared collaboration.
This is actually the first step in
Yes.
order to achieve financial health, which is to put the coin into the money box.
Yes. Big
All right.
hearty smiles.
There it is, from ear to ear, big smiles. And also we'd like to invite His Excellency Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono one more time to the stage to join the photo opportunity with everyone.
Sebuah kehormatan Bapak masih ada bersama kita untuk bisa merayakan, to
Betul sekali.
celebrate a
This is
new
also
beginning.
a symbol of his commitment to the shared goals.
Placing the gold coin into the chicken money box symbolizes this exact collective contribution of shared prosperity, the spirit of collaboration in strengthening financial health available and accessible for all.
That's right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We kindly invite you to return to your seats, taking your chicken money box along as you do so.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You may return to your seats. Terima kasih banyak. Of course, to all the founding members. Now that the coalition was launched, it was launched by an alliance of 8 global and Indonesian organizations to strengthen financial resilience and health for underserved communities all across Indonesia.
And at its core, the coalition seeks to transform the way financial inclusion is approached, moving beyond access alone and focusing on meaningful financial outcomes through bold policy advocacy, market innovation, and strategic partnerships. ICFH will champion solutions that place financial health at the heart of financial services, public policy, and national development efforts.
This brings together leaders from the financial inclusion, development, technology, impact investing, academics, and policy sectors, where ICFH aims to accelerate research, innovation, and cross-sector collaboration to help women entrepreneurs, micro business owners, smallholder farmers, and other underserved communities build greater financial resilience, security, and long-term well-being.
And would like to thank one more time to His Excellency Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono for his contribution to this event and gracing this event as well. One more time, terima kasih Bapak Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono telah memberikan waktu dan menghadiri acara ini.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded the opening ceremony of today's festivity. And what a heartful opening ceremony it is. And certainly we have now come to one of the key highlights of today's forum. That is the very first highly anticipated panel discussion. This one is about envisioning a path to inclusive growth and prosperity for all.
Well, this session will explore how cross-sector collaboration can help strengthen grassroots economies, expand financial inclusion, and create sustainable opportunities for communities across Asia.
Yes. Now, before we welcome the moderator and, of course, all the keynote speakers, because I understand that some of the keynote speakers are still outside of the room, I think it's good that we summarize slightly a bit more of what this Indonesian coalition is about. Do you remember the pillars that they have mentioned before, Alia?
Well, is it a test for me? I remember 3 pillars at the least. So the first one is the research and evidence generation, which is creating a strong foundation of data and insights to better understand and measure financial health outcomes. Do you remember any of other points?
Yes, I do. So one of the other pillars is about financial health innovation hub that fosters innovation, testing new models and scaling solutions that delivers measurable improvements in the financial well-being.
Yes, and the last pillar is convening platform, building a collaborative ecosystem that connects stakeholders, drives collective action, and advances a national movement for financial health. And let's use this forum to do that, to meet everyone, the stakeholders, and to make bold actions in the future. So let's not just stay in this room as wordings and, goals, but also meaningful actions.
This forum is catered for network and sharing of knowledge. As you can see, we have prepared the foyer with partners who are ready to showcase, the products that have been impacted directly by the availability and access to financial services that have been provided by, today's organizations who are contributed to today's event.
That's true. As far as I know, there is one jamu stand outside. Yeah, maybe you should try that. Maybe you're tired after flying from far away to Jakarta. That's a good herbal drink to try.
And I understand next door there is a specific room dedicated to networking. And also downstairs, please also remember that this forum is not just on this floor, but downstairs there will also be, more booths that showcases products of partners, and also other roundtable discussions that could also bring about fruitful experiences and exchange of knowledge that has already been provided by the team. It is a full day event. It's like a think tank of information catered to making sure that when we step out of this forum, hopefully we have new ideas that can be executed.
Yes, my favorite part of this event is actually how this forum meets everyone, stakeholders that probably would not meet if not in this forum or in this room, institutional bodies meeting with Indonesian grassroots entrepreneurs.
Yes.
So that is something that is very unique, and that is very Asia grassroots event. And this year we were taking the topic of financial health. Not only it enables to get access to the societies and the grassroots, but also to make sure the path is also strategic for them.
Yes, and financial well-being is being broken down to many panel discussions that you will hear today from various stakeholders that are active in making sure that the next generation will be seeing evidence of what we plan here today. You can say that.
That's right.
At this moment, we are still waiting for a few of our panelists of the upcoming panel to be able to enter the room again. So we will start the panels very shortly. But as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who perhaps would require a translation device and you haven't had the chance to take them, this is an opportunity to do so. We have available for you translation devices from English to Indonesian that is at the table in the back, close to
the right
entrance
corner
door,
of this
at the right
room.
corner, yes. Alia, you've mentioned before that today is also a momentous day because yesterday when we were just preparing, I think our friends from Amartha actually mentioned something very interesting and very important. This is the very first of its kind, this forum. And also because we have guests that believe and trust this forum to gain knowledge, to network, to also benefit not only their institutions, but hopefully the communities of their own countries. I heard that we have participants flying all flying here into Jakarta from all across the globe, from all continents, I've heard, not just from across Asia.
Other continents as well. That is amazing. I mean, when we heard Pak Taufan spoke earlier on the stage, he was the one who actually did the talk and also walked the talk. So there are now a lot of areas, remote areas in Indonesia where women are actually the one who withstand the family sustainability. they have made their ways for these women to actually plan for their financial health. Not only they want to know what to eat tomorrow, but also how are their kids going to continue their education higher each year.
And in times of uncertainty, the one thing that every family wants is to thrive. Or not only to survive, but given a space to and the means to be able to thrive. And we have seen from testimonies in the videos that has been shown today that Amartha has built years and years of directly going from village to village, directly speaking and educating and networking and meeting with women all across Indonesia and beyond to really see what it is they need or what knowledge they might require or even give new knowledge so that they will have the means to be able to thrive.
Yes. Now we are getting ready to step into our very first plenary session. And let's be reminded again of what the topic is, Kai.
Yes, envisioning a path to inclusive growth and prosperity for all. This is a session that will explore how cross-sector collaboration can help strengthen grassroots economies, expand financial inclusion, and create sustainable opportunities for communities across Asia.
Well, I can't wait anymore. We are about to begin what promises to be a highly insightful discussion. After hearing from our panelists, though, we will continue with an interactive Q&A session where you can further explore the ideas, experiences, and perspectives shared on the stage. And leading today's conversation is one of Indonesia's most distinguished media personalities, Desi Anwar, Senior Anchor and Director at CNN Indonesia. Hi, Mbak Desi. It's great
Hello,
to see you
Desi.
today.
It's an honor to have you open our first panel discussion. And joining her on stage are exceptional group of leaders and change makers whose expertise and experiences will enrich today's conversation. It is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists, Bapak Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, founder and CEO of Amartha Financial.
And also let's welcome Iwan Marshall, IFC Country Manager Indonesia.
We have Professor Mari Elka Pangestu, Presidential Special Envoy for International Trade and Multilateral Cooperation, Vice Chairwoman, National Economic Council, former Minister of Trade, and former Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia.
And the very last speaker, of course, not the least, Gita Sabarwal, UN Resident Coordinator, Indonesia. So without further ado, let's hand over the stage to Desi Anwar. Take it away.
Thank you very much, my beautiful MCs. Hello, good morning, everybody. How are you? And I'm glad to see those chicken money boxes because they remind me of my childhood days. And the trick is you're supposed to completely fill up what we call celengan. And then when the time comes and then you have something really big and special that you want to spend your money on, you sort of break it like, whew. So I hope your chicken money boxes will be full very, very soon. And once again, a very big welcome to this plenary forum. The title is Envisioning a Path to Inclusive Growth and Prosperity for All. My name is Desi Anwar and I'm really, really thrilled to moderate. I think this is a very important and especially in these volatile times for this kind of discussion to take place. And as we know, and we've heard from our former president's speech earlier, Asia is still growing. It's posting a steady growth. Even in Indonesia, we are still posting that growth, and financial access is getting wider, and there's now more connectivity. And particularly for Indonesia, grassroots economies are contributing to the growth of the region, particularly in Indonesia. The micro, small, medium enterprises make up the bulk of our economic engine. We call it sort of the spine of the growth in these countries, employing more than 90% of our labor forces and also driving growth in the country. However, the question is, does access to finance equal and lead to real opportunities? Does it include the creation of financial health and economic growth on the grassroots levels? Does it make real changes, particularly to the women in the rural areas, where they can actually become financially not only independent, but also able to make their own financial decisions? And these are some of the questions that we will be addressing today. And as former President SBY said earlier, it's no longer about growing fast. It's now about growing with resilience, with financial health, with inclusivity, and of course with sustainability. So a very big welcome to our speakers today from the government, from financial institutions, leaders of economies, and of course from Amartha, who's hosting this forum. Let's start with you. And you have, for 16 years, okay, Amartha has been helping at the grassroots levels, creating financial access for most of the ones that conventional banks, that big banks cannot reach. Now, tell me a little bit, in more than just financial access, what do you see are the opportunities there to improve these recipients of the financial help to better themselves, to increase their prosperity, to really scale up? And also, what are the main challenges that are still existing currently? Silakan.
Okay, thank you, Bu Desi. Throughout our journey, learnings about the grassroots, their challenges, their struggles, but we also see opportunities definitely. And when we talk about opportunities, the majority populations of Indonesia means a very massive numbers, but huge numbers means nothing if we couldn't unlock the value of it. And when that's actually the opportunities that we can leverage from here. We have millions of micro small businesses, but they are trapped in a low productive activities. So they are struggling on the regular, the traditional farming, when they are home industry owners creating crackers. They just doing all the regular or selling products only within the neighborhoods, within the village. However, we are in the growing digital economy, but they are still disconnected with this opportunity on e-commerce, on selling product to bigger markets, and including when we talk about if we have opportunities like Indonesia with massive maritimes and also agriculture sectors, we still we can say we are still left behind compared to any other countries in the regions, compared to Thailand, Vietnam, where they're already very much advanced for export-oriented products. So these opportunities that we have now, it's if we're really able to unlock the opportunity, is not only about helping this the smallholder farmers atau these traditional sellers, but also if we can increase a little bit, we can really significantly increase the volume of the economic growth in these countries. And now if we talk about the barriers also, apart from the productivity trap, also we talk about financial health, at least financial vulnerability. Even if there is any climate shocks, if there is any health emergency, all the hard work for years can wipe out all of their hard work. I think that's really a challenge that we face today.
But Tavan, talk to us very quickly about some of most of the people that you've helped are actually women, women entrepreneurs. When you talk about barriers, and especially in Indonesia, you mentioned we're not as advanced as in other Asian countries. what are specifically the barriers that they're facing, particularly in the regions? Of course, there's the traditional, the cultural barriers as well as the education and the social aspect. Could you tell us some of the really major barriers and what is the best way to address it? Because I think this is a fundamental issue in creating financial wealth.
Okay, I think when we talk about Indonesia, when we talk about Java, outside Java, it's very different situations, conditions that we see. If we talk about Sulawesi, remote part of the Sumatra, it's still very left behind in many parts in terms of infrastructures, in terms of understandings of the digital literacy, in terms of using smartphones even. Why they can use smartphone, the reason why people use smartphone is more for us, it's the value that we use technology is not there yet in the value that they can receive.
Any success stories you can tell? Any success story, and maybe that way we can actually pinpoint what are the success factors needed in order to get them into the financial health.
I learned from one of our borrowers in recently in Nusa Tenggara Timur. It's so they live in the Alor. Alor, it's like if you go to Nusa Tenggara and another 1 hour flights to that islands, and then what we see there is as simple as now if we want to buy pulsa 5,000 rupiah, we can buy at price of 5,000 rupiah. But for Indonesian people in this remote island, they need to buy pulsa instead of 5,000, they buy for 8,000 rupiah. So it's still why they need to pay much higher price if there is a knowledge for them that they can pay much affordable price, and then including if you want to in terms of access to working capital, the working capital is we can provide as big amount as much as we can. If we give 20 million, 10 million rupiah a loan facility for people in Java, we can also give to people in South Sulawesi and middle of Sumatra. But the problems is the productivity gap.
So the productivity gap.
Yeah, the economic activities that they run is not possible. And the problems is they are not really connected to the higher value chains where they can sell much higher product, where they can get more stable price of the product that they sell. That's so the reality.
There's still a lot of barriers, and we said so the access itself is not the main point. The main point is actually generating that sort of financial health and well-being that we need. And let's go over to you, you and Marshall. You as the IFC country manager for Indonesia and Timor-Leste. How are you, by the way?
Very well, thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you for having us here, Tovan. It's great to be here again and in support of Amartha and this event.
Yeah, and it's an important topic, don't you think? These days and age, particularly when we are seeing not just in we talk about the global economic crisis that we're facing, but at the grassroots levels, it really is. If we can move the needle on the economic growth and resilience, it would make a big difference, wouldn't it? I mean, you've been helping, investing billions in Indonesia over the years. What would you say about, has it moved the needles, your investment, and is it, particularly in Indonesia, is it making a difference for financial health?
So thank you. I mean, so from IFC's perspective, IFC is we're the private sector arm of the World Bank Group. So our role is to support private companies. And we absolutely believe, and I think it's consistent with what we've heard so far today, that the private sector is the engine of growth. It is the engine of job creation. That's going to improve people's livelihoods. For businesses to grow and to develop, finance is the lifeblood. So if I think about what we do in the financial sector, Indonesia has seen huge progress, I think, in terms of access, and we've talked about that. We've seen account ownership go up. We've seen the advances through Curious, which is connecting merchants across the ecosystem. But we know that resilience is still weak. We know that people are starting to save less, that we have paycheck to paycheck. But at the system level, I think we are still some way from being able to support real private sector growth. Our system as a whole is half the size of Brazil. We're not putting enough credit out. So from an IFC perspective, how do we think about engaging? We don't lend directly. We work through intermediaries. And so we try and work across the financial sector. We do work with commercial banks. We do work with larger companies, and we do try and support their ability to provide credit where it is needed. And we try and support them to provide credit in different ways. The first sustainability type initiatives, the first gender bonds, the first social bonds. And then we work with non-bank financial institutions, and we're really proud to be supporting Amartha because we see what they can do in terms of being able to reach the grassroots communities. And one of the things that we try to do, and where we're very proud of our work together with Amartha, is that Amartha have demonstrated an ability to take large amounts of capital and transform that into a service that works at the grassroots level.
Tovan mentioned about the gap. I mean, the financial access is one thing, but moving on to financial health and job creating, ecosystem is another thing. Now, how do you see Indonesia when it comes to actually scaling up or increasing that subsistence levels that financial access gives, but kind of giving it that nudge to create more productivity, to actually create that good quality jobs that can actually move that needle for economic growth? I mean, how effective are you acting as that bridge?
So it's a wonderful question, and I think it is the question of the times. And I think our president talked about this. He talked about the need for productivity, entrepreneurship, digital innovation, human capital. When I listen to the president of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, talking, he talks about jobs as the single biggest challenge of our time and the need to create jobs. 1.2 billion young people will enter the workforce over the next 10 years. And on current projections, there's 400 million jobs available. When we think about Indonesia, we've made enormous strides in terms of the unemployment rate, but underemployment remains a challenge. When I look at youth unemployment, if the national average is 5%, youth unemployment at 18%. If I think about middle-class jobs, we're seeing them shrinking as a percentage. So how do we think about this? Again, we think about this from a systems perspective. The McKinsey did a recent report, and what they showed that large and medium-sized enterprises are drivers of job creation. And jobs are what create livelihoods. So on the one hand, we are working at that middle of the pyramid. We talked about the pyramid. There's the top, there's the middle, and there's the bottom, and there's a missing middle. And we do need to create productive, private sector, medium-sized companies. And so I think Indonesia has a dearth there relative to other markets of similar sizes and economic development. But if we can do that, then we can start to link value chains. And it's those businesses that can reach down. Then we can start to find that formal connection to the entrepreneurs that organizations like Amartha are supporting. So from an IFC perspective, we're looking at this from a whole of system approach. I'd say a couple of things. One is red tape and regulation. We are trying, together with the World Bank, to find ways to simplify the ruling. And they disproportionately affect smaller businesses. It's complicated. It's costly. How do we make that easier? We're thinking about investments in digital infrastructure. If we want to connect to a 21st century economy, we have to do it with 21st century technology, the deployment of fiber optic cables, the ability to deliver 5G type services. We talk about human capital.
Yeah.
Indonesia, one of the challenges that we've noted is while we're seeing men and women enter the workforce, disproportionately higher numbers of women are dropping out of the workforce. How do we maintain that? How can we be a productive economy when half of our talent is leaving? So how do you develop a care economy? How do you help to keep both men and women productive and engaged in the economy? And then finally, it is through the financial sector and what we talked about before.
Okay, great. But let me just skip to you directly to you, Geeta, as the UN resident coordinator. Let's follow up on this. Now that we have financial access, we should be moving to the financial health aspect itself. Now, could you share us and tell us how this can be done, and how do you define financial health, and particularly when it comes to a lot of the drivers of the economies and the grassroots levels are actually driven by women. So what can be done so that we can jump to a financial health that is sustainable and creates well-being?
Thanks, Ibu Desi. It's a great question, and before I get into that, I wanted to thank the participants for this forum. It's an excellent opportunity to bring investors, fintech, young innovators, development partners together to debate and discuss how we can invest in, how we can secure major breakthroughs for financial resilience. We are at a, what you call it, unprecedented geopolitical shifts is what we are seeing. And when we were just talking about this earlier, it's impacting countries, it's impacting economies, it's impacting private sector, and it's impacting people across the world. And this is the time when we need bold vision from development partners like ourselves. And we also need to make bold choices on the kinds of instruments that can secure financial resilience for vulnerable communities. I want to come at this from the perspective of the UN, and I want to speak to three pathways that we believe are critical that need to be addressed. But before I say that, I want to preface it with what the UN Secretary General Special Advocate for Financial Health, when she was in the country last year, end of last year, she met with the president, and the president made two important points. He said, we need to invest in a structured and strong national strategy for financial health. And we need a platform, exactly the kind of platform that Amartha pulled together today, high-level platform that drives coordination, alignment, and implementation at scale. That was what he was emphasizing. We are at, if we are serious about achieving the 8% growth, we obviously need to invest in financial health, given that roughly about half the population is economically vulnerable. I want to come at this from the perspective that you've got nearly universal internet access in this country, and you've got the advantage of demographic weight. So
Sorry, do you think you could hold up your microphone closer to your mouth so we can all hear?
Okay.
That's much
So
better.
speaking at it from those two perspectives, the first kind of pathway is investing in micro and small enterprises. It's a no-brainer, right? In the context of Indonesia and in the context of pretty much all of Asia. You've got, they create 90% of the jobs. Over 60% of these small and micro enterprises are led by women. I mean, which other country do you see enterprises, the scale of enterprises being led by women, right? They are an important shock absorber, especially when we see economic downturns, not just here in Indonesia, but across Asia. Having said that, and this is the UNCTAD e-assessment study that they have done, which shows that 1 in 4 of these micro and small enterprises have access to credit. Less than 20% have intermediate ICT skill sets, which are extremely crucial for engaging with digital platforms, right? And the financial tools that we speak to. We've also got less than 10% of them using digital tools for financial planning, for cross-border marketing and for customer engagement, right? So it's not the supply side, it's the demand side of the equation that we as development partners need to invest in, because this is extremely critical to ensure that women and micro enterprises can leverage these digital tools and financial platforms for financial resilience, whether it's for markets, whether it's for enterprise planning, or for invest or and for other purposes, right? It's extremely critical. The second thing that we need to do, and this is critical, is we've got roughly about half the population under the age of 30. They are living their lives online, in the online space. And you know, given the work that IFC does, my feeling is we need to not just work with traditional financial institutions, we need to increasingly look at the non-traditional financial institutions, especially the fintech that is emerging, right? We need to shape their thinking. We need to work with young innovators as part of this field. We want them to think big and think smart, to be able to generate tools, leveraging digital platforms that ensure financial resilience. And the last frontier that I feel that we need to break into is the whole area of market-based microinsurance. Right? It's largely state-led insurance across Asia. And I feel that unless and until we bridge this protection gap, which is huge, right? In a country, across Asia, it's 2 in 10 that have access to a broad range of insurance mechanisms. In the context of Indonesia, it's roughly about 1 in 10, right? But broadly, it's the same. Protection gap remains huge. Despite near universal health insurance, despite vulnerable people having savings, access to savings, and Amartha is a great example of that. You have saving, yet no insurance. I want to see us working with fintech to get into the space, to see how we can rethink premiums and see how we can use savings to unlock insurance. And it should be an automatic unlocking of insurance mechanisms, whether it is for disasters, assets, businesses, crops, or anything else. This is where we need to ask ourselves the bold questions. Where is the innovation here to create, to leverage savings for insurance? How can we engage, how can we leverage the Islamic social finance institutions, the Baznas, the Zakat, to unlock scale that we need for financial resilience? Similarly, how can we engage with local authorities, provincial governments, to generate demand and to raise awareness around these issues? So we as the UN, so to sum up, we as the UN are committed to working alongside development partners, including fintech companies, to pilot, test, learn, and scale up. We need a model that works not just in Indonesia, but a model that can be taken across Asia around market-based microinsurance solutions.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Obviously, collaboration is key. That's why I think having this kind of forum is important to solve some of these problems. But let's just quickly, Gita, undermine the shifting from financial access to financial health. Let's narrow it down to particularly for women at the grassroots levels. What kind of support system that can be created in order to ensure that they will have that resilience? Because, you know, when you help women, you are literally helping the community. You are really, you can really focus on the essential that communities at the grassroots levels need.
You know, I was thinking of, when you asked this question to Partofan, I was thinking, what is it that we as the UN system are doing in this space? And there were 3 or 4 things that came to my mind. The first thing is what women tell us, and these are vulnerable communities. They ask support for accessing markets. Now, when you look at micro enterprises in the context of Indonesia, most of these women are selling within the borders of the country, or at the most across ASEAN. They mastered the ASEAN kind of boundary. They haven't broken beyond ASEAN, right? So how can we as development partners, connect them to markets beyond ASEAN, right? This is where we want to connect buyers to women entrepreneurs and ensure long-term contracts, right? We've got ITC, one of the UN agencies that works in this space, and they've managed a long-term contract with IKEA for women weavers sitting in NTT, right? So we want more of this. We want exactly more of this, and this is the ask of the women. The second ask that we get is skills building, the whole demand side equation. And this is where they need consistent handholding, right? We as the UN system work with roughly about 27,000 micro enterprises, right? Roughly, a broad number, which actually equates to 0.04% of the micro enterprises in the country, right? So you can imagine the scale at which we need to be handholding micro enterprises, right? It's the scale which is massive. We are a small element of it. And the third thing is they need comprehensive integrated support. It's not just financial, it's not just markets, it's about social, it's about protection as well. Exactly the point that I raised. One shock can put them back, right? So how can you offer this integrated, comprehensive support to women entrepreneurs and vulnerable communities in this country?
Okay, Bumari, let's look at all these possible solutions from the government and the regulators' perspective. You also mentioned earlier about the need for less red tape and more digital infrastructure being built, as well as increasing productivity. We heard from Taufan, that's where the real gap is. And of course, Gita mentioned something about the need for insurance and protections. What can the government and the regulators need to do to incentivize on the grassroots level so that these can actually translate into real, long-lasting growth that creates not just a resilient communities around Indonesia and Asia, but also improve our economic health as a whole?
Yes, you're looking at me as I'm government, right? Okay. What would be the government policies that would provide the comprehensive solution as well as the ecosystem and the infrastructure? I think that's probably where the government should play the role. I think it's well understood what needs to be done. And I think some of the, maybe the vision of the government also needs to be understood, that investing in women, like Pa SB was saying, investing in the grassroots, investing in women and making them resilient is actually good economics, right?
Yep.
It is going to give you the growth that you need. I think just understanding that as a big message, and therefore mainstream it into the way you undertake your policies, because all of you have worked in this area. Some policies need to be tweaked for women. Some issues are very different, the way you deliver policies for women and men. Like, just take something very simple like the technology angle. Getting the women to be more digital literate compared to men is different. We know all this, the issue of them not being as technologically adept. So in fact, you even have to design the apps. I don't know whether Amartha went through this, but I was working as the commissioner for BTPN, and we actually had to design the program, the app, on the most, we would say, the dumbest smartphone, the simplest phone, and the app has to be very simple, right? So compared to the way you design it for men, even something like that, you have to be very sensitive to these nuances. So back to what would be some of the policies the government should do. One is what Ewan already indicated, and this is kind of like a forever problem. I've been working on SMEs like forever. I don't know how many decades, but making it easy for SMEs to do business, micro enterprises to do business. Just that they just need one piece of paper. They just need STP, what is it? Surat tanda pengusaha. All they have to do is just be registered. That's it, no more. No more red tape. I think they have been trying to do that. I hope they have succeeded, because that's kind of, it's a fixed cost. Dealing with the government regulations is a fixed cost. And if you're small, the fixed cost is a huge percentage of your cost. So I think that's number one. I mean, we have tried to do that. And I think part of the answer is digital. I think part of the word in the National Economic Council is this GovTech, digitalization of government and government services. I think we've talked to Geeta about this. So actually what India did is very revolutionary. They basically had a registration for businesses as well as for people, right? So that you have a digital identity, unique digital identity as a micro enterprise or as an individual. And it makes it very much, it makes it better and easier for government to deliver whatever assistance or subsidy program they want to do. And they can also monitor, are you using like social, this is one of the things we're looking at, by the way. If we're giving you social transfer, what are you using that money for? If we have the digital information and we can track what you're doing, we can see, are you using it for judol, or are you using it really for your livelihood and for your entrepreneurship? So the way you can manage this is an infrastructure issue, it's a regulatory issue, and the way you deliver the services. I believe digital and technology can be a very important part of the answer. And even with shocks, with insurance, I think the point about financial, I'm glad you're going to address financial health, because for a long time we talk about access to finance, financial literacy, financial health, not being able to, you said it right, one shock can set a person back along, and it actually affects women more than men. Because if somebody gets sick in the family, it's the woman who has to stop working and take care. So you can bundle the financial loan with an insurance, a simple life or health insurance package. And this is actually something that we did when I was at BTPN, and now I'm also on the board of AIA. I've been telling them they have to come up with very simple, very low premium life insurance, health insurance, education, saving for education, and many more. I mean, shocks like the pandemic, like climate and so on, these are big shocks. So governments also need to step in the right way, it maybe even anticipate. I have a really good example. When I was at the bank, Bangladesh had floods. Bangladesh is always having floods, right? But they knew that there was going to be this flood. So they were able to deliver cash transfer to that area before the flood happened, right? So they could anticipate the shock that was going to happen, and then prevent worse damage. Damage still happened. So things like that, I think, are very important part of government. How does government be able to, when there's a big shock, whether it's a pandemic, climate, or agriculture, crop failure, any of these shocks need to be anticipated as well. Apart from financial products that you would give to the micro or the women.
Okay, I'm asking you because as a former minister and also as a very much respected economist, you're sort of our one voice of hope. And just very quickly, as a yes and no answer, do you think the current government see that there is a disconnect between the policies that they are sort of creating and what's really happening on the grassroots level? I mean, on the scale of 1 to 10, how sort of, time's up, okay. How right on track are we? I'm going to steal, if you don't mind the organizer, just another 5 minutes. I think this is an important discussion that we should have.
Okay, let's just focus on the policies that are related to the topic.
Yes, absolutely.
Today,
That's
right?
exactly my question. But is
I
there
would
a
say
disconnect?
on a scale of 1 to 10, I would say it's higher than 5. Maybe 6 or 7.
Okay, just like
in the
our
sense
growth,
that,
5 is good.
all the things like cooperatives, nutritious food program, and KUR, they're all addressing the bottom pyramid, the bottom of the pyramid. But I think there's a but. The but is the policy is right. I mean, the objective and the policy direction is right. I think there's a lot of homework to be done on the implementation. And I do believe technology can be a part of the answer. It should be part of the answer to make it more efficient, well, better targeted, and better monitored.
Okay, well, that's great. And I'm sorry, I don't have time for questions and answer session, but I don't think we should let our panelists go without sort of looking to the future a little bit and end this session on a note of optimism. Let's start with you, Ian. We talk about the creating of the platform. We talk about increasing productivity. So how would you like to end this session, answering the question, moving from financial access to financial health, and particularly touching on things like innovation, because at the end of the day, the Gen Z, and the Gen Alpha will be the ones sort of running the world, and we have that target. 2045, we want to have Indonesia emas, golden Indonesia. So perhaps share with us some of the optimism and ways to get there.
So, a couple of thoughts, and I think it is really important to have that sort of optimistic view, because I think that the potential and the promise of Indonesia is so huge, and we do see sort of concerns often written about human capital in Indonesia and the ability to deliver on the promise. But I would flip that the other way and suggest that actually in Indonesia we have some incredibly innovative, creative, talented people and businesses. So if I bring it back to the topic of today, and I think about the glass half full view of financial inclusion, financial health. And you may say, I'm going to answer this because I'm sitting on this particular stage with this particular person today, but I can promise you that the leaders of IFC, of the World Bank, when they sit on other stages in other places and they talk about this topic, they look at Amartha as an example of how you build sustainable businesses that generate real results. Now, I may have the numbers wrong. 23 trillion rupiah, 2.7 million micro, small and medium-sized enterprises who have shown on average 60% increase in their incomes. They've done this as a commercial entity that has been able to engage at scale with the global financial institutions. And so just, there was an award ceremony by effectively an international award ceremony in New York with a group of international lawyers. And the partnership that we and Amartha entered into won an award. And it won an award because that speaks not just to the ability to deliver, it speaks to the sophistication of the model. So I do think that there is glass half full, and I think that glass half full starts with individual demonstration, and that's what we build on, because I think to Ibu Mari's point, we do have regulation. The challenge is execution, and so one of the ways that you build momentum is highlighting where things are really working, and I think Amartha is one of them.
Okay, well then big hands for Amartha then. So Toufan, where would you lead Amartha from here? What sort of new commitments and also, real result and outcome-oriented programs and projects do you think are important in order to increase the financial health?
Yeah, I think what we achieved so far, it's still small compared to the problems or compared to the populations of the MSMEs, of the grassroots segments that they are in Indonesia and even in the region. I think beyond the financial access, it's really about building the ecosystems and also capturing opportunities ahead. Like, for example, if we talk about Indonesia, with our coastline. We have one of the longest coastline. We have many seaweed farmers, and there is opportunity on skincare. How we can connect this seaweed farmer to skincare? We need to build more factories. So there's opportunity to create high value products, and the the resource is there. So we need to build more factories in South Sulawesi, in coastline part of Indonesia, and then when we talk about entrepreneurships, capturing opportunities, momentum. Now we see the demand from previously many people drinks cow milk and recently oat milk and now coconut milk. So you talk about Indonesia, opportunities of coconut, it's everywhere in Indonesia, but we need someone to be able to capture the global demand of this coconut milk for coffee, coconut, and then how they can connect with these grassroots farmers and build a more sustainable and creating jobs, right, for these grassroots segments, and then connect them with the export-oriented high value products, and that's where financial services can help to create and support the financing, provide the financial access, when definitely financing access is just really about if there is a significant increase on their demand, then the access is we can provide the financial access, and then from there we talk about how we create more sustainable futures for their financial well-being also.
So also connecting to markets, of course, is very important. Let's, Gita, your final words from you. How can international organizations such as the UN can help step up this financial health?
Ibu Desi, before I go forward, I wanted to thank you for your very skillful moderation and for getting an answer out of Ibu Murray. that was really good. But let me conclude by saying that we want to invest in models of social inclusion and resilience and financial resilience that leverage institutions and leverage ecosystems. Right? We've been very strong with institutions. We've not been very strong with ecosystems. And these ecosystems are extremely critical because that is where innovation is happening. And I want to say one more thing, and this is more to Ibu Murray's point. Ibu Murray, we are currently working with the government on this whole bundling concept, bundling of credit with insurance for crops, for marginal and small farmers. And the idea is to reach 500,000 rice farmers across 2 provinces, which are your food baskets, Java, East Java and Lampung, right? And if this works, if this model works, this is what we can take to fintech companies, right? I mean, it's basically about testing the model. So we are looking at this bundling aspect, which is extremely critical, core to resilience, to financial resilience. Thanks, Ibu Desi. I'm going to pause there.
Okay, and I'm going to give the last words to Ibu Murray, this time as the Presidential Special Envoy for International Trade and Multilateral Cooperation. Now, we've heard, from our panelists here, I think one of the things that that can help is actually creating market and access for grassroots economies. Now, perhaps you can, give us some of the steps that we need to step up the grassroots economies so that they can actually level up to a much more sustainable and healthy financial system that creates well-being for all. And we can be as optimistic as possible here. And
well, I mean, we've struggled a lot with, how do you get the micro enterprises to be able to access, first of all, the domestic market and then the global market. So when I was Minister of Trade, I always said that you can't go to the global market unless you've already satisfied the domestic market standards. So it is about standards. So it's fulfilling the product standards. And, I think we've got a pretty good system where there are product standards for SMEs. Yeah, you don't have to do the big badan POM thing. They call it PIRT. So I think just making sure you have and I'm sure Amartha does this because I think all banks or even when we were in the ministry, how do you make sure they fulfill the basic domestic standards, whether it's safety, quality, and so on? Then you get to the packaging, the marketing side of it, right? So I think I believe we have to start domestic first, succeed in the domestic market. And now with technology, with e-commerce platforms and so on, it's actually much easier. I think Curious is a huge game changer. Then go to the global market. And there, the global markets start with ASEAN, even though ASEAN is quite a big market already. And then the East Asia market. And that can be very much facilitated already with whatever the trade agreements we have in place. And again, it's an issue of standards. And now we also can, QRIS is also now accepted in, I think, 5 ASEAN countries and China. Chinese can also use their QRIS here, and we can use our QRIS there. So it's the ability to have the payment platform is actually a game changer, apart from the websites and the access of markets that you need to create. But you need to facilitate make sure the export process is very easy for the small guys, right? So that's another part of what the facilitation that will be needed, because they can't deal with kind of the modern aspects of having to deal with the trade issues.
Okay, going back to our title, A Path to Inclusive Growth and Prosperity for All, just very quickly from you again, the mood level from 1 to 10, how optimistic are you given the current situation, not just domestically, but globally, that we can achieve inclusive growth and prosperity for all within the next few years?
We have to be optimistic, and the way to be optimistic is if we can scale up successful models like Amartha or whatever you were explaining. Let's look for the successful models and scale it up and create the right conducive environment, for what you were saying, and what I just said about working with SMEs. Jangan diganggu. Don't put so
Leave
much.
us alone.
Yeah, let them thrive. Let them creative and be creative. And I mean, I can witness the creative economy. I think it's just flourished, despite or in spite of the government, right? And it's thriving and it's booming, right? And that's, you should leave them alone, but provide the ecosystem, provide the conducive environment and the infrastructure.
Okay. 1 to 10?
I think if we actually nggak ganggu and provide the conducive environment, I'm quite optimistic, because as you said, they're the shock absorber. They shouldn't be just be the shock absorber. They should be the driver of growth. So maybe 7.
7. Okay, well, let's give applause for that. 7 is good enough, I think. Thank you very much, Gita, Bumari, Ewan, and Taufan. And I'm not going to give you any sort of wrap-up remark because we're well over our time. So now I would like to give our session back to our MC. Silakan.
Thank you very much, Mbak Desi, for excellent leadership in this session. Once again, let's give a big round of applause for our speakers, moderator. And I would like to invite everyone to please stand up and take 1 or 2 steps forward to receive a token of appreciation from Amartha. And this token of appreciation will be presented by Pak Taufan as founder and CEO of Amartha Financial to all distinguished speakers and the moderator as a gesture of gratitude for their invaluable insights and contributions to today's discussion. And after that, let's seize this moment for a photo opportunity. All right, to all speakers moderator, let's take this opportunity for a photo session. Yes. Speakers and moderator, don't forget to smile from ear to ear. That's it, eyes on camera. 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, moderator. You may all return to your seats. So that was our very first plenary session panel discussion. And we'll continue with the next one. In an era of uncertainty, rising costs, unexpected shocks, financial resilience has never been more critical. The ability of individuals and communities to withstand setbacks, adapt to change, and secure their financial futures is essential, not only for personal well-being, but for sustainable economic growth. So this session focuses on financial health and resilience as the next frontier of inclusion. Through this panel discussion, we'll explore how innovation, collaboration, and thoughtful policy can help create more resilient financial ecosystems for communities across the region. All right, so this panel, there will be opportunity as well for you to do questioning the panelists. Maybe we can do better this time. And guiding today's discussion is Rajat Aurora, Region Head and Southeast Asia Developing World Market as the moderator, and our esteemed panelists, Nita Anastuti, Head of Financial Inclusion and Green Economy Department, Bank Indonesia, Nancy Wijaya, Policy Advisor, Office of the United Nations Secretary General, Special Advocate for Financial Health, UNSGSA, Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands, Subhasini Chandran, Senior Vice President, Social Impact, Asia Pacific, Eastern Europe, Middle East and Africa, MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, and Arya Widianto, Chief Compliance and Sustainability Officer from Amartha. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming our moderator and all distinguished speakers to the stage.
Okay. Hello, everyone, once again. And I think this panel is a very good segue to the, what I call it, the thunderous launch of the Coalition for Financial Health, as well as the last panel, I think, where we touched upon very relevant aspects. So I think this really is a nice continuation of the same discussion. And thank you for all the panelists. I think they all present different institutions, different fields, or different dimensions of but on the same ecosystem with respect to reaching the common goal. And needless to say, in the last, I would say, 2 decades, there's been tremendous progress made with respect to increasing the access to financial services, and especially in the recent years, with the increasing use of technology. And Amartha is a great example of that. How the financial access has been accelerated. But the real question still remains that does increased financial access mean increased financial resilience? Does the grassroots economy or the customer segment still remains vulnerable to shocks? And with the increasing climate impact as well, those shocks have become all the more prominent and intense, if you will. And therefore, first of all, congratulations to Amartha in terms of initiating this coalition. I think it's a great move. So let me just start requesting the panelists to do a quick introduction. And while introducing, I would also request maybe mention one initiative that you think you are very proud of with respect to how you engage with the grassroots economy. Maybe we can start with you, Arya.
Thank you, Rajat. Yes, I'm Arya from Amartha, and one of the initiatives that we have been doing this far is drawn upon our experiences on the ground for over 16 years, serving the MSMEs, women, and grassroots societies in Indonesia, especially on rural villages across the archipelagos of our nation. So based on this 16 years of experience, we learned that financial access alone is not sufficient to translate these resources into real empowerment outcomes. So that there are other elements involved in these processes to make women in small island in Bobo, for instance, from having access to loan into improving their family's well-being financially. So these other elements consist of literacy, like how the scale on how to manage their income, starting from as simple as recording their expenses and revenue on daily basis. And then the other element is on how to make sure that every family in Indonesia, especially for the MSMEs, they have financial objectives. With these financial objectives, they will start to think on how to achieve these objectives and through which means or which tools. And there comes the relevance of providing a more suitable, a more relevant financial products. And for us as financial services, in addition to providing them with working capital loans, we also start helping them to digitize themselves. Therefore, we have over 9,000 field officers on the ground who facilitate the digital transformations of our customers. There are nearly 4 million women MSMEs, ibu-ibu in rural villages across Indonesia who are being part of Amartha's ecosystems. And gradually they are being transformed into a digital society. But financial access, working capital provision, skills on managing their money and digital literacy alone do not empower this person. So there are other interventions, and therefore Amartha see that Amartha alone cannot do it to transform these MSMEs and women entrepreneurs into financially well-being, higher financial well-being, and therefore we work together with the ecosystems, with academics, communities, with NGOs, with the enablers, with entrepreneurs, startups, to help us and collaborate with us with their expertise, fill the gap that Amartha could not do. For instance, we asked the public on what are the most efficient ways of educating women from lower educational backgrounds on how to adopt digital apps or features easily. And there comes the ideas that we never think of. On those kind of collaborations are the one that we also initiate, and that's also the basis for us to initiate the Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health. So those are, among others, the real life examples that we have rolled out. It's still a long way to go, of course, and then that's why these ladies are here for, helping us on how to formalize what are the next steps for bringing Indonesian MSMEs into a better financial health.
Indeed, I'm sure Amartha has a long list to talk about, and one thing you touched upon was, while technology can bring inclusion, it can end up being exclusionary as well. And I'm going to get on that aspect shortly, but over to you, Subha.
So Subhashni Chandran, so nice to be here, and thank you to Amartha for the invitation. I'm part of the MasterCard Center for Inclusive Growth, and if I want to mention, Rajat, one example that we're very proud of, it's right here in Indonesia, a flagship small business program that we're just concluding after 3.5 years called MasterCard Strive Indonesia. And the work that that program's done to be able to really combine access to financial services with other sort of bundled support, be it access to networks, some educational content that's improving business efficiency, for example, or helping small business manage their day-to-day finances more efficiently and plan for the future. The results that are coming out of that program are proving pretty extraordinary, so we're very, very proud of that. And I'll talk a little bit later about another partnership that we're so proud of, and that's with Axion and Amartha, and the role that the private sector can play in terms of informing delivery, but more on that in a little while.
Indeed. Thank you. Over to you, Nancy.
Thank you, Rajat. Selamat pagi, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. It is a true pleasure to be here at what I understand and I believe is the first financial health-focused forum in Indonesia. So we really thank Amartha's leadership for pioneering this. My name is Nancy Wijaya. I'm a policy advisor at the Office of the UN Secretary General Special Advocate for Financial Health, Her Majesty Queen Maxima of the Netherlands. Just a little bit about Her Majesty and her work as the UN Special Advocate. This is actually her 17th year as the UN Special Advocate. The first 15 years of her advocacy was really focused on building financial access. Her title previously was Special Advocate for Inclusive Finance for Development. 2 years ago, Her Majesty made a very conscious effort to evolve her mandate to now focus on financial health for many reasons that has been discussed this morning, is that as we have been very proud of our advocacy work on really expanding access. When Her Majesty first started her work, according to the World Bank, less than 50% of adults actually had access to formal financial services. And in 2024, that number was closer to 80%. So we are seeing tremendous impact. And again, it thanks to also all of the ecosystem partners who really put in a lot of effort to make that happen. Bank Indonesia is really a close partner of ours, is here in Indonesia. And again, most of you in the room. But I think to what Mas Arya was saying just now as well, as we are seeing that, okay, great, now that there are so many people already are in the financial system, what is the outcome? How is this improving people's lives? And I think what we're seeing is that unfortunately that correlation isn't always positive. Take into example Kenya. I think probably a lot of you in the room know that Kenya is a poster child for for financial inclusion to the mobile wallet, M-Pesa, and so on. But interestingly, there has been studies that show as financial inclusion progressed in Kenya, financial health actually was declining. We define financial health as basically asking these questions: can a household or an individual manage their day-to-day finances? Are they resilient against shock? Can they invest and save for long-term goals? And last but not least, do they feel confident and secure about their financial lives? So why did that happen in Kenya? Some studies pointed that because of the easiness of access to mobile wallet, that actually facilitated online sports betting in Kenya, which I think unfortunately we are seeing growing here in Indonesia as well with the illegal judo, but also rampant illegal online lendings and so on. So that's not helpful for people's financial health. I think at the same time we're also seeing through these 4 dimensions. Again, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done here. We found, I think one data showed that only 1 in 10 Indonesians actually save formally for retirement. And then there's also, even for those who actually save in retirement, there's a lot of incidents with early pension withdrawal. So that's quite concerning, for example. And again, I think Ibu Gita mentioned earlier also, there's very low coverage on insurance. So protection is very much questionable. And now with affordability crisis and so on, being able to save for your children's education or buying a house is also still very much out of reach for so many people. So this is what we're trying to advocate for. Quickly, maybe on proud moment is similar to Shuba. Indonesia is really, I think, our proud moment. Again, from the financial inclusion, financial access journey, how much Indonesia has progressed, especially to curious. I haven't lived in Indonesia for over 10 years now, but it's every time I come home, it's just so impressive of the level of digitization and financial services in Indonesia and the innovation that is thriving here. We work, again, as the Queen being a high profile person, her biggest asset is being able to get the attention of world leaders, from governments, presidents, to world CEOs and so on. But we're only able to do this when we're supported by partners. And why are we doing all this? Is really from the grassroots level. Her advocacy is really focused on making the financial lives of people at the grassroots to be better. Maybe a quick example is when the Queen visited Indonesia last November, her first order of business was actually to visit grassroots clients, and one of which it was Ibu Eni, who's outside, and a very, very sweet and very inspiring lady, to really understand again, like what are your problems, right? What are some of your issues? What are your financial health needs? We also then went to visit a factory, a garment factory also in Solo, to understand again, okay, your wage is digitized now. What else do you need? So I think we want to showcase that. She wants to role model that, to kind of showcase you really need to start with better understanding your client's needs. Customer centricity is key. And then from then on, then we had, like several roundtables with Shuba kindly hosted, having like the CEO or the president director of the largest banks in Indonesia and so on to channel that. Hey, this is what we're hearing as what the customers need. And then eventually we met with the president and also showcased some of these, including many different issues. So again, I think all of this comes back to the grassroots, why we're doing this, and just very proud that we have really great partners in this room, in this ecosystem, who really take the action and run forward very quickly to see progress. So thank you.
No, thank you. You raised some very relevant points on customer centricity and the point around online lending, I think, which relates to the point you were mentioning, Arya, earlier. Again, I'm going to revisit those, but over to you, Ibuneta. You can give your brief introduction, but at the same time, maybe just continue from there, and from a central bank's perspective and from an overall top-down standpoint, what are the key challenges that you also see, in terms of advancing the financial resilience or financial health?
Thank you. My name is Nita Anastuti from Bank Indonesia, especially from Financial Inclusion and Green Economy Department. Thank you for Amartha for having me here today, so we can share what is Bank Indonesia is doing so far in supporting the financial health and financial well-being in Indonesia. Maybe I start with the connection between my department, why central bank is not concerned also in this issue, because one of the objective, the main policy that set up by Bank Indonesia is macro-prudential. So basically, one of the program of the Bank Indonesia is giving the incentive to the bank who give the loan to the SMEs. So basically, if the banks give loans to the SMEs, they will get the incentive from Bank Indonesia by giving back the liquidity to the bank for they can lend to the others beneficiary. My department's task is to create the demand side. So how the SMEs can be able to meet with the financial institution to get a loan for expanding their business and so ever. Basically, we run with the framework that we have 3 pillars in our frameworks. First is empowerment program. Actually, how to scale up from the subsistence people to the small, to the micro, small and medium enterprises. So to make sure that from the subsistence, who maybe mostly they are the social beneficiary, now they can scale up to become the home industries entrepreneurs, and also we have some programs also to scale up until they can be a very sustained enterprises, until they can, for the top level is they can export their program. This also support our mandate Bank Indonesia mandates to boost the export of for the export. And then the second pillars is if they already have able to create their own income, they can create the product, and then they can serve the product to the people. We give them also the access to the market domestically and also internationally. We give them also the certification. Bu Mari said before that if they want to go to global market, they have to fulfill the certain certification. We provide them with the certification that meet with the requirement from its countries, because each country has a different requirement. But then if they want to go to the financial system, we also give them a preparation how to make a financial reporting. I think Amartha has does very well in this case. So from the simple one, we have a platform. We call it not platform, maybe application. We call it SIAPIC practice. This is the objective is to give the education to the very small enterprises to start how to differentiate between their daily expenses with the business expenses. That's the very simple one. Until we also have the very robust, very complete the application SIAPIC, which is follow with the standard in accounting standard. That's maybe fit with the for the medium enterprises. That's the second pillar, and the third pillar is actually we have also program to how to educate and literate the people to be able to connect with the financial system, and how to also protect them from the unprecedented scam, something like that, like judo, or now it's become trend is buy now, pay later. This is very easy for someone who has like impulsive buying. This is very very attracting, but this is just very very dangerous actually. Yeah, if they cannot fulfill the repayment things. So and then as Amartha said that we cannot go alone. We have to be synergized with other parties. Bank Indonesia is part of the NKI. The NKI is National Council of Financial Inclusion. We work together with the Ministry of Coordination of Economy and also OJK to discuss everything about this financial inclusion, and then now strength has a one word financial health, right? Yes, that's what we did so far. Maybe we can discuss later. Thank you.
Indeed, yeah. So I think thank you for sharing. I think some of these very important initiatives from Bank Indonesia side, and I think one common thread I noticed was, and pretty much everybody was that this has to be like a collective effort. And let me just come back to you, Nancy, on that, because advocacy cannot run in isolation. You have to take pretty much all stakeholders into confidence. But I'm not sure if everybody commonly understands what advocacy is. If you don't mind breaking it down for the audience in terms of what your different initiatives under the advocacy are, how do you engage with different actors in the ecosystem, and how, more specifically, how do they benefit from your work?
Yeah, so I think because we operate in high-level advocacy, we would say, in a very simple term, is really just highlighting what matters to people who really are the decision makers. It's as simple as that, right? So I think my experience having supported Her Majesty in her advocacy around the world, meeting with world leaders from prime ministers, presidents, and CEOs, is that a lot of the leaders are sometimes not aware of really what's happening, or the details of the challenges of customers on the ground, or even some of the innovations, because obviously they deal with a lot of things, not only operations and so on, but our role through advocacy is really trying to figure out, okay, what are we trying to do? What we're trying to do is really improve financial health of people around the world. And then we map out who are the key decision makers here, who can actually make the waves within a country, within an organization, but also globally. And then what we do is then, okay, we map out again then what are their roles, what are our asks for them, and how can we convince them? It's kind of as simple as that. A lot of the work is on the convincing part, right? People are convinced when you are credible. So data is very important for us. I think our partners here who work with us know that we always ask for a lot of data. Credibility is key, but it's also like, what's in it for me? Okay, I'm a CEO of the largest bank in Brazil. Why should I care about financial health? So for us then, it really matters, again, about the collective effort. Sometimes we do kind of our biggest kind of asset as well is being able to have this global view of what's happening around the world and kind of sharing and connecting those innovations. So for example, to the CEO of the largest bank in Brazil, we say, hey, you need to look into a little bit more about the financial health of your customers, because this is what's happening in Brazil. I think the latest number is now 30%. Average households in Brazil spends 30% of their income to pay off debt, for example. So there's huge issue around customer credit. This is why you should care, because this is obviously going to be bad for your portfolio and so on. So that's really that. And then what's the ask? For us, the ask is really then again where there's concerted effort from our partners here. It's like, what can we do to make products better for customers? How do we deliver that better? What sort of regulations need to be tweaked or developed to actually enable these innovations. And then, so on the regulatory side, we'll then engage with partners like Bank Indonesia, like OJK in Indonesia, but also at the global level, for example, the BIS, the FATF. So really, it's really kind of just trying to figure out, what do we need to do? Who do we need to convince to really make things happen? And again, for us, the key is finding those partners around the world who can showcase us. Again, very happy for us that today we are able to showcase this this forum. But I think from the government side as well, we are very happy to learn that Pak Menko Perekonomian is currently leading the finalization of a national council for financial health, Dewan Kesejahteraan Keuangan Indonesia. Again, an example that we can bring when we do this advocacy in other regions in the world.
So talking about product, and let me come to you, Arya, on this one. I mean, for the Bank of Indonesia's initiatives to work, advocacy to work, ultimately it comes to organizations like Amartha, where the rubber hits the road. I mean, you have to implement those. Until the time Amartha or other institutions don't do that, it doesn't reach the end customer. So can you just contextualize in terms of how does Amartha do it with respect to the product design, product delivery, and how do you implement some of these things on the ground?
Right. So what we see on the ground has inspired us to understand deeper on what are the required elements to help them achieve better financial well-being or kesejahteraan keuangan. And I think everybody in this panel agrees that collaborations is part of the keys. And those elements are also the one that drives Amartha's initiatives on designing our products to fit with the pathways toward helping our customers achieve higher levels of financial health. So starting from the product design, as you know, Amartha started from working capital loan for ibu-ibu, ultra micro MSMEs, women entrepreneurs in rural villages. But now we're also developing a digital platform where they could transact digitally. So we got a license from Bank Indonesia to operate e-money and payment activities, with the hope that through the digital literacy educations that our field officer is doing, those women in the village are also starting to adopt digital payments, because once their money gets into the digital ecosystems, then they can start to track where the money goes, where the money comes, and that's the intuitive ways of educating them on how to manage their financial without preaching them, without like telling them what to do. Just provide the products that is intuitive enough. Ibu Nita's mentioned that we should design something very easy for the grassroots level and lower educational background. So those are things that we do. And with designing, by designing with women, because there's always like gender bias when we talk about building digital products. Our philosophy is to design with women. So it's not designed for them. It's not designed for women, but designed with women. Meaning that we listen first, and then we try to understand what their needs are, and then start developing products gradually to adapt with the needs, the evolving needs of our customers. So by building the intuitive products surrounding the working capital loan, we are able to, number one, increase the income of our customers. Second, lowering the cost of transactions because they move the transactions digitally. And third, connecting them to the larger ecosystems with the hope that we open up a bigger access. If they are farmers, if they are small industries players, they could market their products online, etc., with the digital infrastructures that we built. So these products will eventually bring them closer, one step closer to the financial health. It's still a long way to go again. And therefore, we also talked to governments, to OJK, to Bank Indonesia. 2 days ago, we went to the Dewan Nasional Keuangan Inklusif Indonesia as well, to align what we are doing with Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health and what Amartha is doing as the private sectors, to align with the strategic visions, the global visions like Nancy mentioned. And in this case, of course, still a lot of homeworks to do, but I think this is a good start, and Amartha is on the front runner to push this forward.
So ultimately, for the consumer of these products, I mean, to be able to effectively consume them, adopt them, I think trust is very, very important.
Yes.
And I think it's a trust in the institution and trust in the infrastructure. And I think that's where institutions like MasterCard, for example, come in. So if you want to touch upon one in terms of how an institution like MasterCard, given its brand, I mean, does efforts to instill this trust. And secondly, if I understand, you also have this partnership approach because you have to work with different players in the ecosystem. So how do you engage with them, and especially in context of, I think MasterCard has a lot of focus on women entrepreneurs. So if you just elaborate a bit on that.
Sure. So I think MasterCard or the private sector can certainly play a role in supporting all sort of small businesses to join the digital economy in sort of a sustainable way, right? And as part of that, of course, women-led enterprises too. One of the things that I think foundationally that we believe in, and all of our products on the business side and all of our work on the philanthropic side is built on, is to say that trust is foundational. It's not like a nice to have, right? And so whether that's trust that we build in collaborative ecosystems that we're building, it starts with shared goals and understanding that we all have very specific roles to play and aligning on that before we can sort of make any partnership work. On the product side, it's the same. So recently we announced a new commitment where really learning from all of our work on financial inclusion over the last 10 years and looking towards driving for more improvement of lives as a result, right? So financial health and well-being. We announced a commitment to connect and protect 500 million people, right? Over the next several years. And this is really important because we've done a ton of work globally, and all the partners on this stage and many in the room to connect, right? We've included people, the Global Findex has now declared that, so inclusion is done. But on the back of that inclusion, we just need to do a much better job of understanding what that means for improving people's lives. And there we find that trust is foundational, and it shouldn't just be that we are sort of working to protect people from negative events and incidents like frauds and scams, but also that we are creating an environment in which they can thrive and engage and have sustained use, right? So a lot of our programming works towards that. And I think maybe, part of that is our work with you guys, with Amartha and Axion, where as the private sector, we can bring intelligence, and we've done that to inform digital delivery, but to inform it in a smart and safe way. And maybe I'll sort of conclude with some of the results from that, right? Like I think in the work that we've done over the past year, over 275,000 women have received credit through digital means, and over 50% of them are sort of paying that back digitally safely. And the time efficiency, right, in field workers being able to now work in this hybrid model means that there's about a 50% rise in efficiency, all of that in a safe and trusted manner. So that's on ground. And then, of course, in the partner ecosystem, with trust as a basis, we're doing a ton of collaborative work.
Thank you. So coming back to the core topic and maybe giving you the last word, Bonita, on this. So essentially, when we talk about the financial resilience, again, looking at from a customer standpoint, there are two sides of the balance sheet. One is the household balance sheet. Second is the the MSME side of balance sheet. And I think the Bank Indonesia does a lot of efforts on the MSME side as well. But along with that, with the recent climate change, there are efforts on like green economy, sustainability. So how does, from a central bank's perspective, do you see some of these things getting interconnected possibly over the next coming years?
Thank you for the questions. Yes, back to our pillars. The first pillars is empowerment program that how to scale up the SMEs to be able to go until they can able to go to the international market. Now, with the climate change issue, we had a guidance to, we call it UMKM hijau, pedoman UMKM hijau, green SMEs program. Basically, the guidance say that this is the standard that that can be used for the SMEs to meet with the green criteria. This is maybe it's not a big issue here in Indonesia, but when we want to when we bring their products abroad, actually the demand for the green product is there. So that's why we come with the guidance how to make their meet with the green criteria. That's our program. And but maybe in the empowerment program, if you ask before about the challenge that we're facing at, it's about the mindset of the people itself. It's very difficult because actually Bank Indonesia, government, some institution, NGOs, we are already here to support them to be able to create their own money, to create their own income, to give them financial health whatsoever. But then when we give the opportunity to them to meet with the buyers, we facilitate them with the to also join the international event in abroad. The mindset is not there. There is very this is actually our homework as a government and also the other parties that also involved in this program. When they have very serious buyers, and then when they come back to Indonesia, they cannot fulfill the demand. Why? Because first they don't know how to respond the requirement. I mean, like if they get an email, they're not answering because they cannot how to answer it, and many other things. Or they deliver the goods that is actually not required by the buyers, different what the first requirement. This is the very important things because again, if we want to scale up the SMEs to be able to as an exporter, the business mindset should be there. Now we are in the point that maybe not all these SMEs ready to facing one-on-one with the buyers. We have to engage with the middleman that maybe understand more about the requirement of each countries, about how to communicate with the buyers, international buyers, and everything. Because all of the things is the name of Indonesia. Yeah, we don't want to lose international buyer trust to Indonesia. That's a scale. That's the challenge that we are facing now. Yeah.
So trust is important, collaboration is important, but above all, mindset is important. Fantastic. In the interest of time, let me just open up to audience if there are any questions. Okay, time's up, I know, but okay. So thank you so much again. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much, moderator, for leading this discussion. Also, speakers, let me invite you to please rise from your chairs. And there's a token of appreciation from Amartha to all speakers and the moderator. And in this occasion, I would like to ask Bapak Arya from Amartha to present the token of appreciations to all distinguished speakers and moderator in recognition of their valuable insights and contribution to today's discussion. And may what we discussed today does not only stay in the room, but being realized into meaningful actions. Let's use this moment for a photo session. All right, don't forget eyes on camera, everyone. Smile. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Perfect. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, moderator. You may all return to your seats. It's getting more and more interesting with trying to cover all perspectives regarding grassroots economies and how to achieve financial health. And the next time that we'll do another panel session with a different topic. And this one is touching on AI. We cannot really dismiss AI in every sector when we discuss something. We now move on to our next panel discussion focusing on the topic grassroots economies in the age of AI. So this session hopefully will cover how artificial intelligence and digital transformation are shaping the future of grassroots economies while also addressing the opportunities and challenges of building inclusive innovation for communities across the region. And guiding this discussion is Gayatri Mehta, Director Digital Product Axion Advisory. And let me also introduce our speakers for this session. Avnish Kalan, Chief Product Officer of Amartha, Tushar Agarwal, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consultant Group, Joe Emim, CEO, Adeyeman Savings and Loans Limited, Wong Sun Nam, Director of Planning and Transformation, Telkomsel. Let's wait no more, ladies and gentlemen. Please join me in welcoming our moderator and all panelists of this panel. Let's give a big round of applause. Let us invite one more time our panelists for this panel. Avnish Kalan, Chief Product Officer, Amartha. Tushar Agarwal, Managing Director and Partner, Boston Consulting Group. Joe Emim, CEO, Adeyeman Savings and Loans Limited. And Wong Sun Nam, Director of Planning and Transformation, Telkomsel. There you go. We have everybody on the stage. And with this, I'd like to hand over the stage to our moderator.
Great. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, panelists. Selamat datang ke Indonesia. Some of you have traveled very far to be here with us, and some of you not very far, but that's okay. Appreciate the Jakarta macet and the commute, Pak Wang. So we just heard about the importance of moving the needle beyond the conversation of access and really focusing on financial health, financial resilience. And so the question becomes, how do we do that? How do we get there? What are the tools, the technology to be able to achieve the outcomes that we're seeking, especially at the grassroots level? How are we also safeguarding against the risks that come across that? The conversation around AI is bringing a whole new energy into the room. It's unlike anything we've ever seen before. And partly because genuinely it is a powerful technology. I heard the CEO of Grab speak at a conference, and he was talking about how their agentic AI chatbots are helping small merchants do their daily tasks, giving them access to business intelligence, market insights, and almost slightly more importantly, giving them words of encouragement, motivation when times are tough. You're doing great, pat yourself on the back, it's okay. AI is enabling the use of mobile data to do underwriting for populations who have never had a bank account before, build credit scoring from scratch. But it comes with a catch. The consequences can be really high if deployed wrong. Think about bad data for models or proxy discrimination, access to financial services that are based off of deepened exposure to fraud, breaches in consumer protection and trust. I know that it's still early days, especially operating at the grassroots level, but the harmful consequences are real, and we have to be very careful around that. And so we want to have an open and honest conversation. We've invited an excellent group of panelists who are sitting at the front lines of experimenting, innovating with these new technologies. They've seen a lot, they've seen what happens behind the curtains. And the question becomes, what are FSPs, financial institutions, doing when it comes to AI? What is the stuff that's hard that no one really wants to admit? But where can AI actually change inclusion? And where can the hype backfire on us? I'm Gayatri Mehta, Director at Axion. I'm welcoming the panelists here. We have Avnish Kalan, who is the Chief Product Officer of Amartha, recently joined the Amartha family. He has led several product management roles at Circle Life, Gojek, Jio, Paytm. Avnish, you're sitting at the front lines of deciding who gets the products, what are the products, what is the data based on. So very exciting to hear what you have to say on this conversation. We also have Tushar Agrawal, who is a managing director at BCG. Tushar joins us from Singapore and working closely across financial institutions and banks across the Asia Pacific, leading large-scale transformations. Tushar, you are behind the scenes seeing what is working and also what are some of the harder parts behind what these institutions are facing. We also have Joe Emim, CEO of Adishamin Loans and Savings in Ghana. Joe has traveled all the way from Accra, and Joe's organization is supporting over 250,000 micro, small, medium-sized enterprises and individuals, many of whom are sitting outside of traditional data systems and operating in the informal sector. It'll be very interesting, Joe, to hear how your organization is working along those challenges to be able to bring not just access, but the financial health outcomes to those individuals. And we also have Pak Wang Sunam, who is the Director of Planning and Transformation at Telkomsel. Telkomsel is Indonesia's largest MNO with over 170 million subscribers. Pak Wang, you are sitting at a fascinating intersection where you are close to millions of customers' behavioral data, something that banks would love to be close to. And you're sitting on the infrastructure that is driving financial inclusion. So we'll touch on that a little bit in the panel. But I thought maybe we could start with you, Tushar, to set the context a little bit. You are getting to work with so many different financial institutions, banks, a lot of whom are experimenting at early stages, slightly more advanced stages when it comes to AI. Can you talk to us a little bit about what are some of the use cases that you're seeing, and where are you seeing that operational uplift and the gains that people are trying to achieve?
That's a good question. So if I think about how the skepticism to AI has changed. I mean, 3 years ago when I used to talk to a lot of clients, it was always about skepticism. Now it's changing to definitely, that everyone wants to do it. So about 3 years ago, we actually did a study and we asked everyone about whether AI would actually make any changes into their operations. And almost about 54% of them were saying that not really, we don't know where it's going to go. But today, the question is not about what, but it's about who's already executing it and who's actually just experimenting with it, right? And there are various ways that we see. Starting point number one is really looking at pure deployment. So they're using AI tools, and that's become a definite, right? Most of us organizations are using basic AI tools to deploy and do basic things around, changing the structure of their documents, building out and extracting information that is needed, and also being able to make their process a lot faster. I don't think that is a huge uptick, but it's happening. Second big thing that we always look about is reimagining. So the ones who are actually making a change is reimagining across their entire process, their entire operations. So areas around customer service, collection, frontline optimization are three main key things that really come up. And lastly, of course, credit operations. Not credit decisioning, but credit operations. And what we see is that if I talk about just one line on each, right, it's really around when we look at the customer service is how do we then implement AI to really increase the productivity of each customer service officer so that they can actually do a lot more calls in the same day, service more things. Collections is a huge area where we need a lot of analytics. With AI, it is significantly faster to create the right triggers to send it to the collection agent and do what they need to get done. And many banks are actually doing this quite actively, right? The thing around customer service or frontline activation, that is a really strong place to create productivity. Because what we have is, at least in Indonesia, we can continue to grow from 0 to 1 or 0 to 10. But the moment we go to 100, we need the same productivity level. And AI enables us to institutionalize a lot of these capabilities for the frontliners. So those three are key. I think the frontier thing that's happening, because I spent some time in the US as well, just last 2 weeks, trying to think about where it's going, is really on the agentic side, which is what you read in the papers. To be honest, I don't think that's the baseline. But it is somewhere where things are heading towards, where agents are going to take charge of certain processes completely.
Thanks, Tushar. No, and I appreciate the way that you play around what are the basic foundational infrastructural components that we're using and the objectives around that. We want to drive operational productivity, get gains, but then what's forward-looking and what's the next hot topic that people are excited about. Joe, I'm curious, you're sitting inside one of these FSPs and you're also operating in a sector that largely has scarcity when it comes to the right types of traditional data that AI is usually looking to work on, build off of. What's the product roadmap look like for Adishamin? And be honest, Joe, what's something that was really hard that you didn't expect?
Okay, yeah, thanks very much. But before that, I want to thank Amartha for the invitation. Actually, this wasn't my plan. My plan was I heard the name, okay, let me fly down to Indonesia last year and say, okay, if you can wait until June. And then all of a sudden, I received an email, oh, can you be on a panel? I said, okay. So
Sorry, Joe, I'm just going to stop you.
Okay.
Do you mind just...
Sure, thanks. For us, we have three phases for our roadmap. The first is the foundation. And then the foundation, basically, we are looking at data, trying to see where we have everything together. In this case, we try to verify customers. So every person who takes a loan is verified either through using the eyes, the face, and then fingerprints. That is done. And then we have a basic scorecard that is working now. Now, the next phase is the intelligence. The intelligence side is where now we are trying to see where the customer is, more so the alternative scorecard, because they have data footprint all over the place. So we need to be able to gather that. And one sector that has been really helpful here is the telco. Because in Ghana, for those who are familiar with West Africa, in Ghana, almost everybody is on mobile money, or in this case, we call it e-value, in Ghana. And because of that, the telcos really have cornered that market. They have the data, and you can never give loans in Ghana without mobile data, because the banks are there, but they don't have that money. As far as information goes, they don't have much. So we rely a lot on the telcos to do that. And then the last part with it is once we are set with the data, then we can now get into personalization. So in this case, we can look at financial health individually, meaning that we are not getting one product for everyone, but we can look at which phase the person or the family is and then be able to introduce that. And so at this point, these are the various stages we are. And as I said, the key part is the telcos. Without them, I don't think we can survive because of the mobile money. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joe. And Pak Sunam, I see you smiling, and I think I think we'd love to hear from your perspective and some of the components that Joe has talked about. He said that Adishamin has partnered with MTN, the largest telco in Ghana, one of the largest telcos in Ghana. But you are sitting, and we mentioned, on a very rich data transactional base. And I'm curious from your perspective, as we are progressing with the age of AI, more tools that are being developed based off of AI models and systems, the need for data is ever more crucial. Where are you seeing the shift in the power dynamic moving? Is it moving closer to the telcos? And what does that mean in terms of partnerships with FSPs, with regulators, et cetera?
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank Amartha and Pak Taufan. It's a wonderful forum that you organize, and I think it is very good for the grassroots economy, as you have mentioned. So keep going and keep doing. I think you are doing great thing. And thanks to Joe. Joe did a free advertisement for Telkomsel. So Pak Taufan, in case you didn't hear it, he said you can't do loan, you can't do without telco. So and here in Indonesia, when Joe said telco, he's referring to Telkomsel. So wow, not trying to blow the trumpet, but I think telco does have a lot of rich data But we don't want to use our data to the disadvantage of the grassroots economy. You know, today we started, earlier on we talked about, I heard in the panel about financial inclusion, how the data of the telco can be used like the credit scoring to assess whether you can loan money and things like that. But frankly, for me, that's a bit one-sided. I think we need to have data to be asymmetry, not just for people who are loaning money, but I think we should bring data to bring AI to help the grassroots economy, because then if they progress, if their business grow, then it benefit everybody. So to me, in telco, first thing first, Telkomsel have been serving 170 million customers in Indonesia by providing connectivity. And connectivity is, in the beginning, is about democratizing knowledge. Because with connectivity, the people in the grassroots get access to internet, they get information, they get knowledge. So those were the first part, the early day when mobile come alive. But now we are going into a new era. And that era is about AI. Beyond connectivity, we are connecting the people on the ground through mobile to AI. And I think that's the part that we want to play. But let's be candid about it. How many people on the grassroots really know how to use AI, put in the prompt, get the information? I think that is a big challenge for Indonesia for now. So to me, in Telkomsel, we have a slogan. That slogan say, empowering Indonesia, enabling business. Our job now is not about pushing AI to them, but how do we use AI to help Indonesian? How do we use AI to help the MSME? Let me give you an example. Very simple example. A warung selling bawang, bawang putih, bawang merah, or chili. How can AI help them? Where can telco play the part? For example, you know, through the connectivity, through the information of AI, they know when is the raining season. When will it be a time? For example, I'm in West Java. I want to know, is there going to be lots of tourists coming in? If there's lots of tourists buying food, then the demand for chili, the demand for bawang will grow. I think that, to me, help them to do inventory forecasting, help them to do how much loan they want to take because they are going to buy more stock. So these are the things that empowering them to make decisions. And that's what we mean empowering Indonesia. And to your question, are we shifting that power to telco? I don't think we want to say with AI, with data, we are shifting the power to telco. I don't think that's our intent. What we want to do is to put power into the hand of every Indonesian, every businesses. Because when they are successful, they use telco, they use Telkomsel, we benefit. So putting power in their hand are more important than shifting power into telco. So that's where we think. And if I may sum it up, I think the challenge moving forward is how do we, as we, in this case Telkomsel, bring this knowledge, educate the people on the ground. And I think my parting statement must be, we can't do it alone. It is an ecosystem play. Just as you take a village to bring up a kid, you take a village and the entire ecosystem to make a business successful.
Thank you for that. And I really appreciate the practical example too of the warung selling bawang merah, right? And it helps us visualize. And I'm curious, Avnish, from your perspective, when you hear Pak Wang talk about the use of mobile data to be able to empower these things, to work with these different types of individuals, you're sitting within Amartha and you're thinking about what data is going to be fed into these models for us to be able to better profile these customers, for us to be able to bring the right types of products and services to them. We heard Arya talk about it's not just the access, but it's really building resilient solutions for these individuals. I'm curious, how is Amartha thinking about this? How is Amartha thinking about the data they want to feed in, building the models so that it's not excluding the base, but rather building upon inclusive systems?
Yeah, I think the reality is people who need financial access the most generate the least amount of data, right? That's the reality. So our goal primarily is not just to collect more data, but also create a fairer representation for this community, right? Like some of the examples that have been quoted. So if you look at traditional data sets, we rely more on digital payments, digital commerce activity, and most of these community, most of the segment that we target are excluded to this traditional data sets, right? So our model generally is anchored around communities, because though this segment is invisible to the traditional data set, they are visible to their communities. So we model around communities as well as their behavior. So primarily, if you think of relying on group lending dynamics, the group and individual repayment behavior, and primarily also the field observations through our human on the ground, the field officers, as well as the signals from the community. So you can think of it as the data sets that we generate or we rely on are structured and unstructured. And it is relatively important because this segment does not have a lot of structured data. So if we just rely on structured data, in the world of AI, it becomes scary because the AI, the algorithms would not understand them. So we have to rely on both structured and unstructured. And just to extend the conversation on AI, the way we think of AI, at least from an underwriting point of view or from a credit assessment point of view, is to see how we can make sense of the unstructured data as well to try and build a credit model around us, our customer segment. So think of AI as helping us scale inclusion, not define inclusion to start with. So that's where a lot of unstructured data points getting generated. AI helps make sense of that, which then feeds into credit assessment as well as portfolio monitoring over a period of time.
Thank you, thank you. And Tushar, I'm curious, as you're listening to some of the panelists talk about the promise behind leveraging AI, the promise behind data, but also the challenges and limitations. You have been seeing a lot of the challenges. You've been seeing a lot of the limitations. You've been seeing where the hype backfires, especially as you're working with different financial institutions and banks. I'm curious if you have an opinion on what some of the comments that the panelists have made, and also where you have seen these challenges where it comes to cost, where it comes to reducing risk. Is that happening, or are you seeing some of the shortcomings around when we talk about AI as scary?
That's a very good question, right? So when we start to think about AI, we look about what are the biggest warning signs. And the warning signs that I've seen in the AI investments is mainly around the transformation from pilot to actual deployment. You know, there's a lot of discussions about we can have some use cases build up here. We can have an area of some amount of growth that you can get, usually with more efficiency. But as we start to execute these pilots, you start to see that in a production level, they actually don't move. Because although we've got the technology tool, we don't have the organization, the governance, and everything that walks around with it. And so those outcomes are not realized, and it takes long. So it makes a lot of disbelief with many of the organizations, right? And I'll give you an example. This is an example also with a bank, where there was a productivity tool being implemented for the RMs to actually give advisory to their clients. And the tool is a simple tool which will actually tell you exactly the investment advice that needs to be done based on the details. As soon as the tools are given in the hands of the RMs, every time they meet with a customer, they're actually printing out every advice, because they don't know what if the tool is telling them the wrong advice. But I need to also, CYA, I need to make sure that I'm complying with what I do. And now they generate a significant amount of paperwork by using the AI tool, which is counterproductive because we didn't see the whole level. I think that's majority of it is that let's consolidate everything into high value cases, not focus on the wrong area. Look at the entire operation, so redefine the plan. Then actually AI can actually redo the entire process, right? The second part about it is also the cost, which I think gets missed out. And this is what now the organizations in the West are starting to see in the developed world, that as you use AI, you generate tokens. Tokens is the cost of using AI. And this eventually is a cost that will accumulate as more and more people use AI within the organization. So we need to look ahead, about 4 or 5 years out, that this is the investment that we're doing is a real investment that will then stay the test of time, not just die down, right? And I think those are the main key areas around this. Risk, yes, there is some risk around, taking risk decisioning, but I think that is right now, it's a black box, but this will evolve very soon about, how it can be good.
Hearing how AI is doubling manual inefficiencies is actually really refreshing to hear that we have to be honest about the conversation. We have to be real about what we can expect as we start to embark and experiment in this journey. And I was hoping that maybe to close out the panel and some of the comments that you guys have had, when we think about from each of your perspectives, your commitment to how you can make sure that as you are deploying, experimenting, trying out AI as a tool to advance financial health and resilience for your customer base, what is your commitment, especially when you're thinking about the grassroots economy, especially when you're thinking about some of the challenges, the costs, the risks, the potential consequence of further exclusion, and in Tushar's example, doubling manual inefficiencies for your staff. Maybe, Pat Wong, we can start with you in terms of your thoughts.
Well, Telkomsel being the #1 mobile operator in Indonesia, that itself put the burden on us to connect every individual Indonesian to the internet and of course to AI. So our commitment is to make sure that every corner in Indonesia, we will have coverage. And I think we are making every effort to reach out, to the villages, to the remote part. In Indonesia, there are 17,000 islands, leave alone the main. And you can know the humongous amount of capital that we are investing to put signal, whether it's 4G or 5G, and to make sure every individual get covered. That, to me, is the biggest commitment. Without that, then you cannot connect to the cloud, you cannot connect to the internet, you cannot connect to the AI. So back to Joe again, without telco, you just simply cannot work. So I think that is our biggest commitment. And that's the biggest money that we'll spend. And as we build up the connectivity, everybody can jump on the wagon of connectivity to reach every individual that they want to reach out to. I think that's our bigger commitment.
Thank you, Pat. Not an easy battle, 17,000 islands. Joe, I think you have a #1 fan on the panel here. But your commitment, Joe, especially from the perspective of Dishamin and the work that you're doing in Ghana, what is the commitment to making sure that we're thinking about these AI systems driving inclusivity and considering some of the challenging risks that might come along with that?
Okay, thanks very much. I hope my presence here wasn't to promote telcos. It just came out that way. Okay. I think, there's a saying that goes that good financial advice never scale down to the poor, because people don't scale. The reason we don't scale is we are limited in some of the things, but machine scale. So AI scales. And to take advantage of that is because, again, as I said, data is all over the place. And so we need data, and also quality data, in order to push that. And that's where AI really, helps, because it can cover a lot of ground. And some of the customers also too, the data is all over the place. Of course, the telcos have some, their own institutions have that. And then also too, there are all these mobile apps that they use, whether through Instagram or through Facebook and others. So we are in a situation where data is all over the place, and the only instrument that can really bring everything together once we are able to put that into a particular server or a particular data environment is the AI, because it can touch so many things that humanly we can't do that. So that is the essence of AI for it.
Fantastic. Thank you, Joe. And Tushar, from the perspective of not just Indonesia, but the broader Asia Pacific.
No, actually, this is a very interesting question. I was just reflecting on everything that the panelists were also saying, right? Because when we start to look at the grassroots economies, that's literally the last value pool, which we need to still tap. In Indonesia, 51% people are actually banked, and even only less than 20% actually are financially active in that community, right? And so AI has been the way, or at least the answer to bridge. Now the question is how? when I spend a lot of time, and I've been also traveling to many of these grassroots economies, going down to the villages to see, the biggest gap that we start to see is the literal translation. So this is also tech literacy, not just the financial, right? So we need to have the financial literacy, we need to also have the tech literacy. And the fact is that we are an island, as you mentioned, of many islands, but also many languages. So this is going to be quite hard. And where AI plays a role, especially on voice to text, is really understanding and deciphering what people want. Because there'll still be another gap. I can come up with a nice app, I can come up with a link, but when I start to input these things, people will not be able to. AI allows, through LLMs, to do voice to text. And that voice to text has been a big game changer, right? Now, I take an example of places like Colombia, where actually I've seen the government investing on specific platforms to go to the real grassroots, talk to the entrepreneurs, and give them a tool which allows them to do all government services on that voice to text. This is a vision, probably, Pawang, what you're trying to create, right? On India, they've actually made huge strides where they've come up with a voice to text of, it's called Bhashini. And Bhashini allows 28 regional languages to be deciphered by the tool and translate them to tech instructions that would be actually input into the field. And that is then coupled with what Pawang was also saying around a tool for the farmers called eKisan, which allows them to really anticipate how their funds should go up and down. So I think these are infrastructure ways that telcos, together with government, needs to invest on, and the private sector support, right?
No, fantastic. And actually, interestingly, that example about voice to text and also text to voice, right? Here in Indonesia, there is a really interesting technology, Soundbox, that also enables ability for when merchants are receiving payments, that then is read out loud to them. And if a merchant has their hands full because they're busy running their business, or they have chicken on their hands and they're chopping it up for their next customer, that's very useful, isn't it? And so really appreciating that. And then how do you think about the linguistic element to make sure that it's accessible for everyone? And Avnish, from your perspective, sitting with Amartha and also the previous roles you've had, where do you see and we've heard this from Tofan or Arya and all of the other folks from Amartha, the commitment here to driving at the grassroots level, making sure that the models we're building continue to build for the right folks and that we're bringing the needs of the customers into the design of the products that we're building?
Yeah. I think just building on top of what the other panelists also mentioned, right, where the risk around AI and also considering what we need to ensure that the needs of the customers are taken care of. We also need to balance between how do we model it right, building on top of what I just said earlier on the underwriting part of it, but then also factoring in how do we enable human plus AI to work together. Because if you look at the needs of the customer spread across 17,000 plus islands, the human in the loop is important to establish the trust, establish the accountability, and establish the engagement, which is difficult to take out in our model, right? So how do we balance that and then empower the human to do the job so that we can reduce the cost of inclusion, right? So that's because reaching 17,000 islands, the cost of inclusion is, the harder it is to get to the customer, the higher the cost of inclusion. So how do we use and leverage AI to reduce that cost is probably one of the key factors for us. Factoring in the needs of the customer so that we don't eliminate the human trust, that is key to bringing in the financial inclusion that we are aiming for. But at the same time, use AI to empower the human to do the job better. And in a lot of panelists also touched upon productivity aspects. So how do we leverage AI to improve the productivity for the human on the ground through various means that we are trying to do internally as well?
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I think we've touched on so many different topics today. We're looking at AI for driving productivity gains at the institution level, but also thinking about it in terms of solving daily needs for the end customer, right? Collaboration, data partnerships, where it gets scary and where we have to keep learning and keep trying. So really appreciate all of you bringing your perspectives together, and thank you all for joining the panel today. And I'd love to give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Let's gather our hands one more time for a moderator and also speakers, especially for this panel session. Let me invite everyone to please rise and move forward a little bit to receive a token of appreciation. As a mark of appreciation for the commitment to advancing this important dialogue, we are honored to invite Avnish Kalan, Chief Product Officer Amartha, to present tokens of appreciations to all distinguished speakers and moderator in recognition of their valuable insights and contributions to today's discussion. And let's continue with a photo session just very quickly. Eyes on camera, everyone. Smile. 3, 2, 1. Excellent. Thank you very much. Speakers, thank you. Moderator, thank you very much. You may all return to your seat. And we just concluded the second panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the panel discussion, we are pleased to invite you to enjoy lunch that has been prepared for all participants. Lunch is available at the foyer ballroom. Following lunch break, we'll continue with the breakout sessions designed to foster deeper dialogue, practical learning, and meaningful collaboration. And the breakout sessions will be held at the first floor as follows. Workshops are located at the Sumatra room. Group discussions are located at the Java room. Training sessions, if you're interested, will be held in the Sulawesi room. And roundtable discussions will take place at Kalimantan and Maluku room. And the plenary program will reconvene in this ballroom at 1:20. We give you extra 5 minutes actually, 1:20 p.m., where we'll continue the next segment of this forum. So for now, enjoy your lunch, extend the networkings, and we'll see you at the next sessions of the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum. Enjoy your lunch.
udah jadi laut semua. Mau-maunya nggak ada, mangkrup burungnya nggak ada, satu nggak ada. Terus mangkrupnya ini besar, semakin banyak.
Meluapnya sungai kondisi banjir rob yang terjadi
di Desa Sibulan Demak, Jawa Tengah hingga tadi siang masih terendam banjir.
Jawa Tengah terendam banjir.
Di pesisir utara Jawa, air laut semakin sering datang tanpa permisi. Rob bukan lagi tamu musiman, ia telah menjadi penghuni tetap. Di Demak, ratusan hektar sawah dan tambak kini hilang ditelan ombak. Tapi di tengah ancaman itu, ada satu perempuan yang menolak pergi.
Ini Mak Je, umurnya 53 tahun. Kabupaten Demak, Kecamatan Sayung, Kelurahan Bedono, Dukuhe Rejo Sari Seni. Awal-awal banjir ya saking dikit-dikit tahun 2000 nu mulai dikit-dikit. Aslinya di sini ya tani semua.
Mak Jah, ibu 4 anak ini bertahan hidup di tengah gempuran ombak pantai utara Jawa. Sejak tahun 2000, ia melihat desanya berubah. Dari sawah yang hijau menjadi tambak, lalu perlahan menjadi laut.
Banjirnya mulai tenggelam itu tahun 2000 ada dikit-dikit sampai seberki, terus semakin naik, semakin besar, semakin parah. Sabine terus dados digawe tambak sawah tambak, badan tambak, terus niki laut. Tani ya nanam padi, nanam lombok wi. Ya sekolah wija lah seadane. Ya 11 itu.
Sekarang udah di laut semua.
Iya, terus jadi ketambak. Terus di buat tambak. Buat tambak terus niki habis jadi laut.
Dulu di sini tumbuh mangga, kelapa, dan palawija. Kini yang tersisa hanyalah ombak dan tiang-tiang rumah yang separuh terendam. Mak Jah tahu laut tak pernah berhenti, tapi ia juga takkan berhenti. Di tepi desanya yang kini kian tenggelam, ia menanam mangrove seperti menanam janji. Janji bahwa ombak tak akan merampas segalanya dan kehidupan harus terus berjalan.
Nah, saya ndak pindah, punya usaha menanam mangrove. Itu sulam-sulam, lah nanti kalau nak pindah, lah nanti siapa sing bangun desane? Lah ini ndak ditanami mangrove itu nanti udah jadi laut semua. Ini kan cara ada manfaatnya lah untuk nanam mangrove, mertahan ombak, ngasihi rumah burungnya sak banyaknya. Nah, ndak ada mangrove kan burungnya ndak ada.
ada manfaatnya. Nggih rumah ikan-ikan wi kepiting, udang. Mbak gede di rumah aja, ndak keluar. Ini anu lompat mbaknya. Rumahnya itu horeg. Saya ndak tidur nak malam. Ini aslinya dulu tuh pintu. Lah pintu ini berhubung terak ombak, mau niru terus ditinggike.
Tanpa listrik permanen, ia bergantung pada genset pinjaman. Air bersih harus diambil dari desa sebelah dengan perahu.
Ya ditawari, saya nggak mau. Saya punya usaha menanam mangrove itu.
Oh, kalau pindah nggak ada yang terus nanam?
Ya, nak saya pindah nggak ada yang nanam. Iya, nggak ada yang terus nanam. Lah saya keluar ya habis tau dah. Mau-maunya nggak ada, mangrove burungnya nggak ada, satu nggak ada. Nah ini saya kasih mangrove itu besar, aslinya kecil belum ada. Terus mangrove ini besar, semakin banyak nih. Ikan piting, rajungan, udang, ikan belana, sembilang, kedoan, segala apalah ada.
Bagi Mak Jah, mangrove bukan sekedar pohon. Ia adalah benteng terakhir, rumah bagi ribuan makhluk, dan harapan untuk anak cucu.
Perasaannya ya tak nyati lah, saya nggak apa-apa. Wis penting awake niku waras sehat, panjang umur, nyambut gawe sak tetahe.
Di tengah laut yang terus mendekat, Mak Jah memilih bertahan. Bukan karena tak punya pilihan, tapi karena ia percaya satu pohon yang ia tanam hari ini bisa menyelamatkan desanya esok. Perjuangan Mak Jah tidak berjalan sendiri. Dukungan hadir, salah satunya melalui Amartha yang percaya bahwa menjaga lingkungan adalah menjaga kehidupan. Penghargaan yang ia terima bukan hanya untuk dirinya, tapi juga simbol harapan bagi kita semua. Bahwa sekecil apapun usaha, jika dilakukan dengan hati, mampu membawa perubahan besar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dinner reception of the 2025 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha.
Honored to welcome all of you tonight, our partners, friends who have traveled from far to this reception dinner of the Asia Grassroots Forum.
At Amartha.org, we believe that creating change at the grassroots level is not just possible, it's essential.
Talent and opportunity is not only found in big cities, but it's also found in everywhere, from the coast of Maluku to the forest of Kalimantan and to the mountains of Papua.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha.
you to challenge assumptions, stay curious, open your hearts, feel the urgency, see the possibility, and believe in the share and hope that brought us all here. Thank you for being part of this journey. Let's make this forum matters, not just for us in this room, but for the millions of lives we have the power to uplift. I'm Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, founder and CEO of Amartha. Welcome to the 2025 Asia Grassroots.
And we need actually good quality jobs. And the jobs that is being provided 97% now by micro, small, medium enterprise needs to come down.
This incredible day, I just want to say thank you, and thank you.
Karya inovasi kita memanfaatkan sampah plastik, terutama tutup botol.
We started the day with a visit to a plastic recycling company who they make really beautiful items from chairs to bar stools to hats, many creative products that they make from recycled plastic. So it was really impressive to see.
I'm Callum. I'm the co-founder and managing director of Yunus Thailand, and we've had a fantastic day. Saw the sea turtles and actually got to put a baby sea turtle back into the wild as well, which was really fantastic.
Udah berbulan-bulan panennya nggak bagus, Bu.
Percaya saja, apa yang kita tanam hari ini pasti akan membuahkan hasil. Kamu tenang aja. Ibu baik-baik kok di sini. Kalau nggak mudah, masih cukup untuk sehari-hari. Tiap ada kesulitan, semua saling bantu satu sama lain.
Aku juga pengen berkembang, Bu. Bukan cuma bertahan.
Coba kamu ada di sini, Nak.
Putri.
Sudah kekirim ya, Bu, buat Putri?
Nah ini ndak ditanami mangrove itu nanti udah jadi laut semua. Mau-maunya nggak ada, mangrove burungnya nggak ada, satu nggak ada. Terus mangrove ini besar semakin banyak nih.
Meluapnya sungai
pemirsa, kondisi banjir rob yang
Kawasan
terjadi
permukiman di desa Pipulan Demak, Jawa Tengah hingga tadi siang masih terendam banjir.
Jawa Tengah terendam banjir.
Di pesisir utara Jawa, air laut semakin sering datang tanpa permisi. Rob bukan lagi tamu musiman, ia telah menjadi penghuni tetap. Di Demak, ratusan hektar sawah dan tambak kini hilang ditelan ombak. Tapi di tengah ancaman itu, ada satu perempuan yang menolak pergi.
Ini Mak Je, umurnya 53 tahun. Kabupaten Demak, Kecamatan Sayung, Kelurahan Bedono, Dukuhe Rejo Sari Seni. Awal-awal banjir ya saking dikit-dikit tahun 2000 nu mulai dikit-dikit. Aslinya di sini ya tani semua.
Mak Jah, ibu 4 anak ini bertahan hidup di tengah gempuran ombak pantai utara Jawa. Sejak tahun 2000, ia melihat desanya berubah. Dari sawah yang hijau menjadi tambak, lalu perlahan menjadi laut.
Banjirnya mulai tenggelam itu tahun 2000 ada dikit-dikit nanti seperti terus semakin naik semakin besar semakin parah. Sabine terus dados digawe tambak sawah tambak, badan tambak terus niki laut. Tani ya nanam padi, nanam lombok ya sekolah wija lah seadane. Ya 11 itu.
Sekarang udah jadi laut semua.
Iya, terus jadi tambak. Terus buat tambak. Buat tambak terus niki habis jadi laut.
Dulu di sini tumbuh mangga, kelapa, dan palawija. Kini yang tersisa hanyalah ombak dan tiang-tiang rumah yang separuh terendam. Mak Jah tahu laut tak pernah berhenti, tapi ia juga takkan berhenti. Di tepi desanya yang kini kian tenggelam, ia menanam mangrove seperti menanam janji. Janji bahwa ombak tak akan merampas segalanya dan kehidupan harus terus berjalan.
Nah, saya ndak pindah punya usaha menanam mangrove itu sulam-sulam. Lah nanti kalau nak pindah, lah nanti siapa sing bangun desa nih? Nah ini ndak ditanami mangrove itu nanti udah jadi laut semua. Ini kan cara ada manfaatnya lah untuk nanam mangrove mertahan ombak, ngasihi rumah burung, burungnya sak banyake. Nah, ndak ada mangkrupe kan burungnya ndak ada. Ada manfaatnya. Nggih rumah ikan-ikan wi kepiting, udang. Mbak gede di rumah aja, ndak keluar. Ini anu lompat ombaknya. Rumahnya itu horeg. Saya ndak tidur nak malam. Ini aslinya dulu tuh pintu. Lah pintu ini berhubung terak ombak, mohon miru terus ditinggike.
Tanpa listrik permanen, ia bergantung pada genset pinjaman. Air bersih harus diambil dari desa sebelah dengan perahu.
Ya ditawari, saya nggak mau. Saya punya usaha menanam mangrove itu.
Oh, kalau pindah nggak ada yang terus nanam?
Ya, nak saya pindah nggak ada yang nanam. Iya, nggak ada yang terus nanam. Lah saya keluar ya habis tau dah. Mau-maunya nggak ada, mangrove anu burungnya nggak ada, satu nggak ada. Lah ini saya kasih mangrove itu besar, aslinya kecil nggak belum ada. Terus mangrove ini besar semakin banyak nih. Ikan piting, rajungan, udang, ikan belana, sembilang, kedoan, segala apalah ada.
Bagi Mak Jah, mangrove bukan sekedar pohon. Ia adalah benteng terakhir, rumah bagi ribuan makhluk, dan harapan untuk anak cucu.
Perasaannya ya tak nyati lah, saya nggak apa-apa. Wis penting awake niku waras sehat, panjang umur, nyambut gawe sak tetahe.
Di tengah laut yang terus mendekat, Mak Jah memilih bertahan. Bukan karena tak punya pilihan, tapi karena ia percaya satu pohon yang ia tanam hari ini bisa menyelamatkan desanya esok. Perjuangan Mak Jah tidak berjalan sendiri. Dukungan hadir salah satunya melalui Amartha yang percaya bahwa menjaga lingkungan adalah menjaga kehidupan.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly invite you to enter the ballroom and please take your seats. The event will begin shortly. Once again, would like to invite everyone to please come into the ballroom and be seated. We'll continue our forum this afternoon very shortly. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dinner reception of the 2025 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha.
Honored to welcome all of you tonight, our partners, friends who have traveled from far to this reception dinner of the Asia Grassroots Forum. At Amartha.org, we believe that creating change at the grassroots level is not just possible, it's essential.
Talent and opportunity is not only found in big cities, but it's also found in everywhere, from the coast of Maluku to the forest of Kalimantan and to the mountains of Papua.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha.
you to challenge assumptions, stay curious, open your heart, feel the urgency, see the possibility, and believe in the share and hope that brought us all here. Thank you for being part of this journey. Let's make this forum matters, not just for us in this room, but for the millions of lives we have the power to uplift. I'm Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, founder and CEO of Amartha. Welcome to the 2025 Asia Grassroots.
And we need actually good quality jobs. And the jobs that is being provided 97% now by micro, small, medium enterprise needs to come down.
Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please enter the ballroom for plenary session of the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum, hosted by Amartha in collaboration with IFC, Axion, and Women's World Banking. Please be seated, and a gentle reminder to please ensure that all mobile devices are switched to silent mode. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Karya inovasi kita memanfaatkan sampah plastik, terutama tutup botol.
We started the day with a visit to a plastic recycling company who they make really beautiful items, from chairs to bar stools to hats, many creative products that they make from recycled plastic. So it was really impressive to see.
I'm Callum. I'm the co-founder and managing director of Eunice Thailand, and we've had a fantastic day. Saw the sea turtles and actually got to put a baby sea turtle back into the wild as well, which was really fantastic.
Udah berbulan-bulan panennya nggak bagus, Bu.
Percaya saja, apa yang kita tanam hari ini pasti akan membuahkan hasil. Kamu tenang aja. Ibu baik-baik kok di sini. Kalau nggak mudah, masih cukup untuk sehari-hari. Tiap ada kesulitan, semua saling bantu satu sama lain.
Pupu juga pengen berkembang, Bu. Bukan cuma bertahan.
di sini.
Once again, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please enter the ballroom for the plenary session of the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum, hosted by Amartha, in collaboration with IFC, Axion, and Women's World Banking. Please be seated. And also a gentle reminder to please ensure that all mobile devices are switched to silent mode. Thank you.
Putri.
Sudah kekirim ya Bu, buat Putri?
Hari ini Amartha dengan inisiatif Grow for Good melakukan penanaman 5.000 bibit mangrove di Pantai Baros, Kabupaten Bantul, Yogyakarta. Inisiatif ini merupakan salah satu komitmen Amartha untuk dapat menyeimbangkan usaha pelestarian lingkungan guna meningkatkan resiliensi atau daya tahan lingkungan dan juga masyarakat di pesisir Pantai Baros terhadap ancaman perubahan iklim. Risiko perubahan iklim ini merupakan salah satu ancaman yang semakin besar belakangan ini. Oleh karena itu kami merasa perlu bahwa risiko terkait dengan climate juga merupakan bagian dari business risk, di mana Amartha dalam rangka atau visi besarnya adalah menyejahterakan masyarakat, terutama UMKM.
Kegiatan ini tentu nantinya sangat akan memiliki dampak terhadap ekosistem yang ada di sini. Apalagi ekosistem di Pantai Baros ini sudah dapat ditemui banyak sekali jenis-jenis mangrove, terutama ada rhizopora, ekosistem yang bisa terlihat dengan baik. Apalagi ditambah dengan di sini sudah sangat banyak sekali fauna-fauna yang mencari makan di area Pantai Baros ini, dan itu mengindikasikan bahwa ekosistem mangrove di sini sudah sangat baik sekali secara ekologi.
Kesannya happy sih bisa ikut berkontribusi langsung nanam daripada cuman memberi lewat dana, tapi di sini saya bisa ikut memberi dampak, memberi aksi mangrove, karena memang karbon yang dimakan oleh mangrove itu salah satu yang paling besar dan paling berguna untuk Indonesia.
Saya usaha belum punya warung, alhamdulillah sekarang udah bisa punya warung, buka warung sendiri.
Alhamdulillah bisa ngebantu saya gitu buat usaha berkat Amartha.
Dulu belum, mesinnya baru 5 ya, sekarang udah kenal Amartha, nambah lagi, alhamdulillah.
Dulu mah saya jualannya keliling, sekarang udah punya pangkalan.
Terus anak saya ya bisa lanjut sekolah sampai SMK. Tadinya kan mau SMP doang.
Dan saya bisa berkembang seperti ini karena bantuan Amartha.
merasa terbantu dengan adanya pinjaman modal ini. Warung saya jadi lebih berkembang, lebih mudah mendapatkan modal.
Dan harganya juga cukup lumayan murah, jadi pendapatan saya juga, keuntungan saya juga cukup besar.
Kombinasi gaji yang layak, teman kerja yang kerja pada sportif, dan pengembangan diri yang jadi lebih baik.
Saya suka bangga kalau misalkan datang ke majelis ya, ke kumpulan, ada ibu mitra yang suka bilang, "Teh, makasih ya udah bantu buat pencairan saya, usaha saya jadi maju sekarang."
Terus di Amartha juga punya jenjang karir. Di Amartha juga banyak sih bonus-bonusnya, Mbak.
Mungkin salah satunya bisa mengedukasi mitra tentang caranya menggunakan teknologi.
Senang juga apabila ibu mitra merasa puas dan terbantu atas pinjaman atau modal dan pelayanan kita terhadap ibu mitra.
Kita itu bisa membantu ibu mitra dalam mengembangkan usahanya.
Bisa sedikit banyaknya membantu banyak mitra.
Halo, aku Dea dari Besia Digital. Bagi kami, kolaborasi dengan Amartha.
Ladies and gentlemen, our forum this afternoon is about to be continued. So ladies and gentlemen, please enter the ballroom and take your seats. Make yourselves comfortable so that we can start our forum very shortly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please enter the ballroom for the plenary session of the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum hosted by Amartha in collaboration with IFC, Axion, and Women's World Banking. Please be seated and make yourselves comfortable. Thank you.
Hari ini Amartha menyelenggarakan Road to Asia Grassroots Forum Series yang terbagi menjadi dua sesi, satu di pagi hari dan sesi kedua di siang hari. Pada sesi pertama, kami mengundang pemerintah, regulator, startups, companies, dan juga NGO, serta akademia dan para pelaku UMKM untuk bersama-sama mendiskusikan dan berkolaborasi untuk bagaimana saling memperkuat ekosistem dengan berdiskusi dan mengeluarkan rekomendasi strategis sebagai bagian dari pembentukan Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health yang diinisiasi oleh Amartha. Amartha bekerjasama dengan key stakeholders di ekosistem seperti Axion, Center for Financial Inclusion, Women's World Banking, kemudian Mastercard, bersama-sama menginisiasi Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health. Dan kami mengundang para stakeholders, para pemangku kepentingan yang berkepentingan untuk mendorong kesehatan keuangan di Indonesia untuk bergabung dengan koalisi ini yang akan diluncurkan pada sesi utama Asia Grassroots Forum pada tanggal 4 Juni 2026. Di sesi yang kedua, Amartha mengundang para founders dan pelaku startups di Indonesia untuk bergabung dalam sesi Game Changers dan juga Startup Matchmaking Sessions yang akan menjadi salah satu sesi pendamping dari Asia Grassroots Forum di mana Amartha mengundang lebih dari 40 venture capitals dan para investors dari seluruh dunia untuk bisa bertemu dan berkenalan dengan startup ekosistem di Indonesia. Dengan harapan forum ini bisa memfasilitasi pertumbuhan dan juga perkembangan startup players di Indonesia untuk bisa lebih berkontribusi terhadap kesehatan keuangan bagi para fintech dan juga kesejahteraan secara luas bagi startups yang bergerak di bidang yang lainnya.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause for the spectacular performance of Reok Ponorogo. And welcome back to the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum. A little bit about Reok Ponorogo. It is one of Indonesia's most iconic cultural performances, originating from East Java, known for its majestic lion mask adorned with peacock feathers. And Reok symbolizes courage, strength, and cultural pride. Accompanied by traditional music, we have a live traditional music and dynamic dance movements. The remarkable art form has been passed down through generations and continues to captivate audiences around the world. We hope you enjoyed the vibrant spirit and rich heritage of Reok Ponorogo. Once again, welcome back. I hope you are now refreshed after lunchtime and extending networking in between the forums. And before we continue our agenda, please allow me to extend our warmest welcome to His Excellency Yusuf Kalla, the 10th and 12th Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia. Selamat datang, Pak Yusuf Kalla. And will be joining us a little later, Veronica Tan, Vice Minister of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection of Indonesia, and also Sandiaga Uno, former Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. And Bapak Rudiantara is here already, President Commissioner Amartha and Minister of Communication and Information Technology of Indonesia in the period of 2014 until 2016. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, continuing today's program, we are honored to begin this session with a special remarks from the 10th and 12th Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please warmly welcome His Excellency Yusuf Kalla to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Yang saya hormati Saudara Taufan, Ananda Taufan ini, Pak Rudi, dan hadirin semua para yang muda-muda, juga tamu-tamu dari beberapa negara. Saya diminta bicara tentang tentu antara lain tentang judul ini. Bagaimana meningkatkan kesehatan keuangan. Kebetulan sekarang kita lagi sakit. Jadi bicara kesehatan pada saat kita sakit. Sakitnya bukan di Indonesia, hampir di seluruh dunia sakit. Masalah keuangan ini, karena itulah maka tentu sangat baik. Memang dunia ekonomi itu setiap 30-50 tahun berubah dia punya cara. Kalau sebelumnya kita sangat kenal globalisasi, sekarang orang bergerak deglobalisasi. Sebelumnya tahun 30-an Keynes membuat teori tentang peranan pemerintah dalam ekonomi. Sebelumnya lagi Adam Smith abad 17 menulis tentang bagaimana ekonomi itu harus berkembang dengan cara kemampuan pasar. Artinya liberal. Jadi liberal, kemudian kontrol pemerintah, liberal lagi. Sekarang kembali lagi peranan pemerintah harus besar. Karena itulah ekonomi dewasa ini masuk di Amerika, American First. Bagaimana dia membuat urusan tentang tarif yang tinggi. Dulu hanya bebas waktu global. Tarif yang tinggi. Melarang impor ini, melarang impor ini. Itu terjadi di negara besar. Kita juga kemudian baru-baru ini memutuskan bahwa semua ekspor untuk batu bara, untuk CPO harus diatur oleh negara. Jadi ekonomi sekarang di Indonesia dan di dunia ini menjadi ekonomi yang state ekonomi kapitalisme. Orang menyerahkan itu bahwa peran pemerintah lebih besar dibanding sebelumnya. Itu yang terjadi pada acara ini. Namun dari semua keadaan itu, bagaimanapun usaha masyarakat, ekonomi masyarakat, pendapatan masyarakat, karena selalu ada teori, ada pandangan bahwa ekonomi berkembang juga tergantung konsumsi masyarakat. Tapi konsumsi masyarakat tidak mungkin ada apabila tidak ada pendapatan masyarakat. Artinya tetap apapun produktivitas masyarakat. Hal dari produktivitas masyarakat itulah tentu mereka bisa untuk menyebabkan suatu konsumsi yang bisa menumbuhkan ekonomi. Bisa bagaimana terjadi suatu enabling growth. Jadi bagaimana pertumbuhan itu dilakukan ekonomi kita pada saat yang saya katakan tadi, ekonomi di Indonesia, di dunia ini sedikit sakit. Hari ini dolar sudah lebih 18.000. Bursa sudah di bawah 6.000. Artinya sesuatu yang harus kita bekerja keras untuk bagaimana. Karena apabila ekonomi secara keseluruhan sulit, maka pasti masyarakat juga terjadi masalah. Nah, bagaimana menggerakkan masyarakat di bawah pada saat sesuatu yang sebenarnya juga mengambil manfaat itu penting. Kalau kita lihat, kenapa ekonomi dunia begini? Ada perang Ukraina Rusia, ada perang dengan Iran, dengan Amerika dan Israel, ada perang Gaza, ada perang di Pakistan dengan Afghanistan. Semuanya menjadi berakibat bahwa kemudian masyarakat mengalami pertumbuhan yang rendah, negara rendah seperti itu. Karena itulah maka penting untuk kita selalu melihat seperti itu. Tapi suatu negara itu terdiri ditopang oleh dua hal. Ditopang oleh pemerintah yang memerintah dengan baik, dengan adil, dan membangun fasilitas infrastruktur dan membuat kesempatan berusaha, dan kemudian menarik pajak dari dari pertumbuhan itu. Hal yang kedua ialah semua negara maju akhirnya apabila ada peranan pengusaha kecil besar untuk memajukan negara itu dengan cara mempunyai pendapatan dan kemudian tentunya memberikan pekerjaan kepada masyarakat. Dua-dua harus jalan bersamaan. Kalau pemerintah saja menjadi etatisme, negara sosialis. Tapi kalau ini saja kita akan purely liberal ekonomi. Maka harus secara bersama-sama pemerintah dan masyarakat usaha. Karena pemerintah hanya memberikan pekerjaan 4 juta orang. Pegawai negeri itu hanya 4 juta. Tapi yang memberikan lapangan kerja kepada hampir seluruh masyarakat justru para pengusaha-pengusaha yang membuat kegiatan, yang membuat proyek, yang membangun infrastruktur, mengembangkan ekonomi. Inilah yang karena itulah kalau di sini hari ini adalah bagaimana menggerakkan masyarakat, bagi yang muda-muda untuk menopang ekonomi masyarakat. Ya tentu banyak sekali hal-hal yang tentunya harus bekerja sama dengan pemerintah. Tanpa dengan peranan pemerintah, maka dia akan menjadi liberal. Tanpa peranan pemerintah dia akan menjadi peran swasta, pemerintah akan menjadi sangat sosialis, pemerintah seperti itu. Karena bagaimana kita semua menyeimbangkan antara pertumbuhan pemerintah yang adil dan serta dengan usaha-usaha swasta yang kreatif. Harus selalu bersama, dimanapun negara apapun harus begitu. Negara apabila hanya sepihak, maka seperti katakan dari etatisme. Sekarang ini negara-negara termasuk Indonesia itu tindakan-tindakan, termasuk Amerika. Amerika pasang tarif 100%, tapi itu salah, kemudian ditolak. Kita mulai etatisme serba pemerintah. Pemerintah harus mempunyai peranan yang besar dalam hal-hal tersebut. Nah, ini semua, tapi inti daripada hal ini adalah suatu pemerintah yang baik dan para pengusaha yang mau investasi, yang mau membangun, yang mau memberikan lapangan kerja dan kreativitas yang ada. Dalam hal itu tentu kebijakan pemerintah dan swasta harus diketahui. Pada masa lalu seperti yang kita banyak baca, bahwa para pengusaha banyak menyembunyikan harga. Harga 100 dia bilang 50 sehingga pajak ekspornya kecil. Dan sebagainya dan sebagainya. Pemerintah sekarang mengambil tindakan yang lebih keras. Pengusaha juga ya situ. Namun di bawah itu hampir semua pengusaha tidak ada yang langsung besar. Tidak ada yang langsung besar. Maka haruslah dimulai dengan kreativitas. Hari ini semuanya di Indonesia kreativitas sudah sangat baik. Apa yang pernah lakukan? Pada tahun kira-kira 204, 205. Bunga pinjaman itu sampai 25%. Saya keliru dan harus paksakan, itu tidak benar sama sekali. Maka saya perintahkan turunkan bunga. Apa yang terjadi? Turunkan bunga, orang tidak nyaman lagi berdeposito, tapi orang nyaman untuk berusaha. Mulailah segala macam kuliner, kembangan dan didopang oleh suatu sistem penjualan yang seperti Gojek dan sebagainya, Grab dan sebagainya. Menimbullah usaha yang tidak membutuhkan tempat, tidak membutuhkan toko, maka lebih efisien yang terjadi seperti itu. Itulah salah satu inovasi-inovasi di kalangan kecil. Memang kita seperti yang selalu dipidatokan kaya, tapi kita tidak membangun industri yang besar. Malah sekarang apabila industri hampir selalu kalah dengan Cina contohnya. Maka kita harus belajar bagaimana kita efisien seperti itu. Pengalaman saya semuanya dibutuhkan keberanian. Di keberanian saja. Memerlukan teknologi keberaniannya. Pada waktu saya muda ikut, betul bapak saya melanjutkan usaha bapak saya. Tapi pada saya terima pegawai cuma 1 orang. Karena itu kita berpikir bagaimana mengembangkan upaya ini. Dan saya kumpulkan teman-teman mahasiswa yang aktif di kemahasiswaan untuk membantu bagaimana kita mempunyai kreativitas seperti itu. Dan kita lakukan seperti itu. Juga kita lakukan teknologi. Bagaimana teknologi harus dipergunakan. Kita seakan-akan sekarang hampir yang muda-muda. Tentu menggunakan teknologi itu sebaik-baiknya. Jangan kita hanya tergantung kepada kemampuan sumber daya alam kita. Jangan kemampuan investasi luar. Tapi bagaimana kita membangun itu. Dahulu asal orang membuat listrik dengan PLTU yang besar, selalu berpikir Prancis, Jepang, Cina, sebagainya. Kita lakukan itu, tidak. Harus dibuat dengan kemampuan sendiri. Dan itu bisa. dengan kemauan, keberanian, kemampuan kita bisa kita laksanakan itu. Jadi yang mudah-mudah Anda harus berani mengambil risiko, harus berani berkreatif sebagainya. Sebenarnya kalau kita bicara dari segi keuangan, pemerintah selalu menyiapkan dana yang besar untuk para pemula. Anda tentu mengenal kredit usaha rakyat KUR yang bunganya hanya 6%. Dan pihak untuk pengusaha besar 8-9, lebih murah. Mestinya ini dipakai, diajarkan bagaimana karena orang sering ada kekhawatiran yang salah. Selalu mengatakan, iya bagaimana kita mau berusaha, tidak ada modal. Modal bukan nomor satu. Yang kalau ingin berusaha, modal yang pertama inovasi, kreativitas, ide. Itu yang nomor satu. Yang kedua baru modal. Jangan berpikir modal dulu, enggak. Modal nomor 2. Jadi kreativitas, keberanian, dan juga tentu berani gagal. Karena tidak semua berhasil. Jadi kita tidak hanya berbicara sukses story. Mari kita belajar kepada the fail story. Ada yang salah. Tapi saya yakin Anda semua, anak-anakku semua di sini, mempunyai ide-ide yang baik untuk dikembangkan. Sekarang banyak berubah. Orang dengan teknologi yang saya katakan tadi, apakah itu AI atau kemudian dengan IT, maka makin banyak bisa dilakukan untuk tersebut. Namun kalau kita lihat, ada suatu perubahan. Pada tahun 60-an, ada ungkapan yang mengatakan, Eropa masa lalu, Amerika masa sekarang, ini tahun 60-an, Asia masa datang. Karena itu 60 tahun yang lalu, maka Asia sekarang ini tempat berkembangannya, kemungkinannya. Amerika berusaha, yang kita lihat China, Jepang, Korea, teknologinya, manufacturingnya sudah lebih baik daripada Amerika sudah. Amerika berusaha untuk menjaga dan menaikkan tarif itu gagal. Akhirnya dia perang untuk itu supaya akan jangan saja. Nah kita Indonesia ini dan teman-teman di Asia Tenggara tentu jangan hanya tergantung kepada negara-negara ini, harus lebih kreatif. Kreatif itu contoh, mempergunakan teknologi yang benar seperti itu dan kemauan yang benar daripada itu. Nah, karena itulah maka walaupun sekarang Indonesia, Amerika lebih etatisme, serba negara. Jadi orang juga bilang kapitalisme negara. Modal ada di negara dan dipakai untuk kemampuan negara itu. Amerika lebih seperti itu. Eropa juga begitu. China juga lebih daripada itu. Etatisme negara, etatisme atau kapitalisme negara seperti itu. Marilah kita mengisinya di bawah itu. Tanpa mengisinya, tanpa mempunyai kemampuan teknologi. Banyak contoh-contoh yang agak selalu saya kasih contoh yang sederhana. Bahwa salah satu orang yang paling kaya, yang kaya di Indonesia termasuk Haji Isyam. Dia hanya supir, awalnya tamat SMP, supir mobil truk. Jadi sopir dia maju berkembang luar biasa. Anda lihat CT Heru Tanjung, dia dokter gigi. Dia tidak ada urusannya dengan bank, tidak sekolah tentang perbankan, tidak sekolah dengan marketing, tapi dia dokter gigi. Tapi bagaimana seorang dokter gigi bisa maju sekian rupa? Modalnya ide dan keberanian. Itu saja. ide keberanian. Dengan ide keberanian Anda bisa datang ke bank, Pak, saya mau begini. Itu wajib bank untuk bantu, wajib. Disiapkan 120 triliun untuk itu. Jadi negara juga tidak diam. Kita bikin waktu itu, tahun 2006, bahwa dana khusus untuk bagi pemula, bagi anak muda, bagi usaha-usaha kecil. Kita tidak perlu untuk selalu bikin seminar, dorong keberanian, contoh untuk hal-hal tersebut. Itulah yang paling penting. Kira pada hari ini kita meningkatkan, membuka kesempatan kita. Walaupun saya tahu bahwa ekonomi tidak sebaik dengan katakanlah 10 tahun yang lalu. Tidak sebaik 5 tahun yang lalu. Tapi dimanapun bahwa ide dan keberanian dapat mengatasi hal-hal tersebut. Itulah harapan saya, dan saya harapkan kepada adik-adik semua untuk berkembang dengan ide yang baik, dengan kemampuan yang baik, pengetahuan yang baik. Dan satu lagi, seorang pengusaha modalnya adalah trust, kepercayaan. Begitu Anda tidak punya trust, tidak kepercayaan, orang tidak akan melihat Anda. Kalau Anda buat sesuatu, mesti sama apa yang sampaikan sesuatu. Hal tersebut menjadi bahagian. Kita terikat semuanya dengan keadaan-keadaan seperti ini. Pergunakan kemampuan. Saya perusahaan saya contoh, kita membangun PLTA 6 buah, rata-rata 1.500 mega totalnya. Dengan kemampuan sendiri, tidak ada satu pun orang asing. Tidak ada satu pun modal asing. Orang asing mulai tidak. Kemampuan sendiri, bank dalam negeri, dan kita yakinkan itu berhasil. Hanya dengan keberanian seperti itu. Kalau tanpa keberanian itu, sangat Anda kita negara ini tergantung kepada negara lain. Seperti itu. Begitu juga kegiatan-kegiatan yang lainnya. Percaya dirilah. Kemampuan ini harus seperti itu. Jangan sedikit-sedikit minta dari luar atau apapun. Tapi kemampuan inovasi lah, kemauan lah, menanggung risiko lah yang dapat memajukan itu. Terima kasih. Semoga berhasil. Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
His Excellency Bapak Yusuf Kalla, once again thank you very much. Terima kasih banyak Bapak untuk sambutannya. Mohon untuk tetap di panggung sebentar karena ada sedikit memento dari pihak Amartha. To extend our gratitude, we'd like to invite Bapak Andi Taufan Garuda Putra, founder and CEO of Amartha Financial, to give a token of appreciation sebagai bentuk ucapan terima kasih dan penghargaan kepada Bapak Yusuf Kalla yang berkenan hadir dan memberikan sambutan kepada kita semua. And on behalf of everyone present, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your thoughtful and inspiring address today. Kita sejenak berfoto. Oke, silakan Pak Yusuf Kalla.
Terima kasih. Ini saya dikasih batik. Tapi saya ingin cerita dulu tentang sejarah batik. Jadi tahun kira-kira 2000-an, 90-an, 2000-an. Kalau ke kantor menteri itu, dirjen itu, presiden pakai jas lengkap. Jas. Wah, saya juga termasuk. Saya menteri tahun 2000. Ya, pakai jas. Terus terjadi krisis energi, mahal listrik, mahal bensin dan sebagainya. Saya bikin aturan, sebagai wapres saya bikin aturan. Pokoknya AC di kantor hanya boleh paling rendah 24 derajat. Dan saya cek masing-masing, tidak boleh lebih 24 derajat. Akibatnya, kemudian orang-orang tidak bisa pakai jas lagi. Karena kepanasan kalau 24. Biasanya 16. Akhirnya, jadi apa Pak? Terserah kamu, yang penting kau pakai yang pantas, tangan panjang. Timbul akhirnya batik dijadikan pakaian resmi tanpa aturan. Jadi batik itu jadi pakaian resmi tanpa aturan. Hanya aturannya hanya 24 derajat. Tidak boleh lebih. Kalau lebih saya denda kan kalau itu. Itulah sejarah batik ini sehingga orang Pekalongan, orang Jogja, orang Solo luar biasa majunya akibat semua orang pakai batik. Terkecuali
Wow, kita berikan tepuk tangan. Terima kasih Pak. Blessing in disguise. Saat itu walaupun krisis namun ternyata membawa culture yang luar biasa baik untuk orang Indonesia. Batik it is. Sekali lagi terima kasih Pak Yusuf Kalla. Kita foto sebentar. Ya, silakan lihat kamera. Jangan lupa tersenyum Pak. Shake hands as a symbol of collaboration. Thank you very much, His Excellency Yusuf Kalla, for gracing this event and for your inspiring speech. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come into the next panel discussion focusing on a very interesting topic, mobilizing capital for inclusive growth. It all comes down to money problem. Now, this session will explore how strategic investment, financial innovation, and cross-sector collaboration can unlock greater opportunities for underserved communities and strengthen inclusive economic growth across the region. Through this discussion, we will explore how governments, financial institutions, investors, and private sector leaders can work together to mobilize capital more effectively, not only to accelerate economic growth, but to also ensure that growth is inclusive, resilient, and accessible to all levels of society. This conversation will also highlight the importance of innovation, partnership, and impact-driven investment in empowering grassroots economies and creating long-term opportunities for communities across the region. Miguel Soriano, Country Anchor Advisory Upstream Indonesia and Timor-Leste IFC will guide this discussion. And allow me to also introduce our speakers for this panel. Chalatorn Bot Fashira Kovit, Partner TPG. Njort Andreas, Managing Partner Axion Digital Transformation. Mulyawan Gani, CEO of Digital Business Sinar Masland, Managing Partner Living Lab Ventures. Jennifer Buckley, Founder and Managing Director, Sweeve Capital, and Ramdan Anggakara Dibrata, Chief Financial Officer of Amartha. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome to the stage our moderator and speakers for this panel with a big round of applause.
Selamat sore, everyone. I know we have very hard to follow after the Vice President's speech, which was very nice. So let's all take a seat. Remove the badge. And it's very interesting. We only have 30 minutes. We thought we had 40. So we'll have to make sure we cover a lot of ground in a very short amount of time. I'm very honored to be part of the Asia Grassroots Forum. This is my third year. Thank you, Amartha, for the invitation. Always appreciated to support such an amazing company. And last year, interestingly enough, I was moderating exactly the same panel. How do we move capital to the grassroots economy? But today, we're going to do something even deeper than what we did last time. We're really going to focus not just how to move capital, but how do we do it in an impactful way? How do we drive more impact? How do we improve the livelihoods? Is it through better jobs, stronger resilience, and more meaningful economic opportunity? So I am very honored. We have a lot of different experts here in different parts and looking at different methods of deploying capital. So in here, what I want to try to do in a very short amount of time is cover a few key themes. First, we want to learn from you what kind of capital you're deploying and how are you driving the livelihoods and impact through your capital investments. More interestingly as well, how can we improve that? How can we close that gap that's happening today? Because we've been all focused a lot on outputs in the past, but now we have to think about outcome. How do we improve people's livelihoods? So let me start with you, Bod, because you come from a very interesting background, and a lot of people may not know, but the Rice Fund is fascinating. I was learning a bit more from you, and the size is also very impressive. Tell us, what is the Rice Fund? What's its mandate? And how does it approach delivering investments in an impactful way together with return at scale? I know it's a challenge, but tell us a little bit about the Rice Fund and from your perspective.
Thank you very much. And it's great to be here to witness what Amartha and the stakeholders are doing for this great country. A bit of context on the Rice Fund. We've been around now for 11 years. It was set up as a unit within TPG Capital. And the original mission, which is still a mission today, is very simple. Can we create a platform that invests in impactful companies and generate returns for our investors? Because only with that returns can you go on and make this a sustainable business. Invest in good companies that we can actually measure the impact that they generate. And I'll walk you through some of that. Can you do that? We started this about 11 years ago. We raised our first fund of $2 billion that invests in across social sectors, as we define it, healthcare, education, financial inclusion. Today, that platform sits at about $32 billion, and we have invested about 110 companies globally with about 80 people, professional across all offices. What's important was that when we started that idea, most of the impact investing in our world were dominated by philanthropic capital, foundation capital, and a lot of it were actually at the size and the scale of venture capital. What we realized was that as some of these great companies managed to grow, the next pocket of capital was really missing. Growth capital and private equity capital that would take these companies, help them to scale to the next level, was really missing. And it was very hard for these good companies to step up, to go on and do a widespread impact. And that's how we position our strategy. But we were not going to be able to convince our investor if we did not manage to find a way to measure those impacts as well. Because there's a lot of, I would say, while all well-intended, but a lot of soft definition around impact. So we went out and created a nonprofit organization called Y Analytics that is wholly owned by TPG, but operate completely independently of 30 public policy researchers, economists, who alongside every deal and the deal teams analyze and independently measure the impact of the companies we invest in. Throughout the life of the journey of the investment, we continue to measure those impacts annually and publish our report to our investors too. That's how we keep both us and our companies accountable. We have learned so much from that process. In fact, we have found that founders today value that component just as much as the value of capital. They really want to understand what kind of impact they're generating. They hold themselves accountable to that standard. And I think that's a really good formula for us to get that alignment. Yeah.
That's excellent, Bod. Very, very interesting. We'll come back to you in a bit of moment to hear more from examples from you. But Pak Mulyawan, as at Cinemas and at Living Lab Ventures, you're part of a larger corporate ecosystem. What's your model for deploying corporate venture capital into innovation? And how do you decide, and how do you measure that impact from your perspective?
Thank you for the questions, Miguel. Thank you for the business, wearing batik today. Very nice of you. So I guess most people do not know that Living Lab Ventures is part of Cinemas Land. So we build cities. So we're not your typical property developer, here and pieces, but we build cities. And everyone knows that in order for a city to stay relevant, you need to innovate, right? So what we do is that we turn our city to become a living lab. Hence, the name of Living Lab Ventures came about. So what we do, we create a sandbox in a place called BSD City. It's 30 kilometers, southwest of Jakarta. And we make investments towards startups globally, especially in Japan, where we actually have a fund that support this type of activities. So we bring them into our city and we introduce local content so they can actually calibrate their products. And we empower them by giving them access to our ecosystems. So you can imagine that when we deploy our capital, just like what Bod was saying, we're not looking just for financial metrics. In fact, financial metric was number 3. We have strategic return, which is creating a city to be relevant, inclusive for a lot of people. Because BSD City is well known for upper middle class suburbs for people who live in Jakarta. But you're probably aware that in cities, you can't restrict mobility. And surrounding the 10-kilometer radius, I have 2 million people. Our city is only 500,000 people, and we have development plan for another 50 years. So if I can't restrict mobility, I can't prevent or segment, our city to just cater for, high net worth individuals. We do have surrounding communities that are less fortunate, and it is our job to make sure that we be able to engage with them in a level where we can deploy our capital by partnering with small UMKM, small businesses, to see whether we can actually, help them to grow, and incubate the ideas inside our cities. And who knows, 5 years from now, when the RISE can be able to pick it up, they can go for growth financings and the like. So for us, is how can we unlock innovations in a way that is inclusive, where we don't have to do everything ourselves. Chances are, if there's a startup in Japan that are doing XYZ, I truly believe that with a little calibrations and putting a bunch of local content, we can actually use that platform to solve problems in our city. So that's how we use our CVC mandate, not just to delivering profits. Obviously, you need to make money in order to be sustainable. But we do have social return agenda and a strategic return agenda. This is why CVC becomes a model where huge corporations deploying their capital in a much different way.
Very, very well said. And I love the fact that financial return is number 3, not number 1. So very, very interesting. Jennifer, I have to say, Swift Capital totally impressed me, and the model that you guys have built, because it is very unique, right? How you're thinking about gender lens investing. But I think the more interesting part about it is the systems approach. And maybe you can talk a little bit more about how you guys think about thinking about investments in systems rather than individually, and how does that then lead to outcomes and impact?
Thank you, Miguel, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here. It's fantastic to be here with all of you today. From the Swift Capital perspective, as Miguel alluded to, our focus is on supporting growing businesses that have women's economic empowerment outcomes. So from that perspective, we don't look at a company in isolation. We're really looking at how the company is affecting the ecosystem around it. So from that perspective, we're looking at how the business is supporting women from the perspective of consumers, employees, community members, caregivers, and we're really looking at business models that will lead to outcomes for women from both from the commercial growth, will lead to outcomes for women. We're looking at business models where the commercial growth is there, but it is going to lead to outcomes for women and girls in the community. And our thesis is that if we do that, that in turn allows the overall business to be strengthened by the outcomes that we're delivering to the women and girls. So what we find through our work is we can't look at the business only from the perspective of what the company is driving in isolation. We need to look at what the business environment around the company, and really understand what the business environment has or doesn't have to enable the company to be successful. So in that perspective, where we're working in underserved communities, and there's this infrastructure, the networks aren't available to help the businesses grow, there's a challenge in the recruitment of talent. All of these things are playing a role in impacting how quickly the company will be able to be developed.
I love it. It's an amazing approach. I think it ties very well with Pak Mulyawan was saying on the whole ecosystem and making sure we look at partners as well and looking at the holistic picture around it before you make an investment. Njord, I have to say, the Acción Digital Transformation Fund has been quite successful. You guys have done very well. Talk a little bit about that, but I want you also to focus a little bit more on another important issue when we think about the rural economy. A lot of times we do need catalytic funds to get us started, right? Or concessional capital. But when you think about deploying that strategically, do you do that towards de-risking innovation? Or is it more building infrastructure like credit bureaus? Or is it to help investors verify real-world impact? I know I've given you a very loaded question here.
Yeah, thank you. So, is this on, right? Yeah. First on the Digital Transformation Fund. So we are a emerging market, equity-focused fund that's really investing across Africa, LATAM, Asia. We're part of the Acción group, where we have the support of the bigger, broader organizations. So what we launched about 5 years ago with this Digital Transformation Fund stems from the idea that that Acción thought about 10 years ago, is that you can't reach the real rural segments of the economy without digital financial services. It's just impossible to make that sustainable. So through that idea, Acción has launched various strategies. One, fintech strategy, looking at early stage ventures. And then what we do as a private equity side is investing into financial services and fintechs that are really helping them scale and reach the rural economies. And we do that in quite a unique way, I think, in the market, because we leverage the CFI team that does lots of research within responsible financial services, and we leverage the advisory services that we have at Acción that really focus on how to transform financial institutions digitally, and how do you reach end clients in a digital responsible way. So we've invested in Amartha as one of our key investments of this fund. Thank you for having us today. Back to your question of where do you see catalytic capital being the most effective across the market? And I guess that's a loaded question, because you can see that it depends a little bit about what your intent of the market is. If it's for market development, I would say on the infrastructure side, you get more bang for your buck. It's very challenging to build the digital infrastructure without having some kind of catalytic investments or concessional lending or concessional equity to build out the infrastructure with regards to the data platforms, with regards to the credit bureaus, to be able to leverage that so that companies like Amartha or other fintechs or financial services companies are able to use that in order to effectively reach out to the rural clients, the MSMEs that are on the 17,000 islands across Indonesia in an effective manner, and leveraging the alternative data. So without sort of infrastructure in place, you're not able to reach those clients effectively. So that's how I see it.
No, very well said. I have to say, in this particular setting, Ramdan, you are kind of overwhelmed by all these investors here. So you are the company. So maybe you can share from your perspective as Amartha, and what investors have not understood very well about serving rural women entrepreneurs in Indonesia? Give them a chance so that they can learn.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks, Miguel, for the questions. And we did the same things and same panels last year, right? And discuss about the same things, right? Yeah. But thanks for moderating us. So when we talk about the investments, right? Especially in rural area, right? There's assumptions that I can say that is sometimes people say that okay, it's too risky to serving the grassroots economies, right? Because of so many factors, and one of them is because of it's the borrowers is spread out in more than 17,000 islands across of Indonesia, and to deliver or to distribute the loans as well as servicing is challenging, right? And the challenge is there, right? I can say that, but from our more than decade experience, serving this grassroots economy is there's a huge potentials. The business is real, and they generating the cash flow in daily basis, right? And the repayment disciplines also theirs, and it's it really depends on the product that we offer to the customers. So the questions would be, how we can design the right product that really fits with the needs of the customers at scale, right? And that's why we're in Amartha. We're serving 1.6 million peoples, and we're trying to combine between using a technology as well as a human touch. We're not thinking to replace humans or with a technology, but we're using AI to power our operations. And with these combinations, I think that's the best way to serving these segments. Thanks.
Very, very nice. And I remember this is I'm going to take it from Axiom because you guys had it in a report. High tech with high touch. I think this is Amartha's definitely what they're really trying to strive. Thanks, Ramdan. That's very well said. I'm going to change the order around because we have less time than what I thought. And this question is for you, Jennifer, because I think, Ramdan talked a little bit about, some of those challenges or the things that investors get wrong or not looking very closely to really think about impact. From your perspective, what are investors systematically overlooking when they look at the real lived lives of women-led and underserved businesses? What do you think it's getting lost in the investment thesis, and what actually happens on the ground?
Sure. And from the Swift perspective, one of the things that helps us coming back to an impact lens is that we have our own methodology that we use to help us understand where diversity can act as a value driver in business, which is called the gender ROI. And that allows us to diagnose across the leadership, workforce, value chains in society, where diversity can act as a value driver in business. So coming back to the earlier question around systems, I think often what investors are overlooking, and also in the context of the rural economies, is where the business is fitting in within an overall system. And they may be very focused on, some investors are really focused on financial history, visibility, and they may be overlooking businesses that don't have the access to networks. They're very resilient. They're working in their communities, solving problems, but they don't have the benefit of all the support that they need to get to the next level. And so from the Swift perspective, we're really leveraging, using that woman's lens to identify where those opportunities are. And I'm conscious of time, so I could speak on this topic for a while.
No, this is fascinating. And I want to hear more about the gender ROI as well. So we'll have to talk to you in more detail. But Mulyawan, in large digital ecosystems, and we've heard technology definitely, and you said innovation plays such a key role, but we also know it can deepen inequality, right? So from your perspective, what are some of the guardrails that are needed to ensure that innovation remains inclusive but also impactful?
So I guess when the word innovations means that there is no certainty that it's gonna work out, right? So there's a lot of trial and error. You're gonna calibrate, you're gonna fail fast and learn fast and that kind of stuff, which is potentially, if you offer that at that segment, like Both was mentioning, is already being covered by VCs, right? VCs are well in tune in terms of, betting which startups that will deliver 10x that can pay off for the other 9. So the same concept actually happens in innovations in the area of service and products. So yes, we do help startups from overseas to incubate in our cities. But one of the guardrails that we are putting to make sure that the startup be able to scale in Indonesia is that they need to have an ecosystem play. Because imagine that you are 27, 28-year-old tech Japanese founders running some tech in Tokyo. You have no idea what type of bureaucracies, permits, bank payroll, and everything else. And what you have in mind is just one thing, whether your product works or not. So if you do not have a place where it's a sandbox where you'll be able to provide, your first customer, your first vendor, your first partner, any innovations coming in from overseas will die. So one of the guardrails that we looked at Living Life Ventures is how can we create a sandbox where founders can focus calibrating their product to the local content. They don't need to worry about anything else. Once they've done it, then obviously they were gonna get lawyers, they will do permits and the like. So one of the guardrails is that how can we make sure Indonesia stays open, we can absorb a lot of operational risk for our investors from overseas or startup from overseas, so we can show that, hey, you're gonna start small, you don't have to start in Jakarta, you can start in our city, and if that works, it can easily scale up. It's only 30 kilometers away. So that's what Living Life Venture is all about. We create a safety net for investors or startups to come in and get a taste what doing business in Indonesia look like.
Wow, fascinating. I had no idea. This is very, very interesting. I learn something new every day. So, Both, back to you. I mean, what do you see that it would take for institutional investors to really price in livelihood outcomes, jobs created, incomes raised, resilience built into the investment thesis as a hard performance metric? This is a hard question for you both. And do you think this could be a data problem? Is it an incentive problem, or is it something else?
Yeah, the overarching framework for us is, can you find good businesses to invest in that support or that serve the underserved in each of the geography we are in? That's the simplest way we think about it. Is the business we are investing in the business that serve the underserved well? And we ask ourselves the same question in healthcare, education, financial inclusion, right? Because if you can find that kind of business who generate profit, it's very likely the TAM itself is large. You are able to bring your business scaling up skill set to help them scale up. Now the question is, how do you measure whether those businesses actually go on and do good for the people that they are serving, i.e. the underserved? And maybe I'll walk you through very quickly on the 3 sectors that we focus on. In healthcare, for example, we own hospitals here in Indonesia. We think about how many more lives are we touching every day, what level of access, at what price are we providing those services, those procedures, and what kind of life expectancy are we extending for the people of Indonesia. In education services, and we own 2 universities in Malaysia, one focusing on healthcare, the other one in IT. We ask ourselves, are we pricing these education services correctly such that it serves the people who want to pursue these degrees? And importantly, by pursuing these degrees, what kind of income uplift you have post-graduating that? And both our university report 100% employability post-graduation with income uplift upward of 25% of the median in the country itself. And now closer to home in financial inclusion, I think this is the most measurable. It's probably one of the easiest to think about. If you are serving the underserved who have no access to formal financial services products, whether it's loans or working capital or even some form of financial advice, how much are you lowering their cost of borrowing? In return, can they go on and do their businesses in the rural area or in the suburban area such that it brings a multiplier effect? We care deeply about that. And actually, I think this is a point that technology play an important role here, right? You create a nice product or service, but the important part is how do you bring that service or product to the people you consider underserved or not being touched upon? AI and technology today help us to bring that all together. We went through the phase where mobile phones help us to reach those customers. Today, AI is going to help us to underwrite, collect, and also serve these customers very, very effectively. We have seen in our financial inclusion companies, the cost of actually borrowing, because the cost to serve the customers are so much lower now, has actually come down quite significantly. And I think that's a measure of success for those livelihoods.
Very well said. No, I completely agree with you. I'm a huge fan of technology. I did my PhD related to fintech, so it's one of my passions. Njord, you've watched this ecosystem evolve over the last 2 decades, from traditional microfinance to the digital transformation, as we've been talking about, and where we are today. Again, I'm going to ask you a hard question. Save the hard ones for you. What's the single most important structural shift that we still need to do to close the gap between the impact that we claim we do versus the impact that we actually can verify?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I think the short answer is moving from outputs to outcomes, right? We've been as investors, we're really good at counting numbers, right? So we've been counting numbers for decades now. We've been counting how many clients you have, how many bank accounts you open, how many transactions are happening, how much loans you're putting out there. But we're really not focusing on the outcomes of how does this affect the resilience of the clients? How will they weather the next tsunami, the next landslides, the next whatever the natural disasters are, right? So that's where we have to get to. And I think we're at a stage now where I'm very hopeful over the next 24 months or so, leveraging AI is going to be a game-changing event within the output to outcomes, because we'll be able to, in real time, look at the data that's coming in, streaming in from various sources, to be able to qualify and quantify what the outcomes are happening, instead of just having outputs on a yearly basis where we're collecting data. So that's where I think there's a game shift happening here with where you can leverage the AI and technology going forward. So that's where I'm very hopeful that we're going to move away from that output.
No, I'm a huge fan of AI as well. So no, I completely agree. I think it's going to play a very transformational role when it comes to thinking about impact, but not only impact, but about the outcome at the end of the day. Ramdan, I'm going to end with you. I know that you guys have secured very sizable investments from different investors. Some of us are here in the room. Actually, all of us are here in the room. And from that type of international investor, demand, what do you see? What kind of signal does that give in terms of Amartha itself, and what does that demand, do for you in terms of demonstrating real livelihood outcomes? What are the investors asking of you guys?
Yeah, okay. So yeah, I think, that deals is the strong foot of, a confidence, and not only in Amartha, but also in the potential of, grassroots economy in Indonesia, as well as to the confidence of the the borrowers, the entrepreneurs, individuals that drive the locals' growth. And we also in Amartha's this confidence also need to answer with the strong commitment from our side, especially on the some risk mitigations, governance, as well as the impact that we need to show to these investors, right? Because to show you only a growth, numbers of the borrowers, how much disbursement what we can make is not enough. I think the most important things is how we can make our customers to become, more financially resilient than ever. That's how we can create a more impact using this capital.
Perfect. So let's close now, and I know I'm running out of time completely, but one key sentence from each of you on what do we need to do better to really show that transition from outcome to output. Start with you, both.
I say we start with alignment right from day one with the founders. There's no hiding around it. I think you have to be aligned completely. Yeah.
Jennifer, up to you.
I think from my side, to do that, we all need to really work together because we've got to go beyond individual projects or individual funds and really look at it from the system-wide perspective because we're all influencing each other and being able to deliver on those outcomes.
Pak Mulyawan, from your perspective.
Think for long term. It's a marathon, not sprint.
Njord?
I think we need data. I think we need a lot of data, and I think we're going to get data.
And Ramdan, from your perspective?
So yeah, I think the future of the inclusion finance is we can build this future from this collaborations peoples on these rooms, right? We have policymakers, we have entrepreneurs, ecosystem builders that when we put all the effort, expert, and this becomes more powerful for the future of the inclusive finance. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You guys were amazing. We did it in 35 minutes. Great. And let's give a round of applause to the panelists. I think they did a very good job. And turning it back to the moderator.
Yes, I'm the MC actually. Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you, speakers. Great panel indeed. Let's give a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you. We kindly ask all speakers and moderator to remain on stage and we'll proceed with a token of appreciation presented by Amartha as the host of today's forum. The token of appreciation is presented by Ramdan Anggakara Dibrata, Chief Financial Officer, Amartha, to all distinguished speakers and the moderator as a gesture of gratitude for their valuable insights and contributions to today's discussion. And right after this, let's continue with a photo opportunity. Everyone, speakers for this panel and moderator, face the camera, eyes on camera. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Great session indeed. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, moderator. You may all return to your seats. And ladies and gentlemen, a gentle reminder that we also have simultaneously running right now breakout sessions. The breakout sessions are being held on the first floor as follows. Workshops are located in the Sumatra room. Group discussions are located in the Java room. Training sessions are being held in the Sulawesi room. And roundtable discussions are taking place in the Kalimantan and Maluku rooms. And we encourage you as well to join the sessions to best match your interests and make the most of the valuable insights and discussions available throughout the day. All right, we'll continue with our next panel discussion. We continue with the topic, designing the pathway for 1 billion people to prosper. This session will explore how financial access, nutrition, and health intersect to create sustainable opportunities and improve the quality of life for millions of people across the region. And guiding this discussion is Angelique Timmer, Regional Head for Southeast Asia, Women's World Bank. And allow me to also introduce our speakers, Sarah Ferrer-Olivella, Resident Representative UNDP Indonesia, Jennifer Rosenzweig, Country Director of World Food Programme, Jonathan Sudarta, CEO and co-founder Halodoc, Sang Lee, President Southeast Asia and New Zealand ShopLife, Julie Fauzi, Chief Funding Officer Amartha. Without further ado, let's welcome everyone on the stage with a big round of applause. Thank you. And with this, I'll hand over the stage to our moderator.
Selamat sore, Bapak, Ibu. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Angelique Timmer. I'm your moderator of the 4th panel of the day, Designing a Pathway for 1 Billion People to Prosper. And I'm leading Women's World Banking work in Southeast Asia. And I'll be your moderator this afternoon with a fantastic panel here. And before we listen to the panel, I would like to start with something I think reframes everything we're about to discuss in this session. And we talk about grassroots economies, women, if they are the ones that need to be included, or that they are the problem we need to solve. But we also heard this morning that they are the opportunity builders. They are already running a business. They are managing households, absorbing shocks, keeping communities liquid. They don't need to change. I think we do need to change. And here is the market thesis that too few people in this industry are willing to say out loud, and that is women at the grassroots level are not a responsibility, but they are a return. And financial health is not a moral obligation. It's the single largest underpriced opportunity in this region. And capital is here. That is what Miguel already showcased in the panel, in the 3rd panel. But what's been missing is the willingness to measure her correctly. Because when you do, the risk profile looks absolutely different. So when we can reach her, and that's not the problem is that we keep designing around our own institutional mandates, instead of around her life as a whole. And we serve her in fragments, a loan here, a health product there, a food transfer somewhere else, each of us touching one part of her value chain and calling it financial health. Well, but that doesn't live in our segment. She lives across all of them simultaneously. So the opportunity is not to just reach more grassroots communities and women, it's to deepen what we offer. And that's where we talk about today. So how can we design products and services that see her not as a beneficiary of one sector, but as an economic actor moving across all of them? And when we do that, when finance, health, food, insurance, policy finally design around the same woman or the same grassroots communities instead of around our own mandates, then we unlock value that is more than incremental, it's transformational. So that requires something from us all, a real shift in incentives, in measurement, and what we're willing to be accountable for. So, and that is exactly why it matters that we have the whole system in the room today. And every person, every sector on this panel, finance, health, food, insurance, policy, has a program designed to help grassroots economies. And yet, the women, the customers, the beneficiaries of these programs are designed for are still absorbing every shock. So she's the buffer, she's the last resort, her health shock, her harvest cycle, her loan repayment, her child's school fees, they all hit in the same week, and she carries it alone. So the question for the next 40 minutes is not how do we reach her, it's what does each of us have to change about how we design so that she is no longer the one to carry alone what our systems were built to carry for her. So then going to the panel, and let me start with Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer, for being here. And a special thank to Julie to hosting such a fantastic grassroots forum. Thank you, Amartha, to having us. So Jennifer, as the World Food Programme works directly with women at the grassroots level. And you see what it costs when food security, livelihoods, and finance are designed in silos. Because the women you serve experience the consequences of that fragmentation every day. So what does genuine integration?
Let me build from what you've just said. We often place the responsibility on individual women themselves to purchase healthier food, to feed their children healthier, to breastfeed for longer, to do all these things, and often embed this into a behavior change model. But if food and healthy foods and nutritious foods are not affordable and available, and when I say affordable, I mean in light of the school fees and all of the other expenses that households are faced with, then healthy and nutritious food is simply out of reach. One of the things that we really are focused on here in Indonesia and more broadly globally is really thinking about the food system as a whole. And when we think about that, we think about the affordability and availability of healthy and nutritious foods, not only the demand from individuals, but also institutional demand and larger scale demand through government programs. We try to work with and do work with smallholder farmers and strengthening for both men and women who are engaged as smallholder farmers and households to have a sustained and predictable demand for healthier and nutritious foods, and work towards leveling the playing field in terms of affordability and pricing and demand for those foods. We also put an emphasis on local food systems. And I think Indonesia is a great example of this. It's not only about what's happening in Jakarta or Java, but it's about what's happening in Aceh and Nias and Sumatra and Kalimantan and on and on and on, and in all of the different contexts and diversity. And so therefore, when we talk about local food systems and shortening the supply chain and making foods more affordable, we also need to think about local models and local procurement models that make sense in the diversity and context of Indonesia. And then finally, we also have to think, and often now more and more think, and working with our partners, including UNDP and other UN agencies, around climate resiliency and resilience to shocks, and how we can work with especially smallholder farmers and those living in communities that are the hardest, have the hardest access to healthy and nutritious and affordable foods, to mitigate the impact of climate, find different approaches and methodologies, and be prepared for those incoming climate shocks. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And you're already touching upon a lot of sort of terminology that we will be hearing back from many of us, like climate resilience, affordability, supply chain. I really like what you say about the local food systems. So let's talk with Jonathan.
topic that we are in. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, Amartha, for having us. Because from what we learned in Halodoc, almost 70% of customer in Halodoc is female. Why is female? Because female is what we call CEO of the household. And CEO, this control CFO, the money, control COO, the operation. But in many cases, this level is also very important because the female in the household, especially in Indonesia, they are the sandwich generation where they have to take care the kids, but also the parents. So tools like Halodoc, in this case, we provide access for healthcare to allow women to be more productive in solving for this daily CEO problem in the household, right? Because they need to take care the elderly with different kind of medicines, vitamins, but also for their children in growing up. And to your earlier part of the questions, some of the key challenge in this country, we are a very big country. Not every country have the same problems of access. I mean, if we're like, for example, we're talking about cities like Jakarta, you have enough access of doctors. The problem that you find is very much traffic and whatnot. But if we're talking about smaller area, smaller islands, we're talking about like Pulau Rote and whatnot, then we're talking about a true access issue where we have to find different collaboration, stakeholders, and way to solve this access of problem. One that we do, among others, we're working with some of our investors that have a charitable mandate to work together to create some sort of different project where we use a different third party to help us in giving access. In this case, for example, we made a special project together with caregiver in order for us to allow caregiver to solve more than just caregiving for babies, but to enable caregiver to do more by using technology, to allow caregiver to actually cater the whole family problem as an extended part of Halodoc. So I think I'll stop there, but at least I think just to give some insights on how technology plays some parts in trying to help the CEO of household in Indonesia.
Yeah, I really like that framing as the CEO, and also what you're saying about the caregiver, but similar to my opening remarks that she can sort of cater around the whole family interests. So thank you, Jonathan. Julie, Amartha, well, starts from the grassroots, designing products for women who are already running businesses, already managing household risks that the formal system doesn't see or measure. So I'll ask you directly, what is the most persistent misconception that walks into your funding conversations about these women or grassroots economies? Or what does your data say instead?
Well, we talk about resilience since morning, right, about financial health. And that is something probably, the thing that is unknown about these segments. I mean, when we talk about these segments and how the formal institutions see the grassroots, because not so much data is basically in the system about the resilience, the profile, the risk, and everything. So that is one of the biggest, challenge, misconception that Amartha face in basically attracting lenders, both institutional or retail investor, to actually investing in this grassroots segment. So that is probably still the big challenge. And that's why we also have this forum to also, campaign about this grassroots and the resilience and the financial health and the opportunity that comes with this segment, and especially the women's segment.
And if you're talking about if there's not so much data available, so how do you convince then your investors, your funding sources to invest?
Yeah, so now that we've been here for 16 years, and we also built our capabilities, right? So we now have more and more information, data about these segments. But again, Amartha cannot do it alone, right? So, but at least in the 16 years we operate, we started from a cash basis. Now we're more on the cashless. And then we started from capital, micro loan. Now we're also, offering an affordable, accessible payment networks. That is also becoming a data to us. And we're also introducing a micro investing where we teach our borrowers how to invest as little as 10,000 rupiah if they have an extra money. And then the next they will offer another protection products. And that is going to enrich our data and understanding about the behavior of these women. So it's a journey, and we build it step by step, and we still have a long way to go. But we're very hopeful that, one day we'll be able to, really understand the segment. And until then, we just keep on building and offering and helping these borrowers to, have a financial health and improving their life.
Thank you, Julie. And of that, you're mentioning protection, and I think
Yeah.
Sang Lee knows exactly what we mean with that. And I'm so happy to hear that in this morning, we talk about microinsurance, we talk about protection, we talk about bounce back mechanisms, because I feel for years microinsurance has been the one that is not highlighted enough. So if we look at the volume underneath the informal economy, but also the formalized economy, with micro traders, Grab drivers, two-wheel delivery workers, these are not niche segments. They're the majority of economic activity in this region, and the insurance penetration is still low. Insurance products have historically been designed around formal economies or people with contract salaries, documented assets, and that generally needs to change, not in distribution, but also in pricing. But in the fundamental architecture of protection products, to make insurance meaningful for a woman in an informal economy, Sang Lee, what needs to happen?
Oh, thank you so much. And it's as representing Chubb, it's great to be here, and appreciate Amartha for sponsoring such a great event. Insurance is a key ingredient to financial inclusion, and I'll get more into the detail here. But first of all, just like to put some perspective. Chubb is a global company, and we have exposures from big to small in many, many countries. And Asia is a particular focus. Indonesia is a key market for us. As a business executive in insurance and covering risk, in order to cover risk in the best way, we have to understand our customer. And so normally that's going to be the company. And then if it's inside the company, you have various components. For our businesses to understand our partners, it only took about 5 minutes to understand what Amartha was doing and how much value they have into the communities. Chubb, even if we wanted to, I don't think we can get that far and that deep into communities. So to be effective as an insurance company, definitely, we have to make sure we provide simple, affordable solutions, okay, with accessible premiums, simplified onboarding, relevant benefits. Now, I put a lot of combinations together, but this happens when you have a partner, okay? When you have a partner that has a community with trust built around it. And that means that we can offer in confidence, right, the risks that are associated, that are relevant for that business. And that's when it comes together. So we can proudly say that we are serving an underserved community, working together in partnership where we bring in and have that community to have access to the formal financial market. So after 15, 16 years, Amartha is now offering that in a very inclusive way. So that brings us together to in a global market, in a local setting.
Thank you, Seng-Lee. What would you tell other insurers or fellow colleagues in the market? Because what I often hear is there is no business case, right? So we do a hard job convincing insurers at least to step in, experiment, build the evidence, and then scale. But that first step, the cost of risk, is seen as still too high.
Well, I'm sitting in a more fortunate position within Chubb to I cover emerging markets. So there's really developed markets that have their own, issues. But for emerging markets, we have to go into that direction because the economy is growing. And it doesn't mean that one underserved community remains underserved forever. These are hardworking people, right? So in countries, you're going to have more people that are in developing phase than they are in developed. So it is inevitable to make sure that we do cover that. So when I see for insurers, it's like we do need to make sure that we diversify distribution and find ways to work with partners that have that community, right, built around trust. And then we can go and figure out how we can provide our products that are relevant to them. Yeah.
Thank you, Seng-Lee. Over to Sarah. Sarah, you flagged something that cuts to the heart of this conversation during our preparation. Because for certain products that women at the grassroots genuinely need, the market as currently structured is simply not profitable. So, and that's often where the conversation stops, similar to what I asked Seng-Lee. But you've also said that products can be designed differently through co-design with communities, with governments, through de-risking mechanisms, through guarantees. So where have you seen that it actually works for grassroots economies or for women in particular? And what were the conditions that made it possible?
I remember. Thanks for having me, Amartha. I think it's a great space, and I'm glad I'm coming after my colleagues. They have touched the different elements of it. And I think I was going to enter from the financing aspect of it. And I think one of the things that we sometimes miss, and I think you introduced it very well, Angelique, is this financial health concept. What does it mean? And I want to start there because it has always been the conversation about access to finance, how you access that finance. But, really to make these communities and business prosper is actually how you help them save, how you help them borrow responsibly, how you help them manage the risks as well, but how don't you make them be more productive? And here is where I wanted to come in, and because some of the gaps that we are seeing is that we don't work as an ecosystem. And it's great to see the partnership between the insurer and Amartha. That's an excellent example, because only in that way the insurers can come in for that underserved market. So it's great to see. And so the idea here is how you reduce the risk for the lenders to come and support these underserved communities. One example I just wanted to share with you is the work we've been doing with BPP Delha, which is the Indonesian Environment Fund, who wanted to support social forestry. Basically, small farmers working in the forest. And they wanted to lend them loans, but they found them, most often women, found them very risky. And so as UNDP, what we did is actually enter into a partnership with Jakindro, the insurer to cover the premium. And that premium was $145,000 US, helped unlocked $2.1 million, and it reached 13,000 individuals and micro, social small farmers on agroforestry. And now, why is this important? This was not done directly by us. This was through an ecosystem of local partners, like cooperatives, like other actors that are closer to that communities. Because one of the aspects that you know well is also trust. These communities need to trust the stakeholders, because one of the things that we found is that financial literacy is still very low compared to access to finance, and Amartha will confirm this. And if you look at the insurance literacy is even lower. And so then what you have is people not using the full array of instruments that they could avail themselves, because they are not, they don't have those capabilities, they haven't been exposed to that. But I think the example I provide is a great example, but there is always somebody who has to pay this premium for all sorts of things. And I think this is where I think public finance, social protection should see much wider how to be provided to connect the issues of food, health, and finance so they work together and not fragmented. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Sarah. And what I hear from all of you is trust. But trust is also a very intangible thing. And I think, Jonathan, also that is one of the key success factors of bringing healthcare to so many people in Indonesia. What is for you the definition of trust, or how did you bring trust to the people to believe in your services? Or how can we learn from that when we build that ecosystem where trust is a key driver?
I think you touch into the very essence of the industry that we are in. I mention regularly in our industry that trust is the currency of healthcare. And fortunately or unfortunately, we had a chance to actually build that trust during pandemic. Because I think pandemic is a stress test of the whole country and the whole nation. And during that period, it's where I would say that you mentioned about what is the definition of trust. The definition of trust is not what you say, it's what you do. So I think during COVID, this is where the company that I represent, Halodoc, we did a lot of things, small things, that in my opinion built that trust. From selling masker at the normal price during COVID, to give free access to vaccination during COVID. We did over 400 free vaccine locations in the whole country of Indonesia, to providing solution of different kind of medicine and whatnot at the proper pricing, at the proper way of access. In stressful time is where trust is earned, I would say. So today, I think we're reaping the benefit of the brand that people trust in that sense. And to an earlier part of the discussion, almost 70% of the user of Halodoc is female, where female is, as I mentioned, the CEO of the household, because it's the female who is being trusted also by the husband, the kids, the parents, to take care of the whole family. So I think this trust not goes beyond the brand; it goes into the ecosystem. And I think Indonesia, being a country where we are a very communal society. We have a lot of trust on friends. And I think what Amartha built fantastically well is this communal element of where you mentioned about financial, right? Financial literacy, insurance literacy. that all comes from the most important and basic element of trust. So I think, again, I had the fortunate of serving Indonesian patients through trust that we built over that period. I think that's from me.
Thank you, Jonathan. Jennifer, a few words. Can you speak to trust, how that can be a change maker?
I think one of the other areas that we focus on in WFP is the connection between the public and the private sector. And whether that's how much individuals trust institutions or government programs, or how much private sector trusts public, and vice versa. And then, of course, we also have the presence of civil society organizations, community, UN agencies, et cetera. And so we work quite diligently and focused on building that public-private community trust as a way of working. And sometimes that investment requires a lot of paperwork. Sometimes it requires a lot of SOPs and agreed to and contracts and agreement. But it's once we have that level playing field that we can really work together and then find sustainable solutions that really bring a transformation of the food system for healthier communities and affordability of healthcare, affordability of education, affordability of nutritious and healthy foods. But it definitely stems from a holistic approach and trust between individuals and institutions.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And I see the time is up. But I do have a panel here that I feel like we've got much more to discuss. Perhaps one final word from you in one sentence. So we're talking about ecosystem, we're talking about trust, we talk about policies, a product, a data assets you probably have available on the shelf. So what is that one thing you want to bring to the ecosystem that can really change the trajectory for grassroots economies? Seng Lee, you're taking the microphone. Yes, please.
Okay, picking up the microphone means volunteering, yeah. I'm just going to go back to the trust aspect, right? In our insurance business, we have many forms of distribution. It works best when the word of mouth, with the good experience, goes from one person to the other and says that, yeah, that's a great experience. So I think that as we build out and really use technology as well to give more access. So protection where everyone has access, right? We really do have to work on ensuring that you reduce a lot of that friction. So that's, I guess, one approach that we can take, yeah.
Thank you, Seng Lee. Julie?
Well, yeah, I think talk about financial health, and I think it's a very good concept and ideas, and I think the implementation, the execution, designing the product that is relevant to our borrowers is the key. Now, we can talk about this financial health, but if we cannot deliver what we said, it's not going to bring prosperity. And we in Amartha is striving to do that, and we are open to collaborate with, partners to be able to deliver that dream. So, to prosperity for all.
Thank you, Julie. Sarah?
I wanted to say financial health, but Julie, you were ahead. But I think what I would like to see and what is really missing is a stronger and more robust digital public infrastructure. And that comes in the form of digital payments, different mechanisms, fintechs, but also digital IDs, interoperable systems, and for instance, alternative credit assessments. And the reason why I say that is because then you can connect much better what is that social service, social public services together provided by the state, provided the public funds, but also by private funds, and to also help that, since Indonesia, like many other countries, their GDP, 60% of GDP's country is built on small micro enterprises. So you have really to strengthen this digital infrastructure if you want that to transform that productive system to make it more resilient and protect these households, especially women. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Jennifer?
I agree with everything that's been said so far. So you've all already stolen my words, so I'll try to add just a quick one. I would say jointly that we bring a cross-sector approach. We get out of our boxes and that we usually work in, and that we use data and evidence from multiple sources, not only our typical ones, to inform actions across different sectors.
That's wonderfully said. That could be the summary of this discussion. Jonathan?
Well, I have to agree with Julie. I mean, a lot have been said, but I think I'll just use one word that I think is very important for Indonesian. There's one sentence we have, it's called gotong royong. Gotong royong is about holding together and do better. I think today Amartha created a fantastic event for us to show gotong royong for a better healthcare, financial inclusion, insurance inclusion for every grassrooters of Indonesia. So let's do the gotong royong for a better Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And with this, I want to come to a closing, and a big applause for the panel. Sarah, Jennifer, Jonathan, Sengli, Julie, thank you so much for your contribution in the discussion. Thank you, audience, for listening to us. And over to the MC.
Hi, yes, I'm here. Thank you very much, Ms. Angelique Timmer, for the excellent moderating this very session. We thank all speakers and moderator, but please remain on the stage for a token of appreciation from Amartha. Please kindly move forward 1 or 2 steps. The token of appreciation for all the speakers and moderator for this session will be presented by Julie Fauzi, Chief Funding Officer of Amartha. To all distinguished speakers and moderator, as a gesture of gratitude for their valuable insights and contributions to today's discussion. And let's have a photo opportunity for everyone. Eyes on camera, please, and smile as wide as possible. That's great. Thank you very much. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, speakers. Thank you, moderator. You may return to your seats. So by far, we have done 4 panels, ladies and gentlemen. We still have 1 more panel. This is going to be very challenging for the last panel, right? But we say we save the best for the last. So the next topic will be infrastructure, investment, impact, building inclusive financial ecosystems. This discussion will explore the important role of financial infrastructure, strategic investment, and cross-sector collaboration in creating a more inclusive and sustainable financial ecosystem that can empower communities and accelerate economic growth across the region. Moderator for this session is Edi Danu Saputro, BNI Ventures and Chairman of Amvesindo. And also, let me introduce our speakers as well. Veronica Tan, Vice Minister of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection, Indonesia. Also, welcome to you. Sandiaga Uno, former Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Indonesia, in the period of 2020 until 2024. Welcome, Pak Sandiaga. Rudiantara, President Commissioner Amartha and Minister of Communication and Information Technology, Indonesia, 2014 until 2019. Tigor M. Siahaan, President Director Superbank, and Yesi De Yosetia, Director and Chief Information Technology Officer, PT Excel Smart Telecom Sejahtera Tbk. All right, without further ado, let us welcome the moderator and speakers for this panel with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for staying for this. I think this is the last panel of the day. So thank you, everybody. It's almost 4. I do have a little bit of a complaint to Tovan. We have very distinguished speakers, but only 45 minutes. And you can imagine how hard it is as a moderator to allocate time to each distinguished speaker so that everybody has enough time to explain their ideas and not get upset. So please, everybody stay. After this is the last panel. After this is what Arya told me. This will be 5 startups pitching. The event is called Game Changer. So after our panel discussion, 5 startups will go on stage and pitch their ideas. Hopefully, all of our panelists can stay, hopefully ready with their checkbooks also, just in case you want to invest. Yeah, all open for that. Okay, so we have an amazing panel today. As you can see from the government, from the public sector, also 2 ex-ministers also. So actually, if you can count 3 with public policy hats, and also 2 from the private sector. So we have a great opportunity here to talk about a big topic, which is infrastructure investments and how I won't use the term trickle down, but how it impacts the bottom of the pyramid or the grassroots. Because the common theme is that not all investments and not all infrastructure will eventually reach the bottom of the pyramid. But this is the challenge that we're facing today. So allow me to start, Ibu Vice Minister Bu Vero. I think it's a great opportunity for us to have Bu Vero here with us. I mean, not many of us have heard Bu Vero on stage public speaking. So I do want to give you some time in the beginning to elaborate on what your program, your priority programs are at the ministry, and especially how it relates to the bottom of the pyramid, grassroots, and also women. That is your ministry, and also a big part of Amartha's ecosystem.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone, the panelists also. Let me introduce, maybe for my program. So in the 2 years almost, I found out that every time when we talk about the climate change, we talk about the crisis, food, resilience, and everything, the worst impact that got is the women and the kids. Then we know that all the program of the president, the government is always like letting the women be the partnership, like only the beneficiary. But we never think about if we just give a little access, we just give them their positive and their trust to get some of the land use, to get some of their confidence, to give them a little bit land and help them coaching. I think the women empower is just not empowered. They can become a subject. They can be the part of the strategic of the economy. So this is what I see. We have a plan for the next 3 years to have the food gardening women. So we get this program because we see a lot of problems that happen because of the family don't have a good economy, especially for the women. So what we are going to help is we try them in order to the crisis of the food and the food of sustainability. We want to have them own the land with the forestry. So Ministry of Forestry, they have given the land management to the family. So it's like 2 hectares. So we try to get engaged. The food ownership, give it to the land. So what we have, we can have them to grow their heritage, their crops. We tried this first in the entity, which is 3T. After that, then we see how the women can confidence when they have the land, they can plan for it. and we have to build the community. This community to make them believe each other, they can be together. Then education, nutrition, the stunting program, everything can grow in. But first we have give them the access. We have to teach the confidence to them. Then this is the first time we have do in the East Nusa Tenggara with the 4 kabupaten, Manggarai, Manggarai Barat, Manggarai Timur, Sika, they have ownership 93% women that own these 600 and about 50 hectares. So we try to build their belief in crops, in the gardens. After that, then we see what commodity that suit for the land, the soil. That coffee or cocoa or anything or tumpang sari like vanilla, then this we go to the level 2. So the entry point of our program is the call woman food gardening. But the things we want to help is we help them to get the access, we educate them, then we go to the level up, the coaching, financing, sustainability. But the most important things, they have to be in the community so they can be strong together. And the second, the program for us for the next three years is also care economy. Care economy is also part of our programs because last 21st April, we have announced that the public domestic workers, they have the regulation to support in the social health and anything that protection. But what we do is want to capacity building them. So they have been professional in every domestic workers, so we can raise their capacity, but at the end, the women can access to be more time for them to go work, but they have the good domestic workers. So these 2 programs will go on like this 3 years for our target to help the women into the out from their poverty and out from the harassment. Violence. Thank you.
Okay. Very interesting. I think all of us, round of applause, thank you. I think all of us would agree, and even in our own respective families, our mother, our wives, for the men, our mother, our wife, they are the central and most important figure in the family. At least that's what I tell my wife every day. I try to. But now it's good to see also that the government is recognizing this at the very low level, at the bottom of the pyramid. So like Ibu Vero said, right, giving land ownership to women. I mean, this, maybe for the Western world this is common, but for Indonesia this is relatively a breakthrough. And a lot of times also inheritance doesn't go to the daughters. The inheritance goes to mostly to the men, or the sons, as opposed to the daughters. And I think this is something that hopefully breakthrough. Yeah, thank you, Bu Vero. Moving on to Pak Sandi, I don't want to label him. It's difficult to label Pak Sandi as an ex government minister, also in the political party. No more, ya Pak. And now entrepreneur, but everybody knows Pak Sandi more as a avid runner, a professional runner, let's just say. That should be your daytime job. But if you would allow us, elaborate a little bit more on your experience. Now we've gone through the grassroots level, but all entrepreneurs, whether women or not, or other genders, they need to scale up. Kita sebutnya naik kelas ya. Naik kelas itu kenyataannya susah ya. It's very difficult to level up or scale up. In your experience, what is needed to enable that to happen?
Well, thank you, Pak Edi, and thank you, Pak Taufan, for inviting me. And right now, I am following Pak Taufan's training in running. He's now getting faster and faster also. We're in the same social media apps that track our running training and also the capabilities. And I also, just to make sure everybody's aware, I'm no longer in politics. I'm no longer in government, and that's why Pak Tigor said, "Oh, you have more hair." Yeah, I think politics and hair and net worth is doesn't go hand in hand. And I was amazed hearing Ibu Vero, some of the very good breakthrough and I would say strategic policies in order to empower women. But in my family, I think Noor, my wife, is probably 10 to 20 years ahead of this. She doesn't need to empower of having the land or the inheritance, but she already act like she owns the land. And I just rent a space, a small space in her land. Huh?
You're the tenant.
I'm the tenant. I started in my house with 3 rooms. You know, my study. You know, she has her own wardrobe, and I don't laugh, Bu Yesi. So, and then I ended up. I don't even have a room now. You know, my study turned into her wardrobe and a place that I used to hang out with my friends. But anyway, I'm digressing. But this is good because when I go into some of the village, this is something really happened. And to make sure that the entrepreneurs, not just women entrepreneurs, but the entrepreneurs that I work with, close to 70% are women. And they would be able to elevate, to graduate, to night class. They need 3 things. First, definitely, a lot of people say, oh, finance right away. Like, give them access to capital. Actually, that would be the last of the 3. The first is the access to educations, to the mindsets of being an entrepreneur, the know-how of managing, the organization skills. That's the most important thing that we need to make sure our entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs in particular, have good foundations. Secondly, and this is the second one, more importantly than finance is access to market. So, for instance, people in the village, we have 2 in the past when by the way, some of the women entrepreneurs that used to work with Ibu Vero in the capital here in Jakarta, they started also as micro entrepreneurs. But when they have access, so they can sell the products that they produce every day, like the culinary nasi uduk, you know, the rice with chicken. We could offer them access for them to sell, not only in the big markets, but also in small gatherings. That really means a lot to them. So access to market would be second, and now with technology, we could have more opportunity. And finally, the access to finance. So in order for them to be able to scale up their business, they need to have good, long, sustainable access to capital. And this is the access to capital that is basically what we would say they would be able to get the right type of financing. Many financings come in the form of pinjol, the one that now giving a big headache to many of the women entrepreneurs because they don't know. They were thinking more on their installments, but they didn't think about at the end that they're almost paying 5 or 6 or 7 times the going rate. So those are the 3 things I would like to share.
Thank you, Pak Sandi. You mentioned pinjol. For those, this is an Indonesian term called online loans, mostly through smartphones, applications and such. It's and a lot of times it's, especially in the lower income and lower, I guess, literacy levels, it also goes hand in hand with online gambling. So pinjol dan judol, the local terms, is now a big part of the society problems. And this is, and I want to move to Pak Rudiantara, since I know that financial literacy is something close to your heart in terms of one of your focus areas. What do you think needs to happen, not only on the policy side, but Chief Erain is also part of Indonesia Fintech Society. So not only on the policy side, but maybe on the more practical side, what can we do to elevate the literacy, in especially to the grassroots level?
Thank you, Chief Edi. Initially, I thought to save the time, I just would like to say I concur and I support Pak Sandi and Ibu Veronica. Anyway, since financial literacy is one of my favorite topics, we start the financial inclusion. Yet we are not settled with financial inclusion. What is the definition of financial inclusion? Is the people who has an access to at least one of the financial services, saving, loan, or insurance. Yeah, for adult. Yeah. Yet now we are also have to deal with the new jargon, which is financial health. This is another thing, because financial health is not only financial inclusion, inclusion plus, because the person, we measure the person health, financial health is also the capability of the person to manage their fund, their money, not to have an access to the loan. Yeah. And from the financial inclusion, Indonesia financial inclusion seems great, yeah, 90%. Our financial inclusion, this is for the last report produced by the Financial Services Authority. Yeah, but if we compare to the financial inclusion, where people has an access to the financial literacy, there always a gap every year, almost 30%, 25 to 30% between financial inclusion and financial literacy. So that's why no wonder we have a problem in the big city, yeah, where people has an access to pinjol, to the online lending, but they do not know the consequence of that one. This is reflected again by the gap between financial inclusion and the financial literacy. And when we break down on the financial literacy between the different financial services, banking is the top one. The financial literacy is the highest one. The highest one. It's up to the around 80%. I think Chief may confirm on this one because he was the CEO of one of the big banks in the country. Insurance, the capital market. What I'm amazed is capital market. The inclusion is higher, much higher compared to the literacy. Literacy is a single digit in Indonesia for the capital market. And for fintech, the financial literacy only 13%, while inclusion is 36%. This is for fintech. And not to mention again, since Amartha we are addressing the woman, provide financial access to the woman in the rural area, where our 70%, please correct me if I'm wrong, Chief Taufan, 70% of our partner, we call it mitra or customer, are outside or ex-Java. We can imagine that the woman that we serve, their education level, their knowledge on the financial services also is tougher. That's why what makes Amartha different, we are focusing on the financial literacy. But how are we doing the literacy, to improve the literacy to the people? Yeah. Amartha, I think if I compare with other startup, Amartha is, I can say it's not the only startup who hired a lot of thousands of people, employee. We have right now more than around 9,000. We call it business partner, or in bahasa Indonesia we call it penyuluh. Why? Because for each business partner, they have to maintain a group of women. from time to time, educate them how they use the money, and reminded the partner, reminded the mitra, when they have to prepare for the next payment. So this is the business partner, the 9,000 business partner, they have to do it from time to time. Otherwise, you can imagine, we provide access to the customer, and they don't have the literacy, how to manage their money, how to manage the fund, and how they have to plan for the next payment. I think this will increase our NPL. Yeah, so that's why the unique one, I think Amartha, probably is not in Indonesia, Amartha, but other country, they have SM experience as well. When we are addressing the grassroots, the bottom of pyramid, face-to-face, people-to-people communication is very important. This is the way we improve trying to accelerate the financial literacy, not only financial inclusion. I believe that if there will be another survey conducted to the grassroots, to offer the fintech, if they see the Amartha, almost the financial inclusion, almost similar with the financial literacy. I think this is an experience. And the financial literacy that we have to conduct in the big cities, it has to be different as well. We cannot do like in the rural with the penyuluh, we call it penyuluh, or a business partner. In the big cities, I think the startup or the fintech will broke, if they have to hire the thousands or tens of thousands people to educate the market by themselves. So different market segment has to be addressed by different ini. But again, financial literacy is not only important to me, but damn important. I think that's, if we are able to address this one, I do believe that we will improve, we are able to increase the not only financial inclusion, not only financial literacy, but financial health. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Chief Era. Hopefully we have some time to come back to that topic. Saya mau tegur dulu Pak Tigor. Pak, tolong jangan dilirik terus smartphone-nya. Sahamnya Supa oke, aman kok gitu. Terakhir saya cek 825 gitu, turunnya nggak banyak gitu.
Amin.
So for those of you who don't know, Pak Tigor is President Director of Superbank, a digital bank. And this is interesting because from a perspective of a digital bank, in terms of product development, when you want to reach the lower end of the demographic, how do you, in your mind, how does that impact your product development? And also maybe share a little bit about Superbank, because in the audience, not everybody is familiar also.
Sure, thank you, Pak Edi. First of all, I echo Pak Rudiantara's view that it's not only financial inclusion, but the financial health as a whole is very, very important, especially at the bottom of the pyramid. Now, when we talk about product design and everything, but before we go there, we understand that the challenge, even for transfer funds, this is a basic financial transaction to transfer fund. A lot of people need agents. That's why there's other banks that have agents all over the place. Hey, can you help me to transfer funds? And they charge like $1, $2, $3 only to transfer funds. That could be only $4 or $5 transfer. It's just beyond me, right? I mean, it's just something that's so simple, so basic that they just can't do it. So what we're focusing on, we're really simplifying our product design. It's very simple. First of all, from the how many megabytes it is. We work so hard. You know, in the past when I ran Niaga and everything, we tried to put everything in there. You can buy plane tickets, you can buy train tickets, you can go to hotels, and it's heavy, right? Here, we tried so hard to make sure it's so light. So as a result, our app is one of the lightest in terms of financial app. Otherwise, you know, the phone, most of the grassroots level, their phone is actually very basic. They can't keep the storage. This is as basic as that, right? From the product design, it has to be very, very low. So our megabyte is probably about 30, 40 megabytes compared to like 300 or 400 and some others.
So it's like really, really stark difference. Second of all, as many of you know, I mean, Superbank, we're actually in the ecosystem of Grab and MTech, and we're concentrating on Grab with its merchants, its drivers, Mart, and everything. These are the ecosystems of basically the bottom of the pyramid. And we are in that ecosystem, we're live in that ecosystem, we're native in that ecosystem, so we get a lot of data, we got a lot of transactions, we got a lot of behavior analysis, so that we can offer them products that's simple, transparent, and actually something that can be underwritten by just us, not anybody else. Let's say, I give you an example, as a shomai or a noodle sort of vendor, we know exactly how much are they selling. Is it consistent? If they want to open up a new one, does it make sense? They don't have a CFO. They don't have a collateral. They don't have a financial statements. No bank could ever underwrite that. But because the transaction is visible through us, through Grab, through the behaviors, we know exactly which shomai is actually selling, which shomai is not selling. Which martabak is actually doing well, which martabak is not doing well. And we can underwrite that and give that opportunity to these people to expand, to enlarge, to do something else with their business or even their personal sort of needs, right? So I believe in providing that simple, transparent products, but with the data and the behavior analysis from the ecosystem. I know we're running out of time, so maybe I'll stop there, and if there's any more question, I can go back.
Thank you, Patrick. Well, I think that's a common theme, yeah, data driven, which is easier said than done, yeah, and not always executable.
No, that's absolutely true, and but I think if you do it right, I mean, we just launched actually only 22 months ago, only in June 2024, but so far we got 7 million customers already. Right? So it's a really rapid growth just within 22 months, just because of that simple product design and really catering towards the ecosystem.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Pak Edi, I can vouch because I am one of the Superbank customer.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the only product that I remember, interest rate 7.5%. So it's like higher than all of the SBI, STI, SRI. So it's like, yeah.
Was this a paid endorsement or no?
No.
I'm kind of suspicious you're sitting next to each other. So in the holding room, you were whispering.
Actually, I need 30 seconds. He's talking about endorsement. I'm gonna need 30 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, BSC, for reminding. We did a focus group discussions on not only people can't have access to capital, people can't save. As soon as they have money, they buy cigarettes, they buy vouchers, they buy snacks, they buy something, they can't save. So we developed a product called Celengan, where it forces people to save, whether 1,000 rupiah, 2,000 rupiah, or 50,000 rupiah a day. It forces them to save, and then after a while, they get like 5 million rupiah, after like 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, or whatever, and they can do something about it. And we pay them 10%, not 7.5%, but 10% for them to save. Sorry, ini endorsement sedikit ya, nggak apa-apa ya. Thank you.
Siap. Thank you, Pak Tigor.
So now we need to go 10%. It's like even higher.
Last but not least, Bu Yesi, from your perspective as a telco operator, XL, maybe you can share a little bit about connectivity, your efforts on this, and what you think, what you should prioritize to have the most impact.
Okay, so it's actually tied in very nicely, Pak Edi. So I was like, at first, I was a bit confused, right? How are you going to ask all around and actually not having a benang merah? But I can see now, right? So after Pak Tigor, then come in access or connectivity, right? Because Pak Tigor's apps cannot run without connectivity. But I would like to answer it in two folds. The first one is whether we have all access to internet, to connectivity across the country. And the second part is that, okay, so what? If we already have the access, how that translate into growing the economy? So let me go to the first part first, right? So as a private company, we will expand our network in the area that we know that there will be a return. But guess what? Indonesia is very big, right? And there will always be pocket where we do not have connectivity. But thanks to Chief RA, when Chief RA was in the Minister of Communication, he was challenging us and saying that, okay, there are area in treaty, right? It's actually the frontier, the outlier, the underdeveloped. 3T, terluar, tertinggal, dan terdepan. And he made a program for us to build in those areas, actually funded by USO, so funded by the fund from the government as well, and come along the non-treaty as well. So that is for 10,000 villages. Probably fast forward now, we are covering almost 50% of the treaties area, right? So that means that coverage to the grassroots should be able or improving from time to time. So that is one part in terms of infrastructure readiness. Ibu Vero also mentioned about treaty. So that is always on the top of our mind in terms of rolling out as the telecommunication provider. The second part, which is that, okay, now you've got the access, so what? This is also coming back to Chief RA era. So at that time, we were just rolling out 4G. And he was saying to us that, okay, so people now got internet access. Then what are they going to use it for? So if Pak Sandi is saying that 3 things that is important for SME, we also have 3 things that is important to access, in terms of progression of people using internet. The first is the basic one, which is leisure. People only using it for entertainment. They're watching TikToks, they're actually looking into Instagram, watching video, Netflix, and so on and so forth, right? But from that, we need to also naik class them, right? So uplift them from only entertainment, only for consuming content, to something that is enriching their knowledge. Yeah, so from that, enriching their knowledge, and the highest part is actually to use internet for productivity. So with that, as a telecommunication provider, we are not only rolling out the network, but we also provide platforms. And going back to platforms, what are these platforms for? So first and foremost, back to literacy. Because people can actually access internet, but they also need to be taught on how to use the internet. To move up from only doing it as an entertainment and leisure, to get knowledge, and then at the top is actually to improve and get the productivity. Pak Sandi is saying that for accelerating MSME, they need 3 things. They need access to the market. They need skill for them to be able to do their business. And the third one is funding, right? So we, telecommunication provider, coming in both in access, Pak, and also skill, because we are having the liberty to create platform to educate our customer how to use internet. So I think with that, Pak Edi.
Thank you, BSC. Round of applause, thank you. Very, very good explanation. In the interest of time, I have one question. I have the same question for all 5 of you, but you can answer it with your relevant perspective, your respective perspective, and in terms of your topic areas. And imagine you have superpowers, unlimited money or unlimited power in terms of policy or regulation. If that was the case, you had superpowers, what would each of you do in your respective line of work to make the most impact at the grassroots level?
For me is invest social capital through women. Investing women is never just a woman. It strengthens family, communities, and entire economies. I would love to open everybody want to help and invest in the social capital through the woman. We have the land, we work with the forestry. We hope that from upstream to downstream, hulu ke hilir, we catch up until the off-takers. But we need all of Ibu, the skill, the access, the digital and everything. Then when we work together, I think we can build the country through women. Thank you.
Thank you. Mas Andi?
I will use my superpower to create millions and millions of jobs, not only for the women, also for the male, so they stop buying cigarettes and they start healthy lifestyle like Pak Taufan running. And the second superpower that I will use is I will retake my ability to open a bank account with Superbank.
I'll give you that superpower.
Because right now, maybe my wife has that account with Superbank.
Deal. Thank you, Pak Sandi. Pak Chief Era.
Number one, I love women. My mother is a woman. My wife is a woman. I have a daughter. I have a granddaughter. Yeah. Anyway, it's not about the woman. It's about my money right now. I think let's focus on the, again, grassroots. I've been go through in several type of corporations. Right now, I'm joining not only with Amartha, with another 2 big startup, but addressing the bottom of pyramid. The more I dealt with the bottom of pyramid, the more I'm willing to spend my own resources, not my company resources. But I also joined with the big company, the public listed company, where I earn money, but I spend it into the activities in the bottom of pyramid. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Era. Pak Tigor?
Thank you. I think it's similar to Pak Rudy's because I think the bottom of the pyramid would really be, the multiplier effect to the economy is much more than the top of the pyramid, right? I mean, these people would really drive the economy 3, 4, 5, 10-fold of the thing. So if I had a superpower, I could determine who's good, who's not, so we can directly fund those guys that are actually going to repay back. That's our superpower number 1. Superpower number 2, to change those guys that are not good to be a good borrower. So that they can learn what's to be a bad borrower itu nggak bagus, to be a good borrower, and then they can repay back according to their abilities. It's a simple superpower, but I think it would be very effective to people.
Excellent. Thank you. So as we know in business, it's well, not also in government, it's oftentimes about a carrot and stick, right? So if you have a superpower, you have to think about, is it better to have a great carrot or a great stick or both? Right? But thank you, Pak Tigor. Lastly, Bu Yesi, what is your superpower?
I didn't know that we actually can have multiple superpower, right? So
yes, please.
Superpower number 1, I really support Bu Vero. I think because we were also in Excel Smart, we were also very focused in how to elevate or accelerate women empowerment. As a matter of fact, Excel Smart and Kementerian KPPA, we have actually an MOU to accelerate more than 1.5 million women to be really, really productive, right? And we know the multiplier effects because as women grow, then they will put their capital into their family back, right? So for their children education to actually be better in terms of household and so on and so forth. So that is superpower number 1. Superpower number 2 related with...
I think your superpower is to grant yourself more superpowers, right?
See, because I didn't know that we can actually have multiple superpowers, right? So at least the second one in terms of access or connectivity, although I understand and I see even in the market how people are always connected, right? We need to make sure that they are connecting using the connection wisely, right? So it's not only for bad influence. They need to be able to turn it into something that is more productive, gaining their knowledge, and also productive in terms of society. So that's it, Pak Edi.
Excellent. Thank you, BSC. On that note, unfortunately, time's up. Been an awesome panel discussion. Time flew by really fast, but hanya waktu yang memisahkan kita. Dan ya sudah diingatkan, terima kasih kepada semua panelis and also the audience. We have loved some time to have an audience Q&A, but unfortunately this is not the case. But our panelists will be around here, hopefully for a few minutes afterwards. So please come up to any of us to ask questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Edi, as a moderator. Thank you, speakers. Please remain on the stage for a token of appreciation. These are people with superpowers, I believe. And imagine if they combine together, we borrow the word from the previous panel, Gotong Royong. If all the superpowers are doing collaboration, that will be very, very powerful. And as a token of appreciation to all speakers and moderator, Pak Rudiantara is now presenting them as a gesture of gratitude for the speakers and moderators' valuable insights and contributions to today's discussion. Yes, and let's have photo opportunity together. Maybe Pak Rudiantara can be in the middle after this for the photo opportunity. Yes. Everyone, please smile and eyes on camera, please. 3, 2, 1. Well, one more time. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, speakers. Let's give a big round of applause, everyone. As promised, I am glad that the moderator took that challenge to be positioned in the last plenary session, but indeed it was very engaging and quite refreshing, I would say. And ladies and gentlemen, we still have a very interesting session after this. We arrive at one of the most anticipated segments of today's forum, which is the game changer. Well, let me tell you a little bit about that. Throughout the day, we have explored ideas, exchanged perspectives, and discussed the opportunities and challenges shaping the future of inclusive growth. And in this next session, we will turn our attention to the innovators, entrepreneurs, the change makers who are transforming those ideas into tangible solutions. Carefully selected by our organizing committee, these startups featured in the session represent a diverse range of industries and innovations. And what unites them is a shared commitment to addressing real-world challenges and creating meaningful impact for communities, businesses, and grassroots economies. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin the Game Changer session. Please join me in welcoming our first presenter to the stage with a big round of applause, Nouveau Lim. Ladies and gentlemen, please sit down as we continue with this session right away. So, New Volume, you have 5 minutes to present your showcase.
Thank you so much. Should we wait? Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chitra. I'm the Business Development Manager from Novolium. A little bit about us. Novolium is a startup. We established ourselves in 2023. We focus in providing a technology-based solution for used cooking oil waste collection. We found Indonesia is one of the largest feedstock producer in Southeast Asia for used cooking oil waste. Out of 100% of waste of used cooking oil in Indonesia, we figured out that there is quite a lot of percentage that is untapped and uncollected safely and sustainably and traceably. So we have a solution we call the You Collect solution. It consists of a machine that people can use to dispose their used cooking oil through our mobile application and get the incentive right through the application. We target households and business owners in Indonesia to use our solution to have a traceable and sustainable waste collection that is also our core business is we first champion in the first mile collection. We drive partners marketing and awareness efforts. We also sell our oil to buyers that comply with the ISCC requirements because we buy oil from households and businesses for the purpose of renewable energy, which is sustainable aviation fuel. Since we established, up until now, we have a number of strategic partnerships. For example, with Alfamart and Pertamina, we deploy our boxes through strategic partnerships and CSR partnerships all across Indonesia, and we recently also just expanded to Thailand as well. The type of partnerships that we have in Indonesia and in Thailand are location partnerships, whereby we deploy our boxes in various locations. User partnership, which is to incentivize marketing initiatives of our partners and commissionizing them for bringing active users to our applications. Volume partnership, which is a direct partnership to collect used cooking oil from businesses like food and hotel businesses as well. The competitive advantage of our solution, first, this is the proprietary IP. So we have full stack control as we design, manufacture, and deploy and maintain our own hardware and software. The scalability and the traceable system that provides end-to-end traceability from household depositing to industrial buyers in full compliance with ISCC EU and CORSIA for the purpose of renewable energy production. Strategic partnerships that we have and the impact report that we provide to our partners. We also collaborate with BRIN for our sustainability reports that we send to our partners on a monthly and annual basis. So this is the ecosystem that we wanted to create in Indonesia. We deploy the boxes so that majority of the people can access and use the box independently and get the reward, the rupiah reward, directly to their account and withdraw. And we also maintain the social and the community engagement efforts. So currently, we have over 80% of users that are women from households. We have collected on a monthly basis around 50 to 60 ton of used cooking oil in Indonesia. And we have over 85% of our users that are underprivileged. So we try to create a circular economy in Indonesia as well. And I would be happy to say that if any one of you here wants to make a better and a bigger impact with us, we are currently also raising funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, New Volume, for the showcase. And ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the next one. Without further ado, let's welcome Terve Chocolate for the showcase. And you also have 5 minutes. Let's give a big round of applause, everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I want to start with the number, 50%. That is how much Indonesia cocoa tree lost between 2022 until 2024. Not only because of climate or disease, but because the farmers stopped believing that the trees could feed their families. I am Alaska, and I representing Terve Chocolate, a bean-to-bar chocolate maker from Bandung. And please let me take you through our journey of what we are and what we have been built. Indonesia is one of the largest archipelago on earth, with a home to millions of cacao farmers. And Indonesia still import our cacao, but yet the farmers stay poor. So the world has never once recognized, still not recognized Indonesia as a source of fine flavor chocolate. 4 losses, 1 broken cycle, and it has been spinning for decades. As the 7th largest cacao producer in the world, with a 1.37 million hectares planted area and over 90% managed by smallholders families, so why did in 2024 that Indonesia still import about 157,000 tons and increasing 49% year on year? The demand is, the answer is simple. The demand is not the problem, but the quality supply is. So that is exactly the gap we are here to close for Terve Chocolate. To understand the gap, we have to start where cacao begins, the farmers. These farmers do not have good agricultural practices knowledge, no fermentation access, no post-harvest capability, no pricing power. So they grow cacao, but they do not have control over what it becomes. And poor quality beans, common low prices, and the farmer only receive about 60% of global prices, and it means 40% gone in every single harvest. So they have nothing to believe in, and they start to cut them all. In 2023, we started Terve Chocolate in Bandung as a bean-to-bar brand built entirely on Indonesian cacao beans, with 2 tons production capacity in a month and average revenue about $450,000 for average annual revenue. But the product is only our tools. The farmer is still our mission. So we directly built a program to engage, train, assist, and absorb, to bring the farmer fully into our supply chain. But what does that look like farmer who has never had a real partner before? The farmer have no certainty, no stable income, low quality beans, and only get about 30 until 35,000 rupiah per kilograms. No incentive to do better because doing better change nothing for them. So after Terve, they get more proper fermentation, premium quality cocoa, stable pricing, and about 54,000 rupiah per kilogram. And that is something a family can build a life around. 3 things change. Income becomes more fair and stable. The lands heal, and when farming is viable again, the farmer keep the tree standing. This is not a pilot, it already works with us, with Terve Chocolate, and it's compounding. The first fermentation center live at Cilacap with 3 tons capacity per year, and the 2 more center open in Karo and Lampung at December 2025. By 2026, we're projecting about 30 until 50 times per village per year. It means 10 times growth in 12 months. So each one proven and each one replicable. We started with 4 losses and Terve here to turn them into 4 wins. The first, farmers thrive, and Indonesia supply itself. The lands can be hills, and Indonesia fine flavor chocolate takes its place among global origins of the world. So when farmer and the land are sustained, the business is too. This is not a subsidy, this is not a charity, but this is the system that already works with us, Tarve Chocolate. So I bring the chocolate. This is from Aceh Tenggara, and this is our single origin product, and we have all around region Indonesia. Please help us, help the farmer, and help the Indonesia cacao trees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terve Chocolate. Thank you for sharing that inspiring presentation and also for sharing your innovative journey with us today. All right, let's go to the next presenter. Let us welcome to the stage Ijo. Where's the big round of applause, everyone, for Ijo? Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, guys. My name is Ryan from Ijo, and did you know, today is the worst time to be a farmer, in the most uncertain conditions. One of our friends, a farmer in Bandung that works on potatoes, 10 years ago, they get 40 tons of potatoes each harvest, but today they can only deliver up to 15 tons. Being farmers, meaning you will get pressed in the significant raise of fertilizer price. You will get no control of climate change. Basically, you don't know what you are planting and how they will end up in the end. And when I asked, what can we do about it? And he said, we have to start to understand the soils and how we can work to regenerate that. And that's where our solution came. We're using Indonesian hidden gems called seaweed. Within our technologies, the seaweed can be turned into enzymes and hormones, specifically to grow the plants how we want them to grow. Meaning for the first time ever, you can decide how the plants grow. Do you want them to have bigger leaf, bigger stems, sweeter fruits, or more glossy skins? It's all can be designed based on how you want it. And even better, using our technologies not only increasing the efficiency of the productions, but also lowering the cost of your productions. And of course, Indonesian market is more than sufficient to apply these innovations. So far, we have tried our innovations in many variety. We have successfully increased the yield of the chili in Garut up to 40%. Corn not only increased the yield, but also increased the sweetness up to 300%. It's so sweet that actually, in sugar level, it's comparable with Indonesian watermelons. And we have helped the farmers in Sidoarjo, in the rice that have a lot of problem with the irrigations to make them, the rice actually more water sufficient and thrive in the drought. And this is our this is our main games right now. It's actually we start developing the sweet potatoes based on the buyer demands. Did you know that in one whole batch of sweet potatoes, only 15% of it can be exported in the grading? Meaning, 15% of all your productions, that's the only thing that keep the farmer alive because they give the premium pricings. But when we tap in, this 15% turn into 80%. Meaning, 1 hectares of the farms that work with us will produce 5 times or equal 5 more for 5 hectares more farms that we do it in the ordinary farms. And how we do it is we integrating these innovations, not only making a products, but we make it as a circular ecosystems. Using the Indonesian seaweed that we develop ourselves, we develop the seaweed based on the buyer demands and deploy it into our farms and within our farming partners. And the great news for the farmers, they lose all the anxiety for the market because we offtake the products and deliver it to export buyers. At first, last year, actually, when we start to become a farmer ourselves, we only start in 3,000 meters land in Bandung. But right now we have 70,000 meters in the farm expansion in the West Java. The great news about this innovation is we not only increasing the profits, but we actually can help to solve crops productions in the most severe conditions. Like in early this year in Aceh Tamiang, actually our product is deployed to rehabilitate the coffee plants that is been flooded with the Great Flood, which is just harvested last month. And the great news, they not only managed to get successful harvest, but they are now exported to Australia. And our next project is in Sumbawa, where we will help the corn farmer to encounter El Ninos, the biggest El Ninos that Indonesia will ever seen this year. Actually, to help the corn to have a successful harvest, because in 4 years ago we have a bad experience with El Nino that failed most of the crops by the time. And so far, yeah, that's it. In Ijo, we have a saying, alone we are drop, but together we are an oceans. Great innovation need help to make it reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ijo, for the valuable insights and also innovative solution presented just now. Okay, we still have the next presenter. Let's give it up for littlejoy.id. Please come to the stage.
Hi, I'm Karina, co-founder of Little Joy. Today, I'm gonna share a little bit about our company, and I'm gonna start with one of our customer. Her name is Desi. Every single mealtime, he will ask, "What am I doing wrong as a mother?" Her son Rega refused every meal. He was constantly sick, and she was in despair. Today, Rega asked for second, and he laughs when he eats. And that is why Little Joy exists, and that is why I'm here to talk about today. A little bit about Rega. He is 22 months old from Banten. On November, he was refusing food, and just 2 months after consuming Little Joy, the healthy development range are all healthy. But the number that matters most to me isn't on this slide. Is that now he asks for more, and he laughs on his every mealtime. Every number has a face, and this is his. Rega is not alone. When we met Fanny and Anthony, they are all struggling underweight. Fanny even went to the hospital one every week. Right now, after 1 year, her words, not mine, dia mau makan sendiri sekarang. Every child you see in this slide was somebody's everything. And that is why Little Joy exists. We partner with regional government from Bali, from Yogyakarta, and even on Banjargebang, Jakarta largest landfill, where we delivered nutrition for children that need it the most. Recognition matters, but what matters most is the communities who need us most. And these are the realities. 31 million mothers without proper nutrition guidance. 1 out of 3 children stunted, where stunting in the first 1,000 days is irreversible. 50% of death in children under 1 year old linked to malnutrition. And the World Bank estimate Indonesia lost 28 to 42 billion GDP in 1 year linked to this. And a child stunted at age 2 will earn less, spend less, and more likely to raise children stunted too. This isn't a health crisis, it's a compounding economic cycle. And just like compounding interest, the earlier you intervene, the more you save. A Little Joy was built in to tap exactly in this moment. Nutrient-rich, pediatrician and child nutritionists formulated, and more importantly, we are the first Indonesian research-approved mom and baby brand. Moreover, over 90%, we are more cost-effective than conventional options in delivering the same nutrition. Because the solution that families cannot afford every day is not a solution. This is something that you see on breakfast, on lunch, on dinner, and not on a special occasion. And when more than 500 families across more than 20 provinces in Indonesia told us what they experienced, this is what they say. Word of mouth is number one channel, and you cannot buy that kind of trust. You have to earn it one family at a time. So these are our research approved. We have more than 1 year of research with one of the most well-established university in Jakarta, where we are not just build a product, but we build evidence through it. The first 1,000 days aren't just about weight. They're about who this child gets to become. And that's what we're protecting. So these are some of the summary on our research. So our product is build their guts, it strengthen their immunity, and it support their brain development from the very first beginning. This is our average basket size as of now. We're gradually increased since our first launch, which indicate that our customer consume 25 sachet per month, which equal to daily nutrition habit for their children's health. And it's done. Sorry, it cut off in the middle.
All right, thank you very much. littlejoy.id. I know 5 minutes wouldn't be enough, but thank you for showing us the valuable insights and also innovative solution today. Now we have the next one for our Game Changer session. Let's welcome to the stage Reservo Air.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, maybe for you, the non-Indonesian speaker, I will tell you that air in Bahasa, it means water. So I'm going to tell you stories about cities that cannot absorb water anymore. And here we are going to change that. This is Bali flood, September 2025. Maybe some of you also familiar with this. The entire neighborhoods got flooded. And this is getting worse every year. And also the new normal in Bali. And what are the root cause? Here we can see that in natural land, the rainwater was absorbed 90%. And here in the urban land, only 3% of the rainwater will be absorbed to the ground. So when we cover our cities, when we pave our cities, we don't just cover the ground, but we also break the entire water cycle. So the rainwater that used to go into the soil now goes straight into streets and also houses. But it doesn't have to be this way. We believe that cities can also be built in harmony with nature, where water is well managed, and this is the world that we're building. This is our flagship product. It is called Pore Block. So it is a porous paving block that can infiltrate water 100 times better than conventional paving blocks. It can reduce runoff. It can also reduce the risk of flooding. And here, it can be implemented everywhere in most city square offices. Basically, when you see pavements, it can be changed through Pore Block. And this is our business model that we partner with the existing manufacturers of paving blocks. So we call it OEM. And currently we have 2 production lines, one in West Java in Tasikmalaya and the second one in Bali. So we just recently opened our productions in Bali. And this is our impact so far, that with so many projects executed and also so many Pore Block installed, we have conserved 17 million liters of water, and it equals to drinking water of 400 people per year. And we have the 30% of GPM as our business. We have projects implemented across Indonesia, especially in West Java and Bali. And we have also partnerships with stakeholders in nationals and also internationals. And this is the most important thing, that in Indonesia, every building must comply with the Green Space Index regulations. So here we can see that POR block scores higher than conventional paving block. So it's also making us the best options for compliance. So in this case, that government's also helping us to create the demand. And so in 2028, we aim to double our impact, also with these 3 revenue streams. We also keep maintaining our GPM. And we are all women domain experts, and all with combined experiences of 30 years. Also, we don't just stop at the block. So now, we are currently exploring this dashboard. It is a real-time dashboard, also monitoring platform for governments, especially to map the water infrastructure throughout the cities, and then know the impacts to the floods in that cities. And yeah, we're building this with our expertise in water. And recently also in May, we have this support from the government from Bekasi that they also support this platform that we can, together with the other stakeholders, not just governments, but also the private sectors, do this zero runoff concept together in one city. So it can also help reducing the flood risk in Bekasi and also in Jabodetabek as a whole. So, brick by brick and block by block, we are building cities that the future generations will thank us for, and you can be part of it. So let's conserve water with Reserva Air. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reserva Air. And also let's give a big round of applause to all of the showcase that we just had now. It's amazing to make impacts like what has been shown on the stage right now. You have to have that entrepreneurial spirit, commitment, and creativity, inspiring ideas as well, so that the drive to positive changes will be made possible. Just like what the last panel said, you have to have that creativity and commitment to do so. So once again, let's appreciate with a big round of applause for the startups that was showcased on the stage. And we thank each of them for sharing their journeys, innovations, and their aspirations with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the conclusion of today's forum, we now arrive at our final session, the closing remarks, to officially end the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, let's have him back on the stage. Let's give a big round of applause to Arya Widianto, Chief Compliance and Sustainability Officer, Amartha.
Thank you. As we come close to this event today, I would like to begin with my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you. These past 2 days, we have experienced something remarkably special. We started from the ground. Some of you have joined us for the field trips yesterday to visit women entrepreneurs and grassroots communities. We also volunteered planting mangroves on one of the most vulnerable coastlines in North Jakarta. And today, we gather for the high-level discussions, panel discussions, and also workshops attended by over 750 delegates. So thank you so much for your attendance. And also to the 77 speakers, presenters, panelists, that reminded us that behind every policies, every investment, and every innovative ideas lies a human story. A family striving for a better future, a vulnerable planet in need of balance. We make this forum remarkable. What makes this forum remarkable is that it's not only a space for conversation, it's a platform for action. And throughout the forum, we witnessed meaningful exchanges between policymakers, investors, financial institutions, technology leaders, development organizations, academic communities, and grassroots practitioners. And more importantly, we saw that the new partnerships, networking, and matchmaking are being formed, along with a shared commitment to building a more inclusive and resilient future. So to our international delegates who travel all the way from the US, from the UK, Africa, across Asia, and from all corners of Indonesia. Thank you so much for making the journey to be here. Your presence reflects a shared belief that the prosperity of the grassroots communities is not only a local priority, but a global one. And this year, we also celebrated an important milestone with the launch of the Indonesian Coalition for Financial Health. Initiated by Amartha, inspired by the leadership of the UNSGSA, Her Majesty Queen Maxima, and supported by the growing ecosystems of global and local partners, the coalition represents our collective commitment to move beyond financial access toward financial health, helping individuals, families, and communities achieve greater resilience, stability, and long-term well-being. I would also like to extend our sincere appreciations to our partners, including IFC, Women's World Banking, and Axion, and also to our sponsors, CHUB and Living Lab Ventures, and all speakers, moderators, panelists, presenters, and delegates who have contributed their knowledge and energy to this forum. And finally, thank you so much for our incredible Amartha team, Harumi, Bayu, Feni, Seldon, Bianca, and over 100 Amartha team members for your dedication and countless hours, sleepless nights, behind the scene. And this event would not have been possible without you. So thank you so much for the Amartha team to make this event a wonderful one. And now, as we leave Jakarta, let us remember that the true measure of this forum will not be the conversation we had here, but the action we take afterwards. So let us continue building partnerships, sharing knowledge, mobilizing capital, and designing solutions that enable grassroots communities not only to grow, but to thrive. Thank you once again for being part of the Asia Grassroots Forums into 2026. Safe travels, stay connected, and let us continue this journey together. We look forward to welcoming you back next year at the Asia Grassroots Forum 2027. Until then, thank you, and see you next year.
Thank you very much, Pak Arya. Give big round of applause for Pak Arya and for Amartha. As the 2026 Asia Grassroots Forum draw to a close, we would also like to once again take a moment to thank each and every one of you for being part of this remarkable journey. On behalf of Amartha, our sincere appreciation to our speakers, moderators, partners, delegates, your participations who help the conversations and insights being shaped and shared today. This forum may be coming to an end, but we do hope that the exchange of ideas, the new connections, and the shared commitment to inclusive growth will continue to inspire action long after we leave the room. We extend our special thanks to our sponsors, CHUB Life, official life insurance partner, Living Lab Ventures, official venture capital partner, and to our invited guests. We look forward to welcoming you to cocktail reception this evening at the Indonesian Room on the first floor starting at 7 p.m. Again, may the conversations continue, the partnerships grow stronger, and the impact of this forum reach far beyond today. And a little information, ladies and gentlemen, especially for women, all the vegetables and the fruits that you'll find in this room, it can be brought home. It's for takeaway. So go ahead. It's operasi plastic, as we say it among women after an event. You can take it home. Once again, thank you very much. Have a wonderful evening. And we look forward to seeing you again. Bye-bye.